Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even realize I was streaming already. Okay. Give me just a second. Get rolling here. Set up my live chat. Oh, my live chat feed's working. Okay. Wait, why is this under oh, this is from yesterday, that's why. Okay. Hold on a sec. Did I go back? What the heck? What the hell? Um yeah, I like the stream format from yesterday. So kind of doing the same thing again. Actually filled in a lot of space just having something else in the background to react to respond to. Try to turn up the input gain on my microphone a little bit. Like it was a little bit low. Before the audio output was. So we'll see how this one goes. And I mean, there's got to be. Say there's got to be a better way to do this. There is. I just haven't really spent time looking into it. Save that. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Not bad. Let me boost the gain a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. Testing, testing. See how it. Not bad. Let me boost the gain a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. Testing, testing. Not bad. Let me boost the gain a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. The heck? Getting some kind of like weird feedback effect. The heck? Getting some kind of like weird feedback effect. I think the gain might be just a little bit too high, where it's trying to make like a popping noise. So we'll go down to this, where it's trying to make like a popping noise. So we'll go down to this. Oh, that's what I'm getting. So many different versions of or not feedback, but anyways. So we'll continue on with this Alex O'Connor Jubilee debate thing. I thought that was actually pretty interesting.
Breathes.
Gonna kill every man.
I don't necessarily know that I would think.
We pretty much take it all: fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches,
what my grandma
mattresses.
needs.
I would think that. Yeah, because if he did.
Anybody else have parents or grandparents who are like big time hoarders? I feel like it's just a generational thing. Like something about growing up, you know, in that post World War II, like the Cold War era. I just feel like there's a lot of people that grew up in that generation who have hoarding problems. And I wonder if there's like some psychology behind that. Actually, we have the world of information at our fingertips, so let's Google this real fast. Cold baby boomer hoarding psychology. Hoarding tendencies, okay. They were raised by the Great Depression, our parents. Oh, I mean, yeah, maybe.
Did, then we've got the command to kill innocent children. If he didn't, then we've got a problem of the accuracy of the Old Testament.
No, I don't agree
Sounds
with that
like
at all.
a youth
Like I said, it's
dilemma
literature,
kind of thing.
right? So God can say something, and then the recording of the event can employ literary devices like hyperbole, what I think is happening. I want to go to Jericho and what you're talking about there, because you talked about that a lot more. I think, for example, like with Jericho, we have all the reason to believe that Jericho is a military stronghold. I think that's the case. I think that's historically accurate. And so when we're not like just looking at Israel going in and, just
Give me a quick second,
like,
Fess. I'm gonna
killing
reload on
for no
my
reason,
drink.
right?
This one's
It's a military
getting
conquest.
warm.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to
Get a
find a
nice
single
cold
nation
one.
in all of human history that was founded without violence.
I agree.
I don't,
Oh,
right,
totally,
that's
yeah.
never happened. I understand why you would say
Yeah.
it's problematic that God is instructing that,
Yeah.
which I get.
God would not instruct that. I mean, like, my country is thought of as beginning in 1066 with the Norman invasion, right? And like, it may be, I can imagine there was some report that said that, the king was shouting, kill them, and then go and kill their wives, and then go and kill their children, show no mercy. I can totally see someone saying that and them not being taken literally. But if God says that, this is still part of the eternal scripture of God that people
Yes.
have in their pews, that's in the
Eternal,
hotel rooms. I don't know
that's a
so
good
much anymore
point,
in secular
'cause, I mean,
America. If you
that's
open
a
it up
command
to a random
that
page, especially given the
gonna
undertones
last
of what's
throughout
happening in the world
times
right
being
now.
Honestly, I'm not
infallible,
like,
right?
I'm going to be completely honest. I think in the book of Genesis, when God leads Abraham to the promised land, he says to them, I'll bring you back here in several generations when the Amorites' sin is filled up. Like that language when the bucket is all the way filled.
Yeah, so
It's
they're
sort of
sinful. They're
overturned.
sinful people.
Right. So I understand why that can be problematic, but
Well, I'll
when
tell you why it's
I read the
problematic.
text, I believe that God is allowed to judge people, being that he created everything, and he's allowed to use human beings to do that. And
Including the killing of
including
children.
sinful human beings.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Yeah,
Please
good to
return
meet you.
your
That's good.
seat.
But I sold something else that was. Oh, the credit.
All right, really quick, before we begin the discussion, I'm going to give you this gift and also use my point for the topic of genocide.
Okay.
Because you're saying that God commands genocide, correct? So you're making this God sound like a very hating God. That like
Not necessarily
commands
hateful, just genocidal.
like genocidal. Okay, so here's this personal gift I would like to give to you. It says, cast your anxieties because he cares for you. The way how you're portraying this God, when you say that very broad statement of God commanding genocide, I disagree, because in the beginning of the Bible, God is love. At the end of the Bible, God is love. Our
Okay.
fellow peer, he
They still
stated
committed
that
genocide,
our
no?
God is a very just God. So can we argue
Okay, who
that,
said that?
or say that even though this God perhaps, like, in the beginning of the Old Testament, that's where the genocide occurs a lot, we can also say that
So do you think genocide does occur?
if it did say that in the Bible, I just want to say that, like, these people also went to heaven. It's not like they're getting, like, killed and punished in that moment. He's also taking these souls of the women and children and taking them with him, if that's the case. But the
Those are
whole
all
argument is
weak
about
arguments.
God, like,
Okay, I have a question then. Do you think it's okay to kill people because they'll eventually just go to heaven anyway after you kill them?
it's not about killing. It's just like
Are
the,
people who get abortions doing their unborn children a favor by killing them in the womb, therefore giving them a fast track to heaven?
this is a different approach to genocide. But I just want to say, like,
I
the
don't
wa-
think you get to inflict a genocide and then sort of just make up for it with the fact that you send them to heaven afterwards. I mean, maybe you do, but the problem is that the Israelites are also sinful people. And when the Israelites are sinful, they get the prophet of God with literal stone tablets telling them how to correct their path. The Canaanites are sinful people, and when they're sinful people, they get the Israelites coming in and wiping them out of
But
their own
our
land.
God is a just God, and I feel like even
that's
though
what
they're
I'm critiquing. That's what
if
I'm
they're
critiquing.
sinful people, they have
I mean,
Pause. You've been
yeah, if
voted
you just
out.
keep asserting that over and over again, I
Thank
guess
you,
at some point
Chair.
it becomes true, right? I'm being sarcastic because it does it, but that's what she's just trying to argue. Oh, well, they said he's
Alex, nice to
just.
meet you. So you pointed
It
out
says in the
several passages.
Bible he's just, right? And if you just keep repeating it, I guess it's true. If you repeat it, the more you repeat it. And by the way, I mean, this is the problem with religion in general, is that people wind up believing things. They wind up believing things without having like a rational, like a good reason, a good basis behind it. It's just like someone can say something, anything, and as long as it's part of your religion, you just like believe it's true, right? This kind of thinking is like detrimental to society, because it'll pop up in other areas of life, I believe, where you're not really, critically thinking through like important issues, because like you've already been trained to like accept overly simplistic, magical answers. If you trust a group, if you're part of a group, and they just say like, "Oh, we're doing this for a good reason," oh, okay, right? No critical thought.
But the prophets through and through condemn Israel in much harsher terms. And in fact, God dispersed them in much greater judgments because they were, and in fact, in Ezekiel it says that because you were supposed to be the light of the world, you are judged all the more strictly and are more responsible. So God was just with Israel, and in fact, he placed more of a burden and a mantle and a responsibility on them and judged them for it than he did the nations. And case in
Okay, there we
point,
go.
what's already
My
brought up
audio's
was
better there.
the number of generations that passed before the Amalekites were judged and the Canaanites were judged.
Yeah.
But we can come back to that point.
Okay, but can I ask you then?
Yes.
How do you define genocide?
Right. If I may, I actually have a question I wanted to ask you first.
I think it's important to know what we're talking about.
I
Here,
understand.
right? What is a
Okay.
genocide?
Based on the word genome, obviously etymologically, we understand that you're taking it as a tribal seed line, which is fair. I
Yeah, it could be
understand that.
tribe,
Sure.
religion,
Sure.
ethnicity,
So I can
race.
understand
And we're
that.
talking about the destruction or attempted destruction
But here's
or,
the problem.
or
Here's the problem.
expulsion
Right.
of people based on those characteristics.
So here's the problem. Genocide, the way it's, especially the way it's used today, it implies that it's based on the race. And that is categorically
I would say
against
ethnicity, I think.
the command of God to conquer the Canaanites. It had nothing to do with their race. It had to do with their sin. And in fact, this is...
So
Was their sin tied to the race, though?
Attacked,
Right.
Israel first warns another tribe that they're coming.
Yes.
And says, get out of here, because you were good to us when we came out of Egypt.
Right.
Amalek battled them when they came out of Egypt.
Yes.
He says to this other tribe, you guys get out of here. They warn them, right?
Right.
They don't say, hey, you get to stay here. They say, you've got to go,
Yeah.
but we're going to warn you first that we don't totally destroy you.
That's right.
In
Yeah.
other words,
Absolutely.
it does seem to be, I mean, why is it that Israel are going into this land? The nation, why are they going into this land? Because it was the land promised to them by God. Why does it need to be cleansed? Because there are people in that land
Deuteronomy
who
chapter
aren't
7.
supposed to be there.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, chapter 9, he says, do not think that it is because of your righteousness or because of anything that has to do with you that I brought you into this land, but it was because of the sins of the nations that I gave it to you. This is Deuteronomy chapter 9. So it's not because he promised them based on some sort of ethnic requisite. In fact, the whole premise behind the destruction was the prototype of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So then a question which I
Or
think
deuterotype, because Noah was
a question which I think I know the answer to then. Do you think there was not one sort of good person?
No, exactly, and that's the point.
Right, and if that's the case,
So
but then can I
that's
ask you
why I brought up Sodom.
let me ask you a second question.
Well, hold on, let me answer your question a little bit more fully.
Were there any good people in Israel, in the nation of Israel?
Right, so let me answer your question
Because if
one by
the
one.
answer is that there were bad people in Israel,
This guy's a
This goes
steamroller.
back
is
to
it that
the-
they
the-
don't
the-
get
He's,
killed
he's
as
gonna
well?
try to
slaughter of the
gish
children
Gallop
has
his
not
way.
about nation. Slaughter of the
Push
children is the
his,
same problem, because it has to do with innocence.
his perspective
Okay,
forward
let me
without
address
having
that.
any kind of pushback.
Nobody's innocent.
Or
but
like
my
getting
specific
into the
question-
No,
details.
but you're saying the children in the land of Canaan are innocent, and they're being slaughtered.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying right now.
You said that
What I'm
earlier.
saying is that I retracted the word innocent because I know it can be a bit tricky. But what I'm saying specifically here is that if the reason why Canaan is destroyed is
Canaan. Jarus.
I'm here, ready to enter the Shrine of Healing and stop Lord Fulminus.
I cannot. The shrine is forbidden to me. Make the pilgrimage alone. The guardians will open the shrine.
If Fulminus seeks to destroy all life on Voss, what at the shrine would help him do that?
I do not know. Only those chosen may go to the shrine. Only the chosen can make the pilgrimage. The mystics have decreed it. I must wait here.
You can't let a law handed down by some mystic centuries ago stop you from doing your duty.
We obey the mystics.
What if they're wrong?
The mystics are never wrong.
We've seen what kind of man Lord Fulminus is. Surely you don't think Phelan Da is right to help him.
The mystic is always right. We will speak when you return from the shrine.
We like the design of the boss. They just, I don't know, they look like they just had their face painted. In like a, what would that style of painting be? It would be like a, almost the way that you would decorate like a piece of china, I guess. It's kind of Voss people. I wonder, so like in the game, you know, the graphics are a little bit cartoony. I wonder if there's any depiction of the Voss, like in other Star Wars media, to kind of see, maybe get a better idea of what they're supposed to look like. So they look kind of funny in the game. There might not be. Yeah, there might not be, fortunately. How do I... Going off of Wikipedia, there's gotta be, like an image archive on here. That way, how do I do that? Wiki image archive. Media. Images. Are these all just like recently added or something? I type. Star Wars Voss species. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like everything. Here's one that doesn't come from the wiki. But it's the same thing, they just look like they have paint on their faces. Do the boss wear face paint? Their face paint reminds me of this music video, somebody that I used to know. Like the way that he's got paint. Whatever this style is, this art style is. What do you call this? Also, who's this chick? She's kind of cute. Art style? What is it called? Yeah, maybe. Not really, because mural art is just art that's on a wall, right? Not really like a specific art style. Is it abstract? No, God, it's. I swear, there's like I get the feeling it's like this, whatever this is. Would it be Picasso? You know what? Maybe it is Picasso. You know what? I think it might be like a Picasso-y type. Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? Look at this. Maybe that's what it's reminding me of. Like a Picasso style. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Anyways, took me way off track.
Because they're immoral. There's all kinds of immorality happening within the Israelite nation. Hold on.
Yes.
Happening within the Israelite nation as well. If it's not about nation, if it's not about tribe, then why is it that Israel aren't told to kill the immoral people in their tribe, but only people in the other tribe?
No, they are. And in fact, that's what they do. And in fact, that entire generation that was promised the promised land died out without seeing the promised land because of their sin.
But not at the hands of the Israelites.
With a $60 sponsorship each month, you can provide an orphan everything they need, including monthly.
Okay, fine. But
the Israelites are not told to expunge their own nation of the sinful people by killing them.
Let me give you an
and killing their
Let me give
children
you a thought
and
experiment.
killing their animals.
Sure.
Why kill the animals?
Let me give you a thought. Yeah, perfect. I'll give you a thought experiment. Let's suppose that tomorrow we find out that the pedophilia rings, that conspiracy theory is somehow true. Like, just imagine, like, V for Vendetta style. Like, imagine, like, hackers just broadcast everything that was going on, all the blackmail tapes, the Diddy files, the Epstein, whatever. Okay, you get the point. So you have this sudden revelation of this grand conspiracy, and it's on a scale that no one ever imagined. Okay, would you say that there is justice in bringing those people? Obviously, no one would disagree. In fact, the public opinion on execution might change at that point, and even the guillotine might come back. Who knows?
Right. But I wouldn't kill their children.
No, right. Okay, so I'm getting there. So we'll get there step by step. Let's start with the men and the women. So let's suppose in this example, the conspiracy theory is true, and everybody finds out, and then everybody agrees that the men and the women that were involved in this pedophilia,
Anakin Skywalker debate
need to
right
be
here.
judged. Okay, no, someone has to do it. We have no problem executing them. We have the benefit of technology that gives us a bit of indirectness. But if you didn't have that, you would have to either do it yourself or have your executioner do it.
We're talking here about military execution of non-combatants, which is a war crime.
Right. So no, it's a war crime according. Yeah. But let me.
Okay, pause.
Besides,
You've been voted out by the majority.
Hey.
That's somewhere I was going with that. That's okay.
Also did a good job of not letting him gish gallop in there, because he could have.
Well, okay, one thing, when it comes to exegesis and actually trying to understand what Scripture's saying, I feel like we're playing an impossible game right now. One of my friends, Elijah, is bringing up these great points about how there's intermarriage, talked about, not to do that. After we're driving out people from land.
So crucially on that point,
sure.
It's.
What is this? This is open. Can I go in here? Whoa, what happened?
It says, totally destroy them. Do not intermarry with them.
Yes.
Do not, and I can totally. People say, well, why would they be told not to intermarry if they were told to destroy them? Because you can imagine that there's a bunch of people who want to invade a land and take their daughters as wives, and God says, no, destroy them completely. Don't marry them. Don't interbreed with them. Don't take them as captives. Kill them all entirely. This is not inconsistent with the command of Herem, of utter destruction.
My point is, though, we're playing an impossible game because we're reading this, or at least we're talking about it right now, like modern readers and not like ancient readers. I mean, it's almost like if somebody were to pull out the book of Revelation right now and say, hey, look, the Bible says that he's going to pull people from all four corners of the earth. That must mean that the earth, I mean, I would just be going, that's not exactly how we interpret Scripture.
All right, that's time. I'm sorry.
Really? Oh.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry we didn't have time. Sorry, man.
Thank you.
My next claim is that there is insufficient evidence to believe in the resurrection. Okay. How's it going?
This is a really interdisciplinary question for the resurrection of Jesus. And in my experience, it kind of boils down into two categories. The prior probability of the resurrection of Jesus and the data itself.
So what I'm really interested in is the historical case for the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, I want to ask a clarifying question, because I would love to talk about the data. But if I were to give you a model of the Gospels that I would call like the historical reportage model, which would say something along the lines of the authors of the Gospels were close to the times and places of the historical Jesus. They rooted their historical work in eyewitness testimony and did not feel the freedom to make up historical facts. Because of that, we can extract all the testimonies from these Gospels, and we have access to what the original eyewitnesses actually said and did.
Okay, so who do you think are the eyewitnesses that the testimony is being based on?
So this is where I'm not a walking encyclopedia, but I would say if you looked at all the testimonies, we have 21 unique testimonies that are going to be polymodal in nature. They're going to have semblances of independence and interdependence and some dependence because of the synoptic problem, all that stuff. If we were to get there, would that be enough for you to say the probability that the resurrection happened relative to any other countering theory is higher?
No, I don't think so.
So that tells me then that, one, it could be the prior probability still. That's an issue. Because if that's not enough evidence.
It's not that. I think that the authors of the Gospels, specifically on the resurrection, can't be trusted to be giving an accurate account of what happened.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if we had this historical reportage model, and that was true.
Sure, well, if it were true that they were reporting historical events, then it would be a historical event, yeah.
So, let me clarify
I don't think that they are.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Let me clarify one thing here. The historical reportage model does not entail what the reporting actually happened. All I'm saying is that we can extract from there is that these were the actual eyewitness testimonies to the risen Jesus.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jesus is the only person, outside of the people that Jesus and the apostles rose from the dead, do you think that he's the only person in human history that's risen from the dead?
Yes.
Okay, so Matthew's Gospel, in Matthew chapter 27, says that at the time of the death of Jesus, the graves of Jerusalem opened, and the holy ones got out of their graves, and then, interestingly says, then after the resurrection, appeared to many. Many of them walked around appearing to many. Do you think that that happened?
So I would just say that if the historical reportage model is true, then yes.
So you think...
But, hold on, the problem there is those are also talking about...
Today, every business needs a website, unless this is what your business looks like.
resuscitations most likely, not resurrections.
Yeah, but what we're talking about here is the graves of Jerusalem opening and many people getting out of their graves, walking around
See, I didn't know it was
Jerusalem.
part of the story.
If I say yes, what's at stake
If this happened, this would be the most extraordinary event that's ever happened in human history. And yet,
and then you're going to make an argument from silence from there.
Some arguments from silence do work. It is
I
not
understand
reported.
that, but then that's only one piece of evidence that you're going to use.
Anywhere else. It's not reported in any of the other Gospels.
I understand.
It's not in Josephus. It's not in Acts.
That's one data
It's not
point.
anywhere.
Let's just
but hold on, let me finish this thought because this is important. Most Christian scholars, I think, so people like Dale Allison, for example, believe that this didn't actually happen.
Well, I'm not interested in what Allison's going to say.
The door that this opens.
What I'm interested in is what the data says. If we have the historical reportage model, right?
But you keep saying we have this model.
That's fine. Let me give you some evidence for the historical reportage model.
Sure.
If this model is true, one of the things I would expect to see would be things like undesigned coincidences within the gospel.
Yeah. Okay. For the sake of time, I understand what you're saying. So I think that a lot in the Gospels is historically reliable and a lot is not. Things like undesigned coincidences
are
really
taking a pericope by pericope approach to this, or what methodology?
I'm taking a story by story. I don't think that the graves.
I don't think that's a good methodology.
I don't think that the graves of Jerusalem were opened. I don't think that there were people walking around the city of Jerusalem.
Where you're coming
but
from.
If that's the case, then that means that at least the author of Matthew is willing to invent stories of resurrection in order to make a theological
big
point.
Inference there, right?
Well, hold
because
on. Okay,
I know you like to, for instance, you like to talk about the flight to Egypt, and you like to say that Matthew invented the flight to Egypt.
Luke.
No, Luke's the one that doesn't mention it. Matthew's the one that mentions it.
Sorry, Matthew.
It's okay. Sorry. Yeah, Matthew, and then typically the way you run this argument is Matthew invented the flight to Egypt.
This guy is not a good argument, good debater. I'll tell you why. When it comes to debate, there's a question of who's the audience. What is your goal with the debate, right? There is whether you want to win a debate on its merits, right? And that would be maybe in a academic debate setting, right? In which case you have all the time in the world to dive into like all of this terminology, all this. I'm assuming that these are terms and concepts in theology, right? And then there's a debate format that most of us are used to, which is debates for public consumption, where you're trying to move the audience. The audience is not the person across from you, not the people in the room with you, but the people who are going to watch this video at home, the people who are watching this Jubilee video on YouTube, for example. When that's your audience, they don't come with the background of understanding all these concepts and terms from theology. And so for you to even be anywhere near convincing with those points, you have to be able to do the groundwork of establishing what these terms mean, what you mean by these concepts, right? But they don't have the time in this format to get into that. So when this guy keeps bringing up all these concepts he probably learned from his theology studies, they don't have the time to break down what they mean. And so he's not done the the prerequisite work to lay the foundation for the rest of his arguments in order for it to be convincing to a general audience who's reading this. Alex O'Connor is aware of the time and the format that he doesn't have time. And the way he talks about it, I'm assuming that Alex O'Connor is familiar with these terms and these concepts, but he doesn't have time to really dive into the details of them. So he's trying to get straight to the point as quickly as possible, right? Now the other guy, I could tell he's a little bit off put by this, right? He kind of feels like, oh, well, Alex O'Connor's not really, respecting the I don't know, academicness of my argument. But the reality is that Alex O'Connor just does not have the time to get into these highfalutin theology terms and concepts. They need to make their points in a way that's easily digestible, understandable, plain language, straight to the point, and get to it. And this guy's either going to get voted out or the time's going to run out on him before he ever really gets to make a point that is salient to the audience, that the audience can even grab onto. So whether or not he even has good points, and I doubt that he does, to be completely honest with you, outside of the words sounding sophisticated, if you were to actually sit there and break down what they mean, in a basic sense, I don't think they're any stronger, or that Alex O'Connor wouldn't be able to debate them. But at the end of the day, he's not even gonna be able to be convincing to a general audience because these points that he's making just fly over everybody's head. and he's not realizing how he's coming off, you know?
Egypt. Luke doesn't mention it. The reason why Luke doesn't mention it is because it didn't happen. Matthew mentions it, and he tells us why, to put Jesus into prophecy. Here's a counter hypothesis. What if it's just the case that Matthew is not making up historical facts, and he's doing some sort of midrash? And what I mean by this is that he's looking at this historical thing that happened, the flight to Egypt, and taking this Hosea passage, which, by the way, would be a kind of a clunky passage to use if you wanted to make up a historical fact for prophecy. Because that Hosea passage is not inherently...
I think we might be getting slightly off... But I have to be allowed to speak here. I think we're getting slightly off topic. The problem with the birth narrative story is not just that a story is being invented to fulfill prophecy, although we're told that that's why it's done. The problem is that it contradicts the other account.
Well, I'm totally fine with that. So if you look at the birth narratives altogether, I think there's room for one discrepancy, and that is that Luke doesn't mention it.
Yeah, this is so lost in the weeds that it's not really going to be convincing to anybody. If I can't really follow it, your average person that's watching it is not going to be able to follow it.
Present Jesus in Jerusalem. Matthew says that they go to Egypt. They're very far away from each other, and we're told that they stay in Egypt until after the death of Herod. This is a contradiction.
So again, I actually agree.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Good to see you. Okay, so historical case for the resurrection.
Well, before we get there, actually, my main contention had to do with the example that was just brought up about the flight to Egypt.
I mean, we can talk about it, but what I really want to know here is how we know that the resurrection of Jesus historically happened.
Right, okay.
So can I start with the question for you, for example? Do you believe that the graves opened and that the holy ones were walking around the city of Jerusalem, appearing to many people?
Yes.
Why is this not reported in any other Gospels, any other historical account, anywhere, given that this is the most extraordinary thing that's ever happened in human history?
Right. So the...
Also, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but also crucially, Matthew says, at the time of Jesus' death, there was a huge earthquake, the second earthquake, the graves opened, and that then the holy ones appeared to people after the resurrection to many. So there's this very, very strange passage, which seems strange on the surface, but also says that the graves opened at the time of the crucifixion, but they weren't walking around and appearing to people until after the resurrection. It seems confused, it seems contrived, unless...
It was interesting because being raised Catholic, and even just being in a culture with so many Christians, this is not a part of the story that like anybody ever talks about. I didn't know about this. But apparently there was the graves opened, and you know, actually now that I think about it, I do feel like I vaguely remember hearing this phrase quoted before, but maybe just not ever really thinking about what it meant. And I think most of the time I've ever heard it brought up, people are just kind of saying it out of hand without really getting into the implications of it. But you know, this is a really good point, is that you know, if you had all these people rising up from the dead and getting in their graves, much like a lot of the other things that the Bible talks about, you know, where is the historical evidence of this? Why doesn't anybody else talk about this, right? And I think the obvious answer, unfortunately, that people don't want to hear is that, well, it probably just didn't fucking happen, right? It's just a story that someone made up.
They were like
spread around in their cult
graves for
or
like
in their
3 days
little
until they got up or something. It's a very, very strange passage, which I think has no historicity behind it.
Sure, but that's not the same as the claim you originally brought up, which is the resurrection of Christ himself.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is if that's unlikely...
So if I were to, I understand. So if I were to connect the two, what I would say is the historicity for the resurrection of Christ has the same type of data that the historicity of the resurrection of these holy ones in Matthew, because the appearances of these holy ones and the appearances of Christ correlate. They correspond. And so the reports of their appearances is just as likely, like for example, you're aware of the passage in obviously Corinthians 15, which is one of the earliest attestations of the the formal traditional creed that states about the resurrection of Christ and the appearance to 500, and this states within 5 years of Christ's resurrection. So
well, arguably, yeah. I mean, it's unclear. I mean, are you referencing...
As I understand, you do grant that possibility.
I grant that Paul's very early. I don't know about 5 years.
Sure. But, well, the tradition on which it's based is quoting a very specific midrashic formula.
I agree,
okay,
but then Paul inserts himself into that formula. He says, finally, he appeared to me. So at some point, the formula stops and Paul's own words
actually,
begin.
that demonstrates the proof of the formula rather than subverts it.
Sure, but I don't know where the formula ends and Paul begins.
That's fine. My point is to say that there are early attestations that are no different in nature than the attestations of the holy ones that rose from the grave. So,
crucially,
so if you reject the resurrection of Christ based on the data of eyewitness testimony, then of course you're going to reject
data, bro?
the resurrection or the resuscitation, let's say, either one of the holy ones based on the eyewitness testimony.
Well, it's fine if you believe that. I just know that a lot of Christians don't, so I'd like to establish that first. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. Let's forget about
So we did your passage. Can we do mine?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We can forget about the graves opening thing.
Sounds good. So let's go to Hosea,
Sure.
if you don't mind. So in Hosea, you have actually a fantastic example of how the prophecies of Christ are being fulfilled at deeper, multivalent levels, right? It's a metalepsis of prophetic fulfillment. So to answer the discrepancy between Luke and Matthew, first of all, you have the time of the purification, right, for the mother. It lasts 33 days after the circumcision of the infant. And therefore, it's a 40-day period before they're presented at the temple. This takes place before they flee to Egypt. Now, I understand the difficulty in the verse right after Luke's pericope about the presentation of the temple with Zechariah, because it says that they return to Nazareth.
Yes.
Bro, these people are so lost in the weeds of their own study. I'm assuming that most of the people in this debate are actually like theology majors, right? Or what is the term when you study religion through like the Christian or Catholic, education system? But these guys are so lost in the weeds of it that they're speaking a language, and what I mean by that is they're using vernacular, verbiage, concepts that only other people who have, done that kind of study, even your average Christian or Catholic, doesn't understand what they're talking about. And again, that in a debate like this for public consumption, where you're trying to move the needle on an audience that is consuming this from like a public, perspective, they're not going to have any idea what these guys are talking about. They're so lost in the weeds. It's like being at a party and just being unaware of how you're coming off to everybody else around you. There's a huge lack of self-awareness from these guys that for all their studying about theology in order to be like persuasive and understand their religion and all that and understand the counter arguments against it, what good is all that education if you can't even put it to use, right?
Afterwards, they returned to Nazareth.
I understand.
Maybe they went to Egypt in between.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
But can I just say that that may be the case? I think that's an unnatural reading of the case. But I'll just grant you for a moment. Let's say that the birth narratives don't contradict each other. That's fine. Let's say that the birth narratives are not historically unreliable for that reason. Evidence of the resurrection I'm looking for right now.
Sure, I understand that.
But I get what you want to
jump
address.
on
But there are
specific
contradictions
point.
in the Gospels.
Okay.
Well, that's a whole nother claim.
So
See?
sorry,
Yeah,
you've been
no
voted
worries.
out by
Waste of
majority.
time, dude.
Thank you,
Your
appreciate it.
seat.
They can't even get to the point because they're
So
spending so
you're
much
looking
time.
for a set of custom lapel pins. Maybe you have a great idea for a design but aren't sure how to get started. The good news is, making any type of custom lapel pin is quick and easy.
Wow.
To get
Sure.
started,
Okay.
So there's one point you kind of keep going back to is the opening of the graves. And you're saying we're not seeing that anywhere in history. And I kind of agree with what Dan was saying, is this is an argument of silence. So we don't see anywhere in history.
I don't know what that means, argument. Oh, I think I can probably figure what it means. Argument of silence. From silence. A logical fallacy occurs when someone concludes something is true or false based on the absence of evidence. Yes? No. Because the reason why this is a no is because the person who's making the affirmative claim are the Christians saying that this is a true accounting of a historical event. So they're actually, they would actually be making they're making the argument from silence. Which arguments from silence is basically just kind of like the burden of proof kind of argument. If you're making an assertive claim but you don't have anything to back it up, other people, like, you can't expect other people to just believe what you're saying is true, especially if it's a extraordinary claim. Right? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
The destruction of Pompeii being written down through Vesuvius. This is a huge event.
Sure.
Why don't we see that?
But if we had accounts describing Pompeii around the time that happened and they just didn't mention it, you don't think that would be a bit suspect?
Well, we don't see anything talking about the destruction of Pompeii.
Sure, but if we had accounts that were written about Pompeii at the time of the destruction and they didn't mention it, do you think that would be weird?
Yeah, I do think that would be
So
a little
we have
bit odd.
accounts.
You may enter the inner sanctum of the shrine. Did he
say anything else about me?
Only that you may enter.
I'm going in.
Enter.
He's just like, you're welcome to come in. I didn't ask you, so I'm going in. Okay, bro. I mean, I said you can go in.
Demons! Nightmare creatures come to feed on our flesh!
What the hell?
There, good as new.
I'm gonna assume that the Sith corrupted them. Sorry, I don't know what that was all about.
Written about Jesus in Jerusalem at the time that this extraordinary event was supposed to take place, and they didn't even think to mention it.
So,
Can I tell you why I think the story's in there?
Sure.
Because Jesus is supposed to be the firstborn of the dead. And Jesus is an apocalyptic prophet in the Synoptic Gospels, predicting that the end of the world is going to come soon, the general resurrection of the dead, and Jesus is going to be the firstborn of the dead. So I think Matthew invents this story so that these people rise from their grave, but they don't start appearing to people till after the resurrection, because Jesus is the firstborn of the dead, and this is the general resurrection. The reason it's invented is because, of course, after Jesus dies, there is no end of the world, there is no apocalypse, and so Matthew invents this story in order to fulfill that.
I think that's, that's one hypothesis. But I think when we're looking at the Gospels, we have another hypothesis. We have
End your slaughter. We will not harm you.
Who are you?
Ancient mystics of Voss, bound to the shrine for eternity. Wisdom endures through us.
We taught Fulminus the healing ritual. He perverted it.
Corrupts it, it rips open the mind. Violence and slaughter are unleashed.
Can't you sense the darkness in Fulminus? Couldn't you see he was going to use this knowledge against you?
We were bound to help him. It was decreed by the mystic. A mystic is never wrong.
Valen Da left a message in the corner.
How come this hollow won't activate?
Take it to Talaray.
What's with all the clues? Is the mystic playing some sort of game?
Our task is done.
The Voss are so annoying. Hey! God. I set up a bed for my cat and she just like wanders all around the desk anyways, instead of this nice comfy little cushion I put there for her. Is this Valen Ray chick? Is that the one all the way at this camp? Can you not go back there? Hold on a second. This is gonna annoy the shit out of me. No. What the hell?
Outsider, I am Commander Frucken Null. Talaray told me your mission.
It's worse than
Said a
we
bad
thought.
word.
Fulminus used a Sith ritual to drive his apprentices insane. At the shrine, he learned a technique to make it even more powerful.
This is known. We have reports. You killed the priests at the Shrine of Healing.
attack me. I had no choice.
We do not blame you. You walk the path of Valendar's vision.
The Sith could be twisting Valendar's visions to his own dark purpose.
The truth of the mystics cannot be bent.
In time, all will be clear.
After all that's happened, you still believe. And maybe this message from Valandar will help us understand what's going on.
Outsider, your mission is done. Go now.
Wait. He helped us. We may need help again.
Talaray, know my vision. Lord Fulminus in a dark cave. Strange symbols adorn the walls. A corrupted ritual unleashes a plague of madness that drowns Voss in blood. You and the Jedi stand with us. Against him. Meet us in the Nightmare Lands. The Dark Heart.
Do you know this place he's talking about?
The center of the Nightmare Lands. A legendary place of danger and evil.
The Dark Heart is hidden. We have no maps. The Voss shun the Nightmare Lands.
The Gormak know the Nightmare Lands. The Gormak King has maps.
I thought they were primitive savages living in small, warring tribes.
The Gormak King explored the Nightmare Lands. It made him strong. Now many tribes follow him.
Scouts, watch the Gormak. I will speak with them. Wait here, outsider.
Frakennal is right to be cautious. Gormak are dangerous. They killed my husband.
Was your husband a commando too?
He was. He died, serving the will of the mystics.
I'd like to hear how he died.
Valandar had a vision. He sent my husband to Gormakos, alone. There he met his fate. He challenged the Gormak King to a duel. The king refused. 100 Gormak warriors fell on him. 20 died before he fell. The king sent my husband's head back to Voss Ka, just as Valandar foresaw.
I think your mystic wanted you all to himself.
You do not understand the mystics. Valandar did not know me then. His death was honored in song. Poems were written, many were inspired. The commando ranks swelled. I enlisted. Now I protect Valandar.
If your husband hadn't died, you wouldn't be here to help me stop Fulminus.
Talaray, outsider, I have spoken with the scouts. The maps are in the king's vault at Gormakos. The vault is unassailable. An army of Gormak protect it.
Gormak territory would draw them away, thin their numbers.
Commander, send your troops into Gormak territory as a distraction. That will give me a chance to get into the vault and steal those maps.
Valandar has decreed you must go to the Dark Heart. I must heed his words. Talaray will lead a squad of commandos against the Gormak. You will infiltrate the king's vault at Gormakos.
Put someone else in charge of the squad.
Talaray knows our enemy. With her, some commandos may survive. I will assemble the squad. Talaray, explain the details.
The vault is protected by an impregnable shield. Shield generators are scattered through Gormakos. Find all the generators protecting the king's vault. Destroy them. We will speak when it is done.
Have this fact that, we mentioned the undesigned coincidences. You're familiar with that, right? We have the fact that they go through a lot of historical information so they get geography right. You agree with this?
Oh, yeah.
So would you say that we have authors that are located within this area during this time period?
I don't know if I can say that with confidence. And I think it depends on which gospel you're talking about.
Well, let's just go like the Synoptics.
The Synoptics. So who do you think is the author of, say, the Gospel of Mark?
I would say it's Mark.
That was John Mark, the author of...
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
Well, I think you're just kind of brushing off my question, though. do you think the authors were in that time period during that, in the location?
I think even if that's the case, I think that the events were written down decades after they happened.
Okay, but we are saying
But I'm happy to, let's say that I granted it. Okay,
Okay.
so these accounts are at least based on eyewitness testimony. Fine. So what?
Well, if we have people who are recording true information off eyewitness testimony,
You're
why does
assuming
that
it's
true
true.
information often
Yeah.
contradict itself?
in what way does it contradict itself?
What's the date of Jesus' death? The synoptics say that it was on the Passover. John has it before the Passover.
So there's a long, convoluted answer to that. It's how they use idioms in the language. I don't want to get into that
What
right
time
now.
did Jesus die?
So I don't want to
Mark
get in.
says that it's 9 in the morning. John explicitly tells us that he's still standing before Pilate at midday.
So here's the thing. I'm going to grant you contradictions.
Mhm.
Is that not what we would expect to see from people recording real events?
Not on
No.
these matters, I think.
Why not?
I've made this argument myself. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe we'd expect people to sort of misunderstand the points. But if it's clear that the reason why John is putting the death of Jesus before the Passover is to present him as the Passover lamb, then I think we have reason to suspect that it's been done on purpose. In other words, if we can explain why these contradict
was
each
that
other
a-
because the authors
was that
have
a
different
hologram?
intentions, I think that proposes a better hypothesis as to why they contradict.
So specifically on Jesus' day, I don't have off the top of my head. I know there's an explanation for that, and maybe we could talk later and I could show it to you, but I don't have the top of my head
Okay,
for that.
when Jesus is on the cross, there are two thieves next to him, right? What do they say?
One says, one condemns him, and one says, don't condemn him.
That's what happens in the Gospel of Luke. In the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew, which are earlier, both of them mock him on the cross.
Yeah, I don't see that being an issue.
You don't see that as being an issue?
Why would that be an issue?
Because this is quite an important theological point that's being made. Jesus is forgiving his enemies right before his death. This seems to me, if the earlier Gospels, Mark and Matthew, say that this didn't happen, and explicitly says that the people who were on the cross next to him were mocking him, this is a story that Luke has invented.
But what is
why would Luke invent a story like that to make a theological point, which tells us that the Gospel writers are willing to invent things in order to make a theological point?
I think you're just assuming an
Okay,
invention.
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Sorry.
Part of the problem that they're all going to run into is anytime Alex asks them a straightforward question that has, you know, damning, what's the term I'm looking for? Implications for their religious beliefs. They've invented a whole school of thought around very convoluted ways of explaining away contradictions, of explaining away logical fallacies and stuff like that. And they often create like fancy little names for these explanations, you know, and you give them fancy names and they sound like they're more logically, you know, soundproof than they actually are. Give them a fancy sounding name, it sounds like it, you know, makes a lot of sophisticated sense and everything. But in a format like this, kind of like what I was saying earlier, you don't have the time to lay out all this overly elaborate, you know, alibi, sophisticated nonsense that you've made up to explain away the contradictions. Whereas Alex O'Connor's going to ask some very like straightforward questions, and he's going to look like the one who's being straight, you know, being straight, talking straightforward and getting to the point, and the rest of them are going to kind of look like they're waffling to try to avoid, you know, implications that they don't want to address. And even if they were to dive into like the overly complicated ideas that they have, someone like Alex O'Connor seems not only you know, good at critical thinking, but also has good familiarity with the topic. He's probably going to be able to hit them on, you know, the flaws in these overly elaborate explanations that they have. Because that's the other thing too, is that these overly elaborate you know, explanations that they've come up with to try to remedy like these contradictions in their belief system, they're going to be convincing to like your average person, because your average person, just no offense, the average person just doesn't engage with like logic, debate, and ideas, nor do they have the knowledge background on the specific topic to really kind of like see through, you know, the sophisticated psychobabble, I suppose, that you're coming up with. And you can do this on anything, right? Like, if you're really intelligent and you're really rhetorically effective, you can convince someone of pretty much anything, right? And it takes someone who is also really, very clever, very good at critical thinking, very good at, figuring out, pointing out contradictions, fallacies, stuff like that, in order to break down what you're saying. And so these elaborate explanations that they come up with probably good enough to convince your average person that, oh, you know what, you're making a lot of sense. I don't really have a good counter argument to that. Maybe you do have a really good point. Alex O'Connor's not your average person, though. He's someone who contends with these ideas on the regular. So I imagine even if they got into the details, he would just immediately do what I would do, which is like, oh, okay, wait a second. You're throwing out a lot of big words, but I'm going to stop you right there because you just said a second ago this thing. What do you mean by that? I want you to explain that in more detail. You said this thing just right now. That doesn't really make sense to me for this reason, and I'm not going to let you just go on a long diatribe. I'm going to stop you when I notice that there's something off, right? And I'm going to make you have to confront it and explain it, not just pat over it with like lofty, flowery sounding language. We're going to break it down. We're going to get into the nitty gritty of what you're saying. If you're going to throw an elaborate word out there, I'm going to make you. By the way, this is good advice for anyone who wants to know, like, how do you deal with people who may say like a bunch of things that sound clever and smart and everything, and you don't really know how to argue against them. It might seem to you like it makes you look dumb and silly to ask for them to break down what they're saying. It doesn't. Oftentimes you'll find that people will throw out big terms, big words that they themselves don't even know, like the logic behind or the details behind it. And if you really know something really well, you should be able to explain it in simple terms rather than just throwing out, like if I were to tell you, oh, we did blah, 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 and then, we did these calculations, we did non-dimensional analysis. Whoa, non-dimensional, that sounds complicated. What does that mean? Well, I could tell you in simple terms what that means. What that means is you take a model and you take another model, let's say like a wind tunnel model, right? So what you're doing is you're taking a scale model, let's say of a Formula One car. You have a big Formula One car. We're going to take a scale model of it and we're going to put it in a wind tunnel. Okay. Well, when we run the fluid flow over that model, right, the results that we get back from it, the fluid flow, the pressure gradient, stuff like that, how do you know that that's accurate to the scaled up model? Well, what we wind up doing is we take all the variables that are in those equations that we're using, right? And we find a way so that we can take some of those variables and relate them to each other such that you create a single variable that has all these variables in it. This variable is equal to all these things. For example, Reynolds number is equal to all these variables, right? And it might be like density and what's another one? You might have like density, you might have viscosity, you might have mass, some part of the geometry, right? But what you do is you pick variables that when you multiply and divide them by each other, at the end they create a number or a unit or whatever that's non-dimensional. What I mean by that is, if you have units of density, you have what? You have mass per unit volume, right? If I'm thinking correctly. If you have pressure, that's force per volume, right? So let's say you take, mass per unit volume and then you divide it by a pressure variable, right? That pressure variable also has volume. So you've taken something that has a volume in its unit and you're dividing it also by something else that has volume in its unit. So then when you divide this one by this one, you've divided out the volume, uh, units out of there. And so you pick all these variables such that when you multiply and divide them with each other, you're neutralizing, you're multiplying, you're dividing out your mass units or your length units or your volume units, so that at the end what you have is you have a number or a unit, but it doesn't have any actual dimensions to it. And this is clever because if you're doing scale models, right, you found a way to relate this one to this one, where the units of mass, volume, density, right? We've found a way to compare these two models to each other that doesn't rely on the units. It's non-dimensional. They don't have dimensional units that we're using to make a relationship between these two things. right? Now, I get that even that explanation maybe isn't the most satisfying. But the point is, I'm not just throwing that word out there to impress you, right, and to confuse you. I can, if you want to, get in the details of what exactly do I mean when I say that term. You'll notice in this debate that the theists, the theologists in this debate, they'll bring up a lot of very niche, very obscure terminology and concepts from theology, and they're not actually going to use, you know, uh, simplified versions of those terms. And I guarantee you that when you go into and you ask them what these things mean, when it comes to theology studies, what I've noticed when I've debated, when I've looked into arguments from theology, a lot of times they take concepts that are actually fairly simple, fairly easy to explain, but they give very elaborate naming schemes to them in order to give an air of higher level of sophistication than it actually is. So if you just ask, what does this term actually mean? Then we go from like, oh, the transcendental over operating theological argument to, oh, well, I'm just saying that, God had a lot, there's a lot of people in the Bible who said they witnessed this thing. And it's like, why didn't you just say that? Why did you use like this sophisticated niche term that no one's heard of before? Right? Because you're hoping that people are just wowed by the sophisticated sounding terms that you're using rather than actually if you tell them like the base level concepts of what you're saying, it's not as impressive, right?
We don't have more time then.
The resurrection, as you know, is the single most important issue in Christianity. If it doesn't happen, as Paul would say, then none of this matters. If it did happen, then everything matters and everything becomes much more important. Do you believe that the disciples of Christ, Paul as well, and others, believed that Christ rose from the dead?
I think that's probably the case.
Okay, so you believe that they truly believe, not that they just made it up.
But can I ask why you believe that they believed it?
Sure. Well, wait. I would say they believed it because it happened. That's
okay, fine. But how do you know that they actually believed it?
How do I know that they believed it?
Yeah, how do you know that they believed it? How do you know that they weren't lying, for example?
Because they were executed for it. So, for instance,
how were they executed?
Some of them were executed by being sawed in half. Some of them were executed by being beheaded.
How do you know that?
Well, through obviously the tradition and the historicity of the church.
Well, those are two things. There's tradition and there's historicity.
Well, no. So the tradition of the church, the idea is that when you say church tradition or holy tradition, it's not just this idea that, oh, we're just saying things and making things that are in line with Christianity.
Sure.
But it's actually this idea that we are following the trail and the lineage of Christianity.
What I'm looking for is evidence of the apostles' martyrdom for their claim that Jesus had risen from the dead. Only 2 disciples' deaths are recorded in the gospel.
I love this lady. I can't wait for her to come up. So this is a good point that Alex is making, which is when your claims are, this thing happened. Oh, what's that based on? Oh, because of this other claim that happened. Okay, what is that claim based off of? Oh, well, they said here that this other thing happened that explains this thing. But if you keep asking, you keep going backwards, and you realize that all of these claims, right, all of them could have just been fabricated, right? I went to the store on Thursday. Oh, my girlfriend asked me, oh, where were you on Thursday night? You came home late. Oh, sorry, babe, I went to the store. My mom, needed me to grab some paper towels. Okay, your mom wanted you to grab some paper towels. I'm sorry, that's a bad example. Trying to think of a better analogy here. I can't think of a good analogy off the fly, but the point is that, yeah, so you have this claim that God, was resurrected. Oh, do the disciples, do they believe that? Well, yeah, sure, because they got executed. How do you know they got executed? Oh, because it says in the Bible that they got executed. Okay, was there anybody else who confirmed that this actually happened? Well, other eyewitnesses. Oh, who are those eyewitnesses? Oh, they're the eyewitnesses that are in the Bible. And it's like every single one of these is like, okay, the eyewitnesses that are in the Bible, how do you know that they were real? Oh, because like all of these claims come back to essentially the same source. It almost seems like you're saying like, oh, we have all these sources of information and they're all arriving at the same conclusion. But then when you ask, like, how do you know this or that person really did this or that, or this really happened to them? But they all circle back to the claims made in the Bible. In reality, you're actually referring back to the same one source that's claiming all these things. You're not actually getting a wide variety of different people, different groups that are unrelated, all making these claims, converging on one truth, right? It's really just one source, and that source is claiming that all these other people did this thing, but it's really just that one source that's claiming it, right? And so how do you even know? That's the big question, is like, how do you even know that source is accurate, right? You're just taking it on faith that that source is accurate.
Gospels. That's Judas who hangs himself. Or there's another contradiction. He either hangs himself in Matthew, or in the book of Acts he's described as falling over in a field with his headlong and his guts spilling out. Right? It seems to be a difference. So Judas, also James, the brother of John, who's beheaded by Herod. We're not told precisely why. Every single other death of the apostles relies solely on church tradition. There is no historical evidence that they were martyred, and certainly not that they were martyred for their belief that Jesus was resurrected. In fact, even according to church tradition, the only person, the only disciple, the only apostle that was not martyred for his faith, do you know who it was? John, the one who makes the most theologically fantastical claims of all of the apostles.
But obviously we know that also by the tradition that they tried to kill John by boiling him in oil.
I don't see any evidence that this actually happened outside of church tradition, and I don't trust that church.
But so for instance, what type of evidence would you be expecting to hear by people who do not care about those Christians? So for instance, the people in power in Rome, why would they be writing some, incredible long tales about we are going to kill the Christians because of this, and this, so that we
this
can
goes both
now
ways, right? Why would the enemies
Alex is about to make a good point, but I mean, I will say, the other guy has a good, somewhat of a good point, right? Which is that, if this thing actually did happen, it's not like you would expect like random historians and other people during that time period to report on this, because to everybody else that was living there at the time, these would just be like random people that they don't know. Who's Mark, who's John, who are these people? They're historically significant people to us now, right? If they existed, because they're in the Bible and a lot of people follow the Bible. But way back when, in that time period, had they actually existed, had all these things actually happened, at that time period they weren't famous people. They would have just been like regular normal people. So it's not like everybody would. I don't know who's down at the county jail right now, right? No one really knows. Well, the police do, but like, you're not going to find a bunch of articles 300 years from now about like this one dude who's in the police station because he stole a candy bar from the local liquor store. Who knows, right? So that is a good point, right? However, the issue still is, okay, sure, had they actually been real, yeah, there's probably wouldn't be a whole lot of like random citizens who would have also told this story. Sure, right? But at the same time, I don't have any reason to believe it, right? I don't have any reason to believe that there is a guy in the jail down the street who stole a candy bar, because I've been given no information to say that that's the case, right? So you can tell me like, well, hey, well, you don't know that that didn't happen. Sure, I don't know that it didn't happen, right? But there's 1,000 random things out in the world that could potentially happen that I don't know about. If you're going to claim that that thing happened, I expect you to give me some evidence that it actually did happen, right? The default position is not to just believe things without evidence. Even if you can say, hey, you can't prove that this didn't happen. Okay, sure, I can't prove that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that I just automatically believe it, though, right? You're the one making the claim that this thing happened. You should provide some evidence that it did happen, right?
Like report these martyrdom stories.
Right, exactly.
I could say, why wouldn't Christian writers be motivated to make such stories up? What I'm saying is that goes both ways. We don't know what actually happened. All we have is a tradition, a biased tradition that seeks to
There's another way of tackling that argument.
But we can know that they wouldn't want to just make this up because some of them also were killed. And when we now track that time later, there are saints in the 200s, 300s, 400s that are killed.
He's going in a circle now because we already addressed this point, right? Which is, we know this did happen because people like died to make this point, right? But again, we already addressed this. those people you're referring to that died for their truth, right? The source for that is what? That it says so in the Bible? Okay, but the whole point is that we don't know that the events in the Bible are true, right? So it's almost like a form of begging the question, like you're assuming in the premise part of the conclusion, right?
That's true.
For having this thing.
But crucially,
wait.
they're not the eyewitnesses. They're not the people who supposedly saw this happen. So they could easily just be mistaken.
Yeah.
Agreed. But what I am saying is that if those people in the 200s, 300s, 400s are saying that the eyewitnesses were killed and they are holding to this same faith and they are willing also to be killed, do you not think that this says something?
If indeed that is what happened, it means that they heard.
No, because, I mean, people believe things that they don't know to be true. Doesn't really mean anything. You know, by that same logic, the people who drank the Kool-Aid in the Jonestown Massacre, I guess everything they believed about the aliens, you know, if you're not familiar with the whole Jonestown, look it up. The aliens that were supposed to, you know, pick them up and take them to like the beautiful next phase of their existence or whatever. Apparently all that was true, right? Because these people are willing to die for it. So what? I mean, people believe crazy stuff all the time. Doesn't mean anything, right? Did it actually happen? Is there any proof that it actually happens versus there's a person that's lying or there's a person that's been deluded, right?
That the disciples died for their beliefs. That's all we can know. We don't know whether that's true. We don't know whether that's accurate.
Yes, but
by the way,
we
I'm
don't
not saying
go
that I'm
by-
not saying that they didn't.
Right.
I'm just saying
exactly.
that we don't know. In other words, I'm happy to just grant that the disciples did believe in the resurrection of Jesus and that they died for their beliefs. What I'm saying is that when people throw this out as if it's a historically attested fact, it's simply not.
So what happened on Easter morning?
I don't know.
There's only one other option other than obviously that Christ rose from the dead. I would ascertain, and you can disagree if you feel free, it would be that his disciples, people who truly loved him, stole his body and somehow disposed of
Well,
it.
it could have been somebody else who stole the body.
But what motivation would they have to steal the body
So
and dispose of it?
grave robbing was quite popular in that time.
But there were guards,
around
remember?
that area. Well, there are guards that are only reported in Matthew. And what does Matthew say about the guards? He's the only person that reports the guards. And what do the guards do? They say that Jesus has disappeared, and the high priests pay the guards to tell people that the body's been stolen. Now, what does Matthew say? He says, and this is a rumor that they went and spread that persists to this day. So the author of Matthew knew that there were people who were saying that somebody stole the body and intentionally puts these guards there, has this story of the high priest paying them off to spread this rumor in order to combat that rumor.
I never really thought about this. Number one, I'm not sure if there's any other accounts outside of the authors of the Bible that say that God, you know, was resurrected or whatever. So that's number one. But let's just grant that that is the case, right? Number two, or that his body was missing from the tomb or whatever, right? Number two is, I hadn't even really thought about this. I never really heard this argument that grave robbing was popular at the time. I'm sure it was, right? It's very possible, especially if grave robbing is something that we know historically at that time period, you know, was a thing that was going on. Very possible if this was like a lucrative career, so to speak, that you had security guards who were in on it, right? They got a little bit money on the side, you know, hey, turn the other way, we're gonna, you know, go here around this time, you know, we'll split some of the proceeds with you if you, you know, turn the other way, pretend you didn't see it happen, right? That is way more conceivable than the supernatural being was resurrected and he flew around in the air and, you know, all the rest of that magical stuff.
Rumor. So we know that people in the early church, before the writing of the Gospel of Matthew,
weren't in the
thought
impression
that the body was stolen. There's even Tertullian talks about, this is amazing, Tertullian talks about a theory that some people were spreading that the gardener had stolen the body of Jesus because he didn't want people to come and spoil his lettuces when they came to see him as a shrine.
And I would agree that both seem illogical. But if we're just going to say that it was robbed and then these disciples, this group of people, now are just not looking for the body, or that, again, which I would say is even more unlikely, that it is people who someone who did not care about Christ that now would steal his body, I feel like this would be also very illogical.
Well, there are theories that
I actually don't think that's illogical at all, right? Because if you are in a cult, and you are some of the like higher up members of the cult, the rest of the members, in order to keep the cult cohesive, they're going to want an explanation for things, right? And so you are probably incentivized to make up convenient explanations to explain away, oh, don't worry, guys, his body's not in there, because this is all part of it, guys. Like, yeah, he said he was the son of God. So, me and the other guy, didn't we see it? Yeah, we totally saw him. He raised from the dead, and he was like floating around and stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally, dude. I saw that too. Yeah. So, see, guys, like, he actually is the son of God. Like, it's just like we told you, right? Like, yeah, you're part of a cult. Yeah, you're probably, especially you're in the leadership, you're probably going to tell people things. You're probably going to make stuff up, right? That's highly plausible. That actually makes a lot of sense to me.
They're just suggesting, for example, that the authorities, either the Jewish or the Roman authorities, didn't want this to become some kind of shrine to believers of Jesus to go to after his death, and so they disposed of the body. There are all kinds of
That's
Some people think
another
the body was eaten by dogs. Like, there's all kinds of things that could have happened, which seem pretty curious and unlikely. But to me, if you're trying to tell me that a man rose from the dead, you're gonna have to do a lot more in the way of getting rid of these other.
It would be the only clause that has an external force. Every other clause is also extremely illogical, but the clause where Christ raised from the dead has that external force, and that external force is God.
Can you tell me why?
Pause, guys. That's time.
So the first thing I want to ask is, do you have to have evidence to prove that something's real? To believe something's real?
I mean, I think you do.
Broadly, I think that can't
I would
be the
bite
case,
that
because there are
bullet,
all
yeah.
kinds of things that we believe without evidence, such as the existence of the external world and the laws of logic, fine. But when it comes to historical claims, I think that, yes, we
No. Okay, I don't agree with that. When he says that we believe things are real without reason for it or without proof, evidence. The rules of logic we do have, like we can test all those. All the rules of logic are not only testable, we've tested them, hundreds, millions of times over at this point, right? Every time we run like mathematical calculations for engineering and we produce machines and equipment and tools and stuff based off of this, we are proving the laws of logic to be real, right? That is the difference, and I think people need to assert that more, right? I think we pretend like axiomatic logic, when it's from like philosophy and science, is in the same category of axiomatic systems that are based on faith. They're not. Axioms of logic and philosophy are testable, okay? They are testable. The axioms of logic, things like the associative property or the distributive property, we test that all the time. We can prove it in real life. We could take things, add them together, the additive property. We could take things, distribute them, demonstrate the distributive property. We do show that these things are real, right? To say that we just put faith in them, no, we don't just put faith in them. We prove that they're real.
We need some burden of proof.
And how much historical claims do you need in order for you personally to believe that Jesus is real?
I believe that Jesus was real.
I mean,
like, he was resurrected is a different thing. I think I would
any
need
evidence would be nice.
Probably more corroborative accounts of specific appearances that didn't contradict each other.
Okay, what if I told you that Jesus still is revealing himself to people today?
That's fine, but do you think he's doing so in bodily form to multiple people at once?
Okay, so this is the thing, is I believe Jesus is still alive today and that he is revealing himself, he's healing and delivering people, and it would be absolutely impossible.
Okay, that's nice. I mean, I believe Spider-Man is real and he's revealing himself to people. Congratulations. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do with that?
For Jesus' resurrection if Christians didn't have power. So if a Christian was powerless, then Jesus wouldn't have resurrected. But because there's still deliverance, miracles, healing, signs, wonders, visions, and dreams, that's evidence and that's living proof that Jesus resurrected. Because if he didn't resurrect, he wouldn't have sent his Holy Spirit as an advocate to fill the believer to operate and to be empowered to walk in signs, wonders, and
Along
miracles.
with a wealth of other religious traditions, which also have their visionaries too. As an outsider, I have to say, I can understand as a Christian, if you hear the story that someone's seen Jesus, you might think that's plausible and think, praise Christ. For me, I don't find it convincing because I see it happen all over the place. We see all kinds of visions. We see people seeing ghosts. We see people seeing Jesus. We see people saying all kinds of gods. And by the way, that also I don't think would really indicate the historicity of this particular resurrection account of Jesus of Nazareth.
I had Jesus appear to me 3 years ago. I was in my room and he appeared to me and he came and he gave me a big hug. He lifted me up. He turned me around and the joy was...
Turned her around. Whoa, chill out there, okay? Let's keep it PG-13. Right, I'll take God's name in vain. I would tell her. She get like really upset about this. People would think it mean and everything, but I would just say straight up, I don't believe you. Sorry. Prove it to me, right? Anyone can say anything. You know, people can have delusions. Just because you say it doesn't mean anything. You know, I had the god of the pagans. I don't even know if they worship gods. Come to me and he said, you know, the god of Christianity is actually fake and he's big poopy pants, right? Like, who cares? Like, none of this means anything, right? Anybody can make these kinds of claims. Doesn't really mean anything.
Was unlike this world, and I'm telling you, like, he's so real because I've physically seen him. But you know, I could say
Girl,
all
you
day
were
about
high
tangible
as
encounters
fuck,
with Christ. I've seen
or
signs,
you were
wonders,
in a
miracles. I've
very
seen
depressed,
paralyzed
bad
people walk out of
place,
wheelchairs, and not over
and
time. I've prayed over
you're
people,
having
and I've seen broken
delusions.
bones go back into place. I've seen people delivered of.
Speaking of which, right? If you've ever been where you haven't slept for days, right? I remember there was a time period in my early 20s where I was working and going to school at the same time. There was a few times where I literally didn't have sleep for like 2 or 3 days on end, right? Obviously not a good thing. I don't recommend it, right? But when you're young, you think you're Superman, you think you can get away with stuff like this. I would legit at times see things, right? So for example, not anything like super special, but I'd be driving to work, super sleep deprived, like 3 days without sleep, and I would like, I remember one time I like freaked out and kind of slammed on my brakes for a split second because I thought I saw people cross the road just for like a split second, right? Just kind of had the like, oh, you know, and then oh, there's nothing there, right? Um, if you are in a state of like mental um like your mentality is like abnormal, whether it's due to lack of sleep, whether it's because you've been in a very depressed state, whether it's because you've been on drugs for a while, like you will see and hear things sometimes. Your mind will play tricks on you, right? Um, Even our memory, you know, there's been a lot of research on our memory being bad, right? I at one point thought, and I was talking to my grandma about this. I have an uncle who lives on the East Coast, and you know, I had thought for a while that he had come down and visited us on Christmas time. And I was telling my grandma, like, oh yeah, I remember when he came down on Christmas time and everything? And she's like, no, he didn't. What are you talking about? So after that conversation, it occurred to me, you know what? Did he actually visit during Christmas time? Or was this part of a dream that I had that, you know, because it was years ago, it just kind of blended into like my memory of like, oh, that was something that actually happened because it wasn't a fantastical dream. It was just a normal dream of like, oh, I hung out with like my friends and family at a holiday party or something like that, right? And it mixes up because the memories that you have from years ago, you don't remember all the details of why you have that memory and everything. I just remember I had a memory of my uncle visiting during the holiday season. Well, most likely is that that memory probably came from a dream that I had, and I just kind of mixed it up with like, oh, that was something that had actually happened years ago, right? So like your brain will play tricks on you like that. And no offense to this later or anything, I don't believe you actually saw God or Jesus. It's a fantastical claim. Probably more likely that maybe you were sleep deprived, maybe you were like, you know, high on, you know, you took too many edibles, maybe you were in a very depressed, you know, emotional state. Maybe you got some other kind of psychological things going on that I don't know about, right? But no offense or anything, but that's probably more likely what happened.
Of demons, like the very things in the Bible I've seen come to life, and my life has been tangible evidence of the living God, of the living resurrection,
Wow.
that he has risen, because I wouldn't be able to see or do any of that stuff unless that happened. But as much as I can tell you it, right, it's up to if you want to believe it or not.
So I'm
I don't believe
fascinated
it.
by
I would have
your
just said
account. I always
don't believe
love
it.
to know what people see when they
Yeah.
have these kinds of visions, the physicality, how Jesus appeared, did he fade away, did he walk out of the room, did he knock on the door, this kind of stuff. But the crucial point is
And
that
I'm gonna be
if I
honest
had
with you, I think she's just straight up just fucking making it up because I think there's an element with some people. It shouldn't be this way. That there's an egotism with their belief in, you know, spirituality, religion, everything. It's supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to humble you and everything. But I think there's some people that want to feel like God came to me and I'm special and He revealed Himself to me and I've had this revelation, right? And I've been saved and you should listen to me and I have such great, you know, there's egotism involved in that. I think it's just a high probability that she's just making shit up, and other Christians will listen to her stories, either because they're trying to be polite or because, they believe in God and they don't want to tell someone who had, this divine revelation that you're wrong, because their religion teaches them that that's the thing that happens. And so she gets a lot of people that probably pay attention to her, listen to her, make her feel important, because she says that. But I think she's either, number one, no offense, delusional, or number two, just saying things because it makes her feel important.
Such a religious experience, I have no doubt that it would probably turn me into
She
a
also
Christian.
looks
and
high right
God
now.
willing, it will happen one day. That
I
would
wouldn't
be
be surprised if
awesome.
she's just a straight up
Unfortunately, it
stoner.
hasn't happened yet. And as far as that goes to convincing anybody else, people will say that's not evidence, and it's not. But it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be for you. It's supposed to be the reason that you have to believe in God, and it's probably the best reason you can have for believing in God. Unfortunately, that's not going to do very much for me because these stories of sort of demons being driven out and this kind of stuff,
I give a lot of props to him because I would not have had like a respectable, pithy way of saying what he said. But he managed to basically say, like, I don't believe your story, like I don't put any stock in it, while also being very respectful to her at the same time. And props to him for that. I don't have it in me. I don't have the patience for that kind of stuff. But I think it's really great that he's able to do that.
I think the only thing that demons seem to be more scared of than Jesus is a camera. If I can see this kind of stuff happen, maybe that would increase my credence. But until it does, I just have to accept that that's something you experienced. That like the apparent visions of the disciples and other people that you've already mentioned, I don't know what's happening there. I have to suspect it's some kind of psychological phenomenon until I'm shown otherwise.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Hey, so
Bless
nice to meet
you.
you. Thanks
Thank
so much.
you.
My next assertion is that Jesus never claimed to be God.
So, man,
Coley. So, talk to me. Where does Jesus claim to be God?
Yeah, so I'm curious when you say that.
Oh, this is an interesting point. I've never really thought about this or considered this. You just take it for granted, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Does the Bible say anywhere where Jesus actually claims that he was God or the Son of God? I don't know.
Including the book of John.
So I think that the book of John is probably the least historically reliable in this case. So I'm talking about the historical Jesus.
Yeah.
I do think that there are a number of instances where Jesus appears to claim to be God in John's gospel. Okay. But even if we think that he actually said that, I still think that there's reason to believe that he wasn't claiming to be God in the sense of being identical with Yahweh.
When you talk about the historical Jesus, what else do you pull from other than the Gospels of things that he might have said?
The things that he might have said, we only really have the Gospels, but there are multiple sources within the Gospels.
What do you date it at?
Around 70 AD.
Okay,
I sort of go with the scholarly consensus. And so you have also a bunch of sources, the unique sources to Matthew and Luke.
Yeah.
You also have this potential source called Q from the German Quell, right? All of this kind of stuff. John comes in the latest.
Sure.
And so when we're trying to figure out what the historical Jesus actually said, if we've got multiple sources all claiming that he said the same thing, then I think we have good reason to think that he actually said that. Claims like, before Abraham was, I am, I and the Father are one, anyone who's seen me has seen the Father, only appear in the Gospel of John, not in any of our other sources, which I think makes them less historically reliable.
Well, I like the claim. I got to come at it a little bit different approach because I think that the gospel writers are claiming that Jesus is God.
Sure.
Let's just go with Mark. As Mark starts, he talks about John the Baptist.
I've destroyed all the generators. The shields around the king's vault are down.
We suffered many casualties. We will occupy the Gormak as long as possible.
How long can you last?
Long enough. We will not let
All
the
night,
Gormak
baby.
send reinforcements.
I'm sorry, that's inappropriate. Long enough. We will let the Gormak send reinforcements. Oh, we will not. Traitor. This mission can't fail.
Don't throw your lives away.
We will begin a fighting retreat. Get the maps. Rendezvous at the Voss camp on the border of the Nightmare Lands.
Baska.
Nice gun.
Nice gun. What are you talking about?
It's preparing the way for the Lord. Right. What is your response for that? Because ensuing Jesus comes.
I've no
the
problem.
Lord.
Hold on,
the way
bit check,
for the Lord.
bit check.
Right.
Let's see what he's got here.
Go with Mark. As Mark starts, he talks about John the Baptist preparing the way for.
He's got the Hitler Youth on. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm partially joking because I mean this hairstyle's come into style recently. I know not everyone that wears it is trying to evoke, you know, that Hitler Youth style or whatever. Just give him shit. And then what are these? Are these Air Forces? Air Forces really kind of like come back into style recently. Hot take: if you're wearing Air Forces, I feel like you're just kind of following trends. You don't really have like a great established style of your own yet. And I mean that's fine, that's fair. I mean, good advice, by the way, for a lot of young men who don't really have a great sense of fashion, because there's a lot of men like that. Um, you know, if you are a young man and you don't have a great fashion and you want to in order to, you know, I don't know, be more attractive or whatever, it's not a bad idea to just look at what is trendy. What are other people wearing? What, you know, look at examples in magazines of the styles that they recommend. You know, sometimes a good idea to go to tried and true styles rather than just trends. But trends aren't bad either. You gotta keep in mind that trends might change season on the next season. Okay, it's not a bad thing to do that. But and sometimes you start off there, and then as you get a little bit more confidence, as you get a little bit more used to it, jump off from there and kind of start adding in your own twist on things, your own style on things. And I think ultimately that's the best place to be, because once you start getting your own sense of style, then you're not having to rely on it, on other people or advice or stuff like that. Like you start to develop your own sense, and you start to know how to develop your own outfits and whatnot on your own. And by the way, style goes a long way. It really does. Okay, women definitely look at it. You know, if you're a guy that kind of shows up and you look like you've put effort into your style, that you have your own thing going on, you know, it makes you more interesting. It makes you seem more mature. You know, it makes you seem like you're more put together, right? It goes a long way, a long way. Don't just show up, you know, with like a crusty t-shirt and, you know, some baggy cargo shorts, whatever. Like, I mean, unless you're rocking that style, unless you're doing it deliberately because you have like a certain style you're going for and everything. You know, put some effort in. You know, it doesn't have to be every day, right? But if you're going out there trying to meet people and stuff, like put some effort into your style. Whether that's just looking at other people's styles and emulating it or developing your own, but put some effort in there. It goes a long way.
For the Lord, right? What is your response for that? Because ensuing Jesus comes.
I've no problem saying that Mark is intending to portray Jesus as God. It's not entirely clear, but I have no problem just granting that for the sake of this conversation. I think that the belief that Jesus is God is something that develops in early Christianity after Jesus died. I think there's nothing that Jesus said himself that can make us confidently say that he was walking around claiming to be God.
What do you need in order to believe that Jesus is God? Because even if we take kind of this development in the Gospels, we can go before that. So would you say Paul's letters like Philippians and Colossians, would you say they were written before the Gospels?
Yes, they were written before the Gospels.
So if we're going before the Gospels, we have Paul claiming that Jesus is God in Philippians 2, where he's saying was in the form of God, or maybe like a better translation would even be the essence or the nature of God.
Yeah, the problem I think with sort of quote mining in this respect is that there are quotes that point us in either direction, even in the Gospel of John. So Paul, for example, says that there is one God, which is the Father, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, seeming to separate them. Jesus says things like, my Father is greater than I am. He says things like, nobody knows the hour, not even the Son knows the hour, but only my Father in heaven. He says when he's crucified in the first two Gospels, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me? I could point to these and say, these are Jesus claiming that he's separate from God.
Well, there is a distinction from the Father and the Son. So
sure.
We're not, but instead of quote mining, I could just quote the whole thing. That though he was in the form of God, didn't count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men.
Sure. So I also have no problem saying that Paul thought that Jesus was God.
Okay,
my assertion is that Jesus
that's actually
claims
super clarifying for me, because then my question is, what piece of evidence do you now need in order to believe that Jesus claimed to be God? Like, what is it for you that you would be like, you know what, that convinces me?
Jesus, in his own words, saying that I am God.
Right, but he does that in John.
Where?
Before Abraham was, I am.
Sure, so before Abraham was, I am. For a start, as I've said, it only appears in the Gospel of John. We don't know if the historical
But he at least
Jesus
said it once, and the claim is that he never did.
If he actually said that, if he was going around claiming to be God in explicit terms,
that's a great...
Why is it that none of the other Gospel writers thought it was a relevant detail to mention?
It's difficult to now deal with it because you are acknowledging...
Okay, pause. I'm so sorry. You've been voted out by the majority.
Great to meet you too. Hey, how's it going?
Alex, it is great to meet you. I've been
Nice
a
to meet
fan of yours for a long time, even though I'm a believer.
Thank you so much.
So,
that means all the more.
You claim that this was a later tradition that developed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, when would you say that tradition developed?
Probably fairly early on. I mean, the writings of Paul are decades after Jesus' death.
Okay, so do we have a better source for knowing what Jesus actually claimed than the Gospels?
No, we don't.
Okay, so if the Gospels are indeed the best source for understanding who Jesus was, do those Gospels portray him as a divine person?
Well, like I say, I think that there's only one gospel that unambiguously portrays Jesus as himself claiming to be divine, and that's the Gospel of John, which is the latest and most theologically motivated of all of the Gospels. Even then, the claims that we're talking about, things like, before Abraham was, I am, the Greek term there is ego eimi. One chapter later, in John chapter 9, Jesus heals a blind man, and the blind man goes back, and people say, were you not the man who was born blind? And what does he say? Ego eimi, I am. It's also just a way of identifying yourself and saying, it's me.
I would want to know then, in the Synoptic Gospels,
yes,
are they claiming that Jesus is just a mere man?
I think that it's debatable what the synoptic authors are doing, but I'm happy to grant that the synoptic authors were trying to portray Jesus as God and thought that Jesus was God. I have no
So
problem
that
saying
means all four gospel writers were intending to portray Jesus as God.
That
Is
may be
correct?
the case, yeah.
Okay. Now, in the first century Hebrew culture, do you worship anyone other than God?
Depends what you mean by worship. So the Greek word for worship used in the New Testament is, I don't know how to pronounce it, proskynene or proskunene, something like that, which typically in the Hebrew is translated in the Septuagint to that word, proskynene. In the Hebrew is a word which just means something like bow down before. So for example, the same word is used when Jacob bows down before Esau. The same word is used when Joseph's brothers bow down before him when he's the governor of Egypt. The same word is used for King David, for example, in multiple books of the Bible.
But in the Synoptic Gospels, is Jesus portrayed as being worshipped?
I think at some points, yes. So, for example, at the end of John's Gospel with Doubting Thomas, at the beginning in the birth narratives, of course, I think the birth narratives were forged in later additions to the New Testament.
I want to focus entirely on the Synoptic Gospels, because those seem to be the one that you think are the most shaky on this. In the Synoptic Gospels, is the charge of blasphemy given against Jesus?
Yes.
Absolutely, right?
Yes, yeah.
Can you be given the charge of blasphemy merely for claiming to be the Messiah?
Well, let's find out. In the book of Acts, St. Stephen has a vision before the Pharisees. What vision does he have? He looks up before the Pharisees and he says, I can see God and I can see Jesus sat at the right hand of God. Separating Jesus and God, what do the Pharisees do? They stone him to death for blasphemy. So we know that you didn't have to claim that Jesus was identical to God in order to be stoned for blasphemy.
How about judging the entire world? Is that something that a human would do?
I suppose it'd have to be a very special kind of human. I understand that you think that only God can judge, sure.
So do the Synoptic Gospels portray Jesus as the one who is going to judge the world?
I think that may be true. The Synoptic Gospels may portray him as being that. What I'm asking for is, in Jesus' own words, or indeed in his own actions, claiming to be God. For example, a moment ago you said that he was stoned for blasphemy. Can he be stoned for blasphemy for doing something other than claiming to be God? In the book of Acts, St. Stephen is stoned for exactly that. So do you agree that that, at least, isn't an indication that Jesus is claiming to be God?
I don't know that they necessarily were stoning him for that exact thing. I don't know the exact context of that. With that in mind, the divine birth of Jesus is another factor that's in all the Synoptic Gospels. In those Gospels, Jesus is born of a Virgin Mary and the Holy Spirit.
It's only in two.
Hey, sweetie.
Honey, everything okay?
What happened, hon?
My friends are having a sleepover without me.
Of the Synoptic Gospels, and in Luke's, at least, is probably a later edition. It wasn't in the original version of Luke.
Regardless, is Jesus' birth portrayed as a normal human birth?
No, not at all.
In all the Synoptics. So if he's not a man, then
only two of them.
Well, that's fine. If he's not a man in these Gospels, then what is he?
Well, again, I'm happy to say that the Synoptic authors were portraying Jesus as God, especially whoever added the birth narrative to Luke after the fact. I've got no problem with that.
You just don't trust those Gospels?
No, in the same way that I don't trust the legendary account surrounding the birth of Alexander the Great.
Okay.
I don't think that he was God either.
Is there a better, more reliable source for the historical Jesus than the Gospels?
No. But within the Gospels, there are more and less historically reliable points. So as I've already said, there are seemingly sources. So for example, when Jesus says something in Aramaic on the cross, when he says, Eli, Eli.
Did Jesus...
Okay, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Cheers, good fun. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you.
How's it going?
I'm Lori Mills.
Alex,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
I'm not a fan because I don't know who you are, but...
This lady, she's so rude.
Yes, but anyways, so the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about them, but...
Okay, well, they were found in 1943. It is proven that they are about 2,300 years old.
Everything this lady says you have to fact check. She will simply just lie. Okay. Dead Sea Scrolls, 23 years old. With some dating were discovered in caves near the Dead Sea in 1940s. Okay, that's fine. What else does she say?
And you've got your Bible there. Do you know when crucifixion started?
When crucifixion started?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so the Israelites, for instance, in King David's time, if you were found...
All of this is going to be, I have a feeling all this is going to be like irrelevant to any specific point. She's just going to bombard with like random facts to make it seem like, oh, okay, well, she said things that were true, therefore, what? Right? Did you know that water is made of H2O molecules? Do you know that, your average cup of water has other minerals suspended in the water? That's awesome, but like, what does it have to do with God being real? You know what I mean? But her point in doing this is to make it seem like, oh, I'm authoritative. I'm going to say a lot of things, a lot of facts, and this guy didn't know it. He's just going to agree with me. I'm just going to bombard it. Hey, do you know this is true? Did you know this? Oh, well, did you know this? Oh, and this happened, right? Okay, but I mean, like, what point are you proving relevant to the topic? Right?
Found of blasphemy, how would they kill you?
Well, there are different ways of doing it. You could be stoned, for example. And
Right.
who's they? Is it?
Well, the Pharisees, the Sadducees.
Because of course it was the Romans that killed Jesus, and they didn't kill him for theological reasons.
So would you do me a favor?
Sure.
Open up Psalms 22.
Whatever you like. Psalms.
King David wrote this.
Psalms 22.
Would you read it?
From the beginning?
Sure.
My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you...
What did Jesus say on the cross?
My God, why have you forsaken me?
Go on.
Why are you so far from saving me, so far from my cries of anguish? My God, I cry out day by day, but you do not answer. By night I find no rest. Yet you are enthroned as the Holy One. You are the one Israel praised.
Oh, I realized I had the microphone off this entire time. Damn it. Just went on this whole diatribe. Okay. I was going to say, so this lady, I've seen her in other Jubilees. Really rude. She has like this dominating personality. She's going to use this tactic where to make herself look authoritative, make the other person look non-authoritative. She's just going to bring up like a bunch of random stuff that you never heard. A lot of conspiracy theories do this. Oh, did you know that chemtrails have like, nickel, and they also have like trace amounts of blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Like you know like all these random facts about chemtrails. Like what point are you making about it though? Right? Well, the point is to make it seem like, oh, I know all this stuff and you don't know all this stuff, so I'm authoritative, right? And then she follows it up with this passage, right? Prompt of this topic is Jesus never claimed to be God. She thinks she made a great point. The passage says, my God, not I'm God, but my God, right? This doesn't even really address the point of the argument, the point of contention here. She doesn't realize that. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, which is kind of what I was saying earlier, what did all of the rest of the questions that she just asked him in rapid fire have to do with anything, right? But the point of those questions was to establish a hierarchy of authoritativeness that, oh, I know so much and you don't know so much, and I'm making you look foolish because you don't know all this random stuff that I memorized, right? But what does it have to do with the topic at hand?
Like, what are you looking for here?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Basically, if you go on, it basically describes crucifixion to the T.
Sure.
Written
Can I just stop you there? Because
Yeah, and it's important to stop here because I thought I gave her too much credit. I thought she was actually trying to make a point relevant to the topic. Apparently, I don't know what the point is. Does anybody know what the point of that whole exercise was? That he described crucifixion? Oh, okay. And what do we read a passage where they were describing drinking water, like, okay, what is that supposed to prove? Oh, well, how did they know about drinking water back in the, 1200 AD or whatever, or BC, because humans drink water. Like, what point do you think you're making, right?
No, but let me finish. Written 800 years before crucifixion ever even happened. It even gets into the Lamai Lama.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna look this up. When did fiction begin? 6th century BC. Okay, was later adapted and refined by the Romans. Okay, if they're saying that it was later adopted and refined by the Romans, okay, Jesus was crucified by the Romans. I'm assuming, I'm not super greatly versed on history. That implies to me that crucifixion started in 6th century BC, right? But that the Romans started later. So when she's saying that this passage regarding Jesus being crucified by the Romans was described in there, how did they know about it before, our historical accounts talk about it? If Jesus in there is describing Roman crucifixion, but we know that there was crucifixion by the Persians before that, then her point just doesn't even make sense. And I said this earlier, unfortunately my microphone was off. This lady, I've seen her in Jubilee before. You have to actually fact check everything that she says, because she will just lie, right? Or maybe she's just delusional herself, right? Let's see, when was that passage? When was Jesus crucified? 30 AD. Okay, 30 AD. So this crucifixion started way before that. Okay, it started like, what, 500, 600 years before that? So the idea that, she made some great point because they have a passage that apparently describes something that no one else knew about. No. They knew about it for 500, 600 years. What are you talking about?
What does that got to do with Jesus claiming to be God?
Well, what this has to do with it is I believe that the entirety of the Word of God, just like in John chapter 1, the Word became flesh and made its dwelling amongst us.
Yep.
Wow.
I believe the entire Bible points to Jesus being the Messiah.
I agree with you.
So that is my point.
The Messiah is not the same as God. Jews didn't believe that the Messiah was going to be God.
Well,
Okay, pause. Sorry, Lori, you've been voted out.
Very nice to meet you.
This caused more arguments than any product we've ever made. Last year, we launched the first...
I don't care.
You're in charge here. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Learning more about our God,
God, look at this big
knowing
pitch back here.
what happened in the Old Testament, he needed to have a representative to humble himself during these trials of the early beginnings of the Old Testament.
For the sake of time, I really need Jesus claiming to be God.
So my point is that he sent Jesus to be that human figure.
These are what you would call in logic as non sequiturs. So non sequitur sounds fancy, but it's really just a way of saying it's just not relevant, right? Like, the point you're making doesn't even push forth the conclusion that you're trying to make. So in conclusion statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument or sequent, I just think of it as like the point you're making was irrelevant to the conclusion or the argument at hand, right?
To represent God so he could humble himself in his own creation.
What? So where does Jesus say that I am that person?
Yeah.
I am God.
When he claims to say, I am the light, I am the way, follow me, I am your God.
He says,
He says, I'm the light and the way, he probably doesn't say I'm God. Dude, sounds Japanese.
Did your master send you to stop me from looting his vault?
Vratan van Dau, dat wat vi pam laogron. Nee, so fundi, ko nada neva eak nan nimatan. La dutsi no futkom. Nigo wabo.
I like this design, this is a nice design.
Kontasavo fatban kap.
Tell me more about your true master.
No vana grosai. Walei kon patron de gay tupa.
Pupa.
Wabaska. Bam ki ungham trong wan lao. De chao troksha. La dutsi no futkom. Nigo wabon giaroy. Kontasavo fatban kap.
How does my Jedi know this language? Oh my god, it actually worked. Talora.
I am your God.
I am the light. I feel like
Sure, he says
with-
that, but you just said, I am your God.
I am the light is not I am your God. I am the light. I am your light could simply mean I am like your leader. I am like the person who gives you guys direction. Like that doesn't mean I am God.
But I don't think Jesus says that.
My apologies on misrepresenting like the whole entirely of the words in that verse, but he's still claiming that he is the light that has that connection to that higher God.
Absolutely.
And I feel like with that connection
to that higher God.
Yes, that he is in that physical form. I also want to say with the Virgin Mary, he has no father, and the angel blessed him with what he was saying
According
earlier.
to two mythical birth narratives.
Yes.
Which, by the way, the Gospels don't seem to have any knowledge of. Well, hold on. With the virgin birthing that's come up twice now, at one point, Jesus' family, in Mark's
Bless her
Gospel,
heart and everything, but
Jesus'
she
family
just
come up to him
can't.
and say that
She's
they
not
think
following
he's
this
lost his mind,
conversation.
which is a very strange thing for his family to say if there was a virgin birth that was known about.
And for the sake of flags, I just want to emphasize that Jesus is that human God form, that he needed to humble himself so he can truly understand how humans work in his own creation.
I just want to know how you know that was Jesus.
I want to emphasize that as well, just by the very teachings that he
Wow.
said and how his
Voss, you've been voted out. Please return to your
Thanks.
seat.
What's up, Alec?
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Good. Big fan. I think that the
How
general
awesome is
narrative
that
of the
these
Bible
people hold
is
our,
assumed
hold
to
our
be Messiah.
fates
Obviously,
in our
there's some
hands, or in their
discrepancies
hands.
and disagreements on the whole notion of whether Jews believe that the Messiah was God or not. But if we're looking at the New Testament as a whole, there seems to be this narrative from the beginning of the Gospels all throughout Acts that the religious officials and everybody around this Jesus figure is trying to do away with this up-and-coming revolution or whatever, where you specifically noted with the blasphemy that Stephen so-called did. I don't believe that they stoned him because he was claiming to be God. I think they stoned him because he was reaffirming this narrative that was so antithetical to the whole entire
so
time
what's this
period.
got to do with Jesus claiming to be God? I have no problem with saying that Jesus was claiming to be the Messiah, the Christ, and that the Jewish authorities saw that as a threat, and that the Roman authorities certainly saw it as a threat that he was claiming to be the King of the Jews. Those were the charges that he was actually crucified on, King of the Jews. Where does Jesus claim that he's God?
I'm just going to go back to John
that's a
because
nice
it's the strongest source, and,
So
and you
give me
have
one example.
the multiple instances of I am. Like
Let's take
even,
one.
even if it's just what you said earlier with the exactly how you quoted it. He says before Abraham, and Abraham in Jewish tradition and culture seems to be this forefather of their faith. So it's like, how are you putting a man, just any man, above Abraham?
Well, he's not just any man. He's not claiming to just be any.
I mean, is Abraham's not claiming to be God, so I don't think he's saying like, oh, I'm above Abraham as in I'm like a God. I think he's just saying he's above Abraham as in he's you know, like an even more primary like shepherd of the faith, leader of the faith, right? That's not the same thing as saying I am God, right? Comparing himself to Abraham almost implies that he's really actually just comparing himself to someone else who is like a prophet, like a leader, like a spiritual leader of the faith.
I have the maps. These should help us find the Dark Heart so we can stop Lord Fulminus.
You ordered my squad to retreat, braved the Gormak reinforcements.
We owe you our lives.
I wasn't alone. You risked your lives to help me. I appreciate that.
Gracious and a great warrior, you killed many Gormak, like my husband. You remind me of him.
Chill out.
Strong, fierce, an instrument of mystic will.
Wow.
Behold, the patron of glory, eyes afire with righteous might, skin bathed in the warm blood of the enemy. Witness the glory and blazing fury.
We should get going. Alright, I think it's time for me to leave.
From the way you normally talk, I would have never guessed your species could be so expressive.
We know great depth of emotion. We reveal true feelings through poetry. This verse honors my husband. Many songs were written celebrating his death.
This verse honors my husband. Many songs are written celebrating his death. It's 12 minutes. I mean, I don't really want to hear more.
Will they write a song about me if I live?
That's not what I was trying to say at all.
Who are worthy. The maps reveal the location described in Valen Dah's vision. We confront Lord Fulminus there. The Dark Heart crawls with predators. We split up. Small groups draw less attention.
A creature at the Gormak Vault spoke to me. It said it was created by a being called SWTOR.
I do not know the name. Valen Dah made no mention of this entity. SWTOR is not our concern. I will mark the chamber.
It'll soon be your concern, friend.
Valen Dah has foreseen it.
It's related to something with this whole thing going on. Well, I guess that's what happens when, you know, you put all of your understanding and faith, what you need to pay attention to, in the hands of others, is that you don't do any critical thinking yourself. Level 55?
Good as new.
Not yet. Did I get like a title or something? What's all this shit?
Man.
No, I'm not saying
there's
but
any
I'm
old
saying
man and then
that-
there's God, and
I'm
there's
saying
lots
that
of places in
Abraham's
between.
statement reaffirms that I am. That you can't just say before
I am
Abraham,
what?
because Abraham is the beginning of the Israeli timeline. Like this is the beginning of their faith.
Sure.
So to say that.
So for what it's worth, I don't think that Jesus, the historical Jesus, actually said this. But even if he did, saying before Abraham was ego eimi certainly seems to imply that he is maybe eternal, at least existed before his bodily form. That's pretty weird. But claiming to be God is a different thing. As I say, when Jesus walks on the water, the disciples think that they've seen a ghost. And what does Jesus say to them? Do not be afraid, ego eimi, which most Bibles translate as it's me, because sometimes saying ego
Okay,
eimi.
pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good to see you again.
All right. Two things. Have you heard of the Cloud Rider motif?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, the Cloud Rider motif.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm assuming you've heard of like the two powers in heaven motif.
No.
Okay. There's a Jewish historian named Alan Segal. He wrote a book called The Two Powers in Heaven. And what he talks about is there's this weird thing happening in the Hebrew Bible where there's almost like two Yahweh figures that they point to. So some verses, for instance, will say like Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh. And so Philo of Alexandria in the Second Temple period talks about this two powers in heaven motif. And he says like there's two Yahwehs. There's the first power and the second power, but they're both Yahweh. It's almost like a sort of proto-Trinitarian view. That's one thing that I'll just kind of put there for now. Another puzzle piece here is you've heard about the Cloud Rider motif. So in the Ugaritic texts, In the Baal cycle, we see
Let's
Baal
just do it again.
referenced as the one
It
who
was
rides the
way
clouds.
too
And I think you can see that actually
academic.
adopted by the Israelites
doesn't know how to get
in the
to a
Hebrew
point
Bible as
that's
well.
digestible
So
to
Psalm
the average
104 is
person.
like an exaltation psalm and actually talks about Yahweh being the one that
This would
rides
be
the clouds in
interesting.
heaven.
It was like a
He
long
is
form
the king.
discussion.
I see that as kind of a polemic of calling Yahweh
About
the
theology,
king.
but
or
like
Baal. Are we on the same page?
they're in a
Rachel?
debate
Okay.
trying to
In
reach a
Daniel
point.
7, you'll see a messianic passage there about how God will come down, and you'll see the Son of Man come, riding in the clouds of heaven, and his kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom.
Do you think Daniel thought that the Son of Man was going to be God, since he says that he's riding on a cloud?
This is a really interesting point.
I
And
don't think that he did, because he was a Jewish writer.
I lean on saying yes, but I don't know if I can say
Do you
that with
think
like absolute certainty.
The
Is that
prophet
fair?
Daniel was expecting the Messiah to be God.
I think so.
Oh, sorry,
but
the Son of Man to be God.
Who is that's a motif only applied to God. So you have this cloud rider motif and
So
the human
by the way, I do think that there are multiple things which people, even in Jesus' time, thought only God could do. Things like forgiving sins. And when Jesus does these things, he's not doing so in order to prove that he's God, but in order to prove that the Son of Man has the authority
Yeah,
to
I
do that
completely
too.
agree. I completely agree. This isn't that kind of an argument. This is an identification thing.
So where's Jesus claiming to be
Yes,
God?
that's where I'm going. So we have these puzzle pieces in place.
Sure.
If you fast forward to Mark's gospel, and I'm going to use Mark.
Let's do Mark.
Jesus before Caiaphas in Mark's gospel, Caiaphas asks him, "Who are you?" And instead of just explicitly saying, "I am God," Jesus quotes Daniel 7, saying he is the Son of Man, the human one, who will ride on the clouds and calls himself the second power. So you have this two powers in heaven
How
motif,
about Goku
two
there?
powers, they're both God, and the cloud rider motif and the Son of Man. He's quoting Daniel 7 to identify himself. After that, Caiaphas tears his robe and cries blasphemy.
I do think that Jesus is making some pretty extraordinary claims of himself, such as being the Son of Man, but I still don't see why he's claiming to be God. If this were the way that he was trying to reveal his divinity to people, it'd be a strange and convoluted way to do it. Psalm 82 also talks about God presiding over a council of gods, saying, "You shall be called gods."
I think there's a mistake here.
And Jesus quotes that psalm when he's referring to his relationship with the Father
I understand what you're
in the
saying.
Gospel of
The
John.
issue is
So even if in the Old Testament you have these
two
sort of
hypotheses,
lesser
though,
gods,
right?
Jesus is
Your
only claiming to be that.
hypothesis, right? That this is not a Christological implication, and I have mine. And I get what you're saying, where you're coming from. But to the ancient author, how obvious would this be?
So the best we have here is Jesus claiming to be the Son of Man, and that might indicate that he might be God.
Yeah, well, we don't predicate our hypotheses on the evidence we wish we did have. We go off the evidence that we do have.
That's right, and I don't think that there's any point at which Jesus says.
So you're saying
"I am
that
God."
this is not
All
evidence?
right, guys, that's time.
Evidence, but not good enough. Hey, so nice to meet you. Sorry we haven't got more time. I wish we could. This chap over here just seems also very knowledgeable, very enthusiastic, and philosophically minded as well. Why don't we bring you back?
So, my claim, which might bother some people in this circle, and this is why I thought maybe we could find a little bit of middle
That's how
ground
we
here.
like it.
Because I represent a form of Christianity that a lot of people don't even consider as Christian. I'm a Latter-day Saint, also known as a Mormon.
Awesome.
And my claim is that the restored gospel, also known as Mormonism, provides a conception of God that is more rationally defensible than any other creedal Christian sect.
Okay. Oh, tell me why. I must admit, I don't know very much about Mormon theology. I know you also don't like being called Mormons, right? So I don't quite know what term, what term to use.
We generally are known
Latter-day
as
Saints.
Latter-day Saints, the church, a member of the Church
LDS
of
theology,
Jesus
let's
Christ.
say.
Yes. Our theological claims, for example, the problem of evil. Okay, so the way that we address it. So the problem really, so far as I can tell, that you have isn't so much with suffering, right? Because suffering could be something that is justifiable, right?
Yeah, in principle. It's sort of the amount of suffering, the depth of suffering.
Absolutely. So the issue
I would
really
not
is
concede that.
injustice. It's
It's not injustice. It's suffering, and particularly suffering of non-human animals.
Okay, and fair enough. So with the concept of injustice, the Latter-day Saint conception of God is that God actually, his purpose is to make us become as he is.
Yes. Does that include animals as well?
Animals are part of the created order that will be redeemed along with the rest of the created order.
Okay, so what does suffering do for them?
Suffering is part of the inherent nature of the world as a fallen world, okay?
Even for animals?
Yes, even for animals.
Who does that?
Let me break it down.
I'm throwing a lot of questions.
Yeah, let me break it down like this.
Sure.
So if I have a child, and I want my child to grow up to become like me, my child needs to go out
There's
of
a name for the fallacy where you're circumventing the actual issue at hand. Fallacy of circumvention. Not Oh, Reddit. Well, that's not what I'm trying to say here. Let's see. I don't think it's really a red herring exactly. It would be something maybe related to.
He needs to go into the lone and dreary world.
Excuse me, have you heard of this company?
Yes, I've seen you guys on the street before.
We are going to come surprise you.
Wow.
And if that is the case, that means that there's going to be some level of separation between me and him. He's in the world of injustice. It's a world that is unfair.
Why is that world unjust and unfair? Because I understand what you're saying. You want your, in this analogy, you want your child to become like you. And what's
I mean, I don't think there's exactly red herrings, but it is kind of in that direction of you're kind of avoiding the main point.
The Jedi who defied his will. I'm surprised to see you here.
Valen Da told me where to find you.
Where is Talaray? She is part of my vision too.
I am here, Honored One.
Betrayed. The mystic. Rent his flesh. Kill them all. Complete the ritual. Unleash the plague.
So, you're the entity that lives in the Dark Heart. Why don't you show yourself?
Selmakor has no physical form. Power is channeled through avatars and minions.
Really? Because I mean, you're talking out of a plant right now, so it kind of does seem like you do have a physical form.
But after I dispatch these interlopers, I'll deal with you. For the Emperor.
Feel my force.
Whoa.
Outsider, a victory well earned. My vision nears completion.
Enough games. You're going to explain everything to me right now.
Forgive his tone, Honored One. He does not understand our ways.
Explanation is warranted. Fulminus corrupted the healing ritual, created a madness plague, planned to infect all Voss. Billions die savage, brutal deaths. Slaughter consumes the entire planet. Needed Selmakur's aid.
Is he some kind of spirit or something?
I dreamt of the Dark Heart. Secrets revealed. The core is alive, intelligent, a being of pure evil. Will without a body. Selmakor. Unchecked, corruption will spread beyond the Nightmare Lands. Selmakor must be destroyed. If not, Voss will be consumed. I accompanied Fulminus so Talaray would follow. Only she can destroy Selmakor. Fool. Selmakor is dead. Darkness. No Voss can destroy.
I will help her.
Your part is done. Claimed the maps from Gormakos. Defeated Fulminus. Talaray would not be here without you.
Honored One, tell me what I must do.
Descend the steps into the maw of Selmakor. Confront the evil within. Destroy it. Cleanse Voss. You will not survive. Sacrifice will herald a millennium of peace between Voss and Gormak.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Is my vision fulfilled?
You're asking Talaray to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes.
This is my destiny. My actions will save all of Voss.
No, violation, defilement, extinction. This must not be. Jedi, cast the mystic into the maw. Rewards, power. SWTOR offers them to you, like the one who came before.
You are a being of pure evil. You must be destroyed.
Hurry, Talaray. Time grows short.
Typical. You got a priest sacrificing young lady to their whatever weird spirit deity thing.
Valen Da, did you actually see Talaray enter the maw in your vision?
The vision ended as we stand now. Fulman is felled by your hand, we three standing on the precipice. One must descend to destroy SWTOR.
I serve the will of the mystics, as did my husband. Our names will be joined forever in song.
Wait, I just offered to go. You won't let me go in there?
It is done. Talaray's sacrifice heralds
Dude was
a new
seething.
age of peace for this world. Thank you, outsider. You acted with the devotion of a Voss.
You better spread the story of what happened here to every corner of this world. Talaray deserves that much at least.
Poems will be written. Families will sing her praises. She will be honored. I return to Voska. Goodbye, outsider.
Nice. On to the next planet, I guess. I am slightly disappointed. Every other time I played this planet with like my Sith characters, we did this whole like soul pilgrimage thing where we confronted like these weird abstract. I mean, it's kind of similar, but the other ones were a lot more, I guess, cerebral. Alright, which one of these? So, maybe this one's it. Hope it is. Otherwise I fly all the way over here for no reason.
What that's going to involve is encountering suffering, developing as a person, getting thicker skin. But the only reason that you want that for your child is because they're going to live in a world where
Yes, I made this point the other day. He's wanting his child to adapt to the world that exists. The question is, if you were in charge of shaping that world, right? Why would you make the world like that in the first place, right?
have to encounter that, and you want them to be better at dealing with that.
Yes.
Right? If you were given the opportunity to give your child a life that was separate from you, where they went about and did their business, but there wasn't that kind of suffering, and you chose the one in which there was suffering just for the sake of it, I think that would be problematic.
Well, it's not that I chose to put them in that world. See, this is a difference in Latter-day Saint theology.
Sure, that's what I'm interested in.
In Latter-day Saint theology, there is a pre-existence, and human beings knowing the unjust nature of reality have the choice.
Oh, they choose to.
They choose to enter into the mortal state, to pass through. The way to look at it is there's this realm of injustice where anything can happen. I can go out tomorrow, my kid can get cancer, all these things can happen. And the idea is we
You
say,
chose
but
to put
if you're
your
willing
child
to
through
pass
torture.
through the
That's
realm of
awesome.
injustice, this is a necessary condition to reach your divine potential.
How come? Why is it necessary?
This is another thing about Latter-day Saint theology that's different. Like, for instance, God cannot create a square circle.
Why does that apply here? I mean, why can't he do that?
Because God cannot bring you to your divine potential because of the nature of the laws of reality.
Okay, but
Interesting. So in his perspective, his religion, it seems like there is a reality, a moral system, a laws of nature that actually surpass God. They're on a higher tier than God, which means in their version of religion, God is not omnipotent, almost like a lesser God, so to speak.
But like, why not? Because you're just sort of restating that he can't do it. I want to know why.
I know what I'm saying is that there are laws that even God is bound by.
Like, which laws are relevant here? Like, which laws is
like
God,
the law of non-contradiction, for instance.
Why is explain to me how the law of non-contradiction binds God to not create a world where there's no suffering?
Because that relationship with God must be freely chosen, and God cannot force me. Because there is the question: why doesn't God just make us all happy?
Okay, but that's
all
a
the
separate
time
question
forever?
because God could make a world in which there's no suffering, in which you're still.
I disagree.
In which you're still free to choose whether or not to follow Him.
I would say that that is a logical contradiction.
Okay, so maybe you can tell me why. Because right now what you're telling me is that it's illogical on the level of creating a square circle to create a system that a person can voluntarily choose to sort of exit the heavenly realm and go into in order to do whatever they need to do to get to God's ultimate
Not to
potential.
get to God, to become as He is.
Sure, to fulfill their full potential that has to involve not just suffering, but the kind of suffering that we see on planet Earth. I'm asking why that's logically necessary.
A totally unjust world, okay? Because it is by passing through this realm that we have the experience of injustice that allows us to know what injustice is.
But why do we need to know what injustice is?
Because how else can you come to be like God? Kind of like the Adam and Eve story. There's the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
So what is justice? How do you define justice?
Off the top of my head, I would say that justice is getting what you deserve.
Yeah, right. Okay. And so the problem is that, like,
not a bad definition.
You can imagine a situation in which there was nothing wrong, nothing bad, nothing evil, and therefore no need for this rectifying force of justice. It's a little.
Also, I mean, we always kind of dodge this question. We assume, and I think we assume this because it's our way of coping with the world as it exists. Oh, you need to experience these bad things in order to learn from them, right? Not really. I mean, you could teach people through books, through whatever, without actually having them experience the bad things themselves. Like, you must be raped in order to understand what rape is like. I mean, to fully understand, sure, I guess, but like, we don't need to have people raped in order for them to understand that's a bad thing, right? Silly way of looking at things.
We say justice is a good thing, but justice is a good thing insofar. Hold on, justice is a good thing insofar as it overcomes injustice. That's what it's there for. In the same way that chemotherapy is a good thing because it tries to overcome cancer. If I said that I was going to create cancer so that we could have the good of chemotherapy, and you said, why would you do that? And I said, because there's no way for us to achieve the good of chemotherapy without creating cancer. You'd look at me like I'd lost my mind.
No, it's like saying, this is the better analogy. It's like saying to my son, the only way that you can become the way I am is to go out and...
All right, okay, all right. That was an interesting discussion. Now we can finally move on to the next video.
Most
All right, give me a quick second. I'm gonna use the restroom and powder my nose. All right, hold on. Alright, next up we got Ben Shabibo versus a bunch of college kids, Harris supporters, on why we totally needed to descend into a fascist autocracy, because Ben was being asked to respect trans people. I'm assuming. Something along those lines. Oh my god.
Wondering what it'll take to put the Sith Empire down for good. Kill the Emperor, destroy Korriban.
No reason to stop there. The Sith have plenty of other strongholds.
Exactly. We could stay busy the rest of our lives. No victory over the Sith ever lasts. We wipe them out, they turn up again. Doesn't feel like we're winning.
So it's cowardly talk. It's cowardly not to address it.
The cycle of war has to end. Maybe you'll discover how to break it.
Solve a millennia-old problem by myself? No pressure there. Guess there is one thing we can count on. No matter how many times they come back, the Sith always go down in flames.
I would liken that to any kind of oppressive regime. I can't really solve problems without creating other problems.
Still can't believe how they ended up. If I hadn't been reassigned after that first mission, I might have been one of them.
Don't waste your time on what might have been.
You're right, of course. It's a far greater honor to be assigned to your squad, Master Jedi. I look forward to the day we face the Emperor together. I've been analyzing your battle tactics, Master Jedi. I hope you don't mind. I believe I found a way to increase my own combat efficiency by another 25.4%.
What does that even mean? How do you measure that?
Why don't we try out your new tactics in the field?
I was hoping you'd say that, Master Jedi.
Take him to Corellia. Seems like Corellia kind of fits him.
You with the highest level of service is my greatest pleasure, Master.
Shut the fuck
And
up.
I am not just programmed to say that.
You literally are. Okay.
It has been enlightening to spend so much time among you and your Jedi.
Bro, you've been alive for 300 years.
I have spoken to no one but Sith, and they do not change. They are the same on Korriban now as in my childhood. The same tricks, the same fights, the same groveling and mind control.
Was that almost a compliment?
I am only surprised that I have learned the most of the Force from a Jedi. Revan taught me to be effective when I became the Emperor's wrath. And now I have learned as much from you.
Why would that
Your
be a
people
threat?
have always underestimated the strength of the light side of the Force.
I have nothing to learn from the light side.
I mean, you say that, but you're just in denial about that.
Required that I weep and beat my brow and hide behind the Council's skirts to achieve them. No more than what I have learned from Revan.
Alright, keep telling yourself that. You said yourself you'd learn a lot from us, so you didn't from the Sith, so you already basically admitted it without admitting.
It shouldn't be this hard to find a terrible disease I can cure. All the good ones are taken. All that's left are embarrassing things like
Solve the Rago plague, bro.
rot or diseases that'll take decades to treat. I don't have that kind of time.
Or the tell.
That's your excuse? Why don't you just admit you lack the skills?
I'm as skilled as they come. All I need is
No,
a
you're
good
not.
challenge. This won't keep me down. I'll cure an important disease even if I have to create it myself.
You would do that, wouldn't
Say,
you?
that's not a bad idea.
The galaxy doesn't need any new diseases, Doc.
What's the harm? I'd cure it right away.
Literally breaking the
Stop
Hippocratic
by the
Oath.
Doc has thinking to do. You should go meditate, clean your lightsaber, and whatever.
Oh no, another conversation with this asshole. Let's see what you want this time.
Old Doc's luck is finally turning around. Got a holocall from this ravishing Ratataki I knew on Hutta. Big opportunity to cure something important.
I take it that means you're no longer attempting to create your own disease.
Like I always say, a plague in the wild is better than two in the lab. My friend's old employer is a Hutt cartel boss named Nemro. He's infected with an incurable disease. It's eating him alive. Literally. No one's ever cured what Nemro has. He'll pay top credits to any doctor who can save his life. This is my big chance.
You never said you were in this for the money.
The credits are just a bonus. The real reward is my name on every Hutt's lips, from here to the deep core. Turns out, I studied this disease back in medical school. There's an experimental treatment no one's ever been able to try. It's too risky. I figure if there's a safe place to work with toxic chemicals, it's a Jedi starship. I know you don't mind. Just tell me you know what you're doing. After all this time, doesn't that go without saying? Besides, I started mixing the solution hours ago in the Now, give old Doc room to work. I got a date.
I mean, even the disease that he's curing, he's saying himself that
Treatment formula's ready.
there's a treatment
Good
that
thing.
someone else had already thought of.
It used to be. My friend's on her way to help. How's my hair? These clothes fit all right? Old Doc's got to look his best for the historical record.
I'm sure your old flame will be impressed. Why is she coming here?
Hutt politics. It's complicated. When I save Nemro's life, the hollow journalist will be all over me.
Hello, journalist, the space journalist.
Look at you, gorgeous. Love the new tattoo, huh? Nice gun.
Let's get this over with. I don't enjoy playing.
Hey, what the hell? She's
Not
here?
for you, anyway.
I need to make sure Nemro doesn't try to keep me all to himself after I cure him. Hutts occasionally confuse gratitude with kidnapping. Nemro's got a soft spot for my friend. I'm paying her to stay here as my hostage while I fly to Hutta. Brilliant, huh?
What's the going rate for a professional hostage?
She charges by the minute. Worth every credit. Sit tight while I take care of business. I'll be back in no time. Nemro will be healthy as a rancor in a meat factory.
I feel like he's gonna fuck it up.
My name isn't Doc.
Jedi standards must be slipping if a worm like Doc qualifies as an ally.
I agree with you.
Anyone who's friends with Hutts must know all about slimy creatures. If you have dirt on Doc, let's hear it.
Nothing you haven't already discovered yourself. If you stayed with him this long, you deserve him.
She's not wrong.
That's enough polite chit-chat. Is there anything interesting to eat on this rust bucket? I'm famished.
I did it! Nemro's gonna live. The disease is cured. He's already regenerated lost tissue and organs.
Wonderful news. I can leave. It's been amusing.
You're not gonna stay and help us celebrate?
Ha! No.
You did a great thing today. You cured an incurable disease. Saved a life.
Even better, I saved someone famous. That's the kind of story the Journal of Xenomedicine loves. I couldn't have done it without you. I'm putting your name
I
in the
didn't do
special
anything.
of my article at the top even.
Wow. I'm just leveraging my reputation as a Jedi. Right. Or
Have
R2.
something for me?
Unless that's her alibi.
If the senator is being set up, I don't want to ruin her reputation. This needs to be handled discreetly.
What is all this from? That's nice. I like the colors too. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll put this on my my one companion. Stewed. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it's all right. Some light gear on. That's all we have on this. Can't unify his color palette. I'll be alright.
$300,000 miners. We have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense.
That is not nonsense.
No, it is. They are not lost.
good,
They're released
Jedi.
to their
What's it using?
Architecture and
Is it
interior
Dry?
design?
Dry is the dude from Naruto, right?
Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr. Start now.
IRI kicked me off his chat one time.
This
I
is
said
Pod
that
5, the
they were
first
killing a
fully
certain amount of
immersive
people
sleep
in
system.
the
Intelligent,
Gaza war
adaptive,
thing. They got
effortless.
offended by that.
It doesn't
Jewish.
replace your bed, it transforms it. Pod 5
It's
listens
funny
and
because like
responds to your
I don't even
needs in
remotely
real
have
time,
anything against Jewish
adjusting
people or anything like that. I
temperature.
was
So
literally quoting the Israeli defense minister who said that at the time. So whatever.
Master Satil, I stopped Lord Fulminus. He created a madness-inducing plague to turn this planet's inhabitants against each other. If he'd succeeded, Voss would have exploded into mindless violence. The entire
My
planet
favorite
would be a
kind.
slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse 5?
Sith knows no bounds. I applaud you for a job well done. I know it wasn't easy dealing with the Voss people.
Voss customs are strange, but there is wisdom in much of what they believe.
That is an intriguing assessment, and the first favorable one I've heard. I will have to investigate your claim someday. Right now, however, we have more pressing concerns. One of our missing Jedi has resurfaced, and the news isn't good. Warren Sidoru has attacked and boarded the Republic flagship Valiant.
What is Warren after?
One of our top military leaders. He's inflicted heavy casualties on Imperial forces. Admiral Dabrin possesses complete knowledge of the Republic's war plans. If the Imperial military gains that information, they'll crush us.
You're missing the point. The fallen Jedi serves the Emperor's agenda. We must learn his mission.
We have plenty of reasons to pursue this. Where are we headed, Master Satil?
The Valiant is drifting out of control at these coordinates. Liberate it, save the Admiral, and learn the Emperor's plans. Hurry. The Valiant's crew can't hold out much longer.
Oh man, I just unlocked a bunch of dialogues from all the companions again. Thought I just did this. Okay, what do you want?
Guy, we need to have the know the one I mean?
Whenever you call me tough guy, I know kissing is somehow involved.
Don't pucker up just yet. Just because the galaxy might implode any second doesn't mean we drop everything else. Fact, we love each other. Fact, we have to keep that a secret. Question, how can we have a life together?
If anyone finds out about us, we'll never see each other again. Wouldn't you rather keep what little we have?
Key word there is little. We need more. Thing about secret relationships is
Clingy, level 5 clinger.
I want to be forgotten.
You're allowing fear and desire to control you. Jedi shouldn't be afraid of anything. I can't promise a life together, Kira. Only what there is right now. In the end, that's all any of us have.
Never know what the future holds, huh? Could both be dead tomorrow. Maybe we should just focus on enjoying today, just in case. Knowing every time we're together might be the last, kind of a thrill.
Living in the moment sure beats worrying about the future.
Fair point. What are you waiting for, a post-mission debriefing? Back to work, tough guy.
Fucking kill me. Jesus Christ.
Permission to speak freely, Master Jedi.
Not granted.
You've never needed permission to speak your mind before, Rusk.
What I'm about to say, Master Jedi, you might construe as critical. I had some concerns when I was first assigned to your squad. The Jedi are known for their discipline and selflessness, and for their pacifist philosophies. I'm pleased to say my concerns were unfounded.
I do what I must to fulfill my duties as a Jedi.
I only wish everyone shared your outlook on things. I came from a pacifist colony, Master Jedi. We were bullied, remorselessly, by pirates, corporations, Hutts, even governments. I joined the military as soon as I could. Peace only comes to those willing to fight for it.
That must make things a little strained.
10 years ago, the colony was attacked by the Sith. My family was killed. They never fought back. The Sith crushed them, the way you might step on a bug.
We'll hold the Emperor accountable for this, Rusk. I promise.
Thank you, Master Jedi. At any rate, we should move on. Thank you for hearing me out.
Master, you'll be pleased to
Bro.
know I added extra padding to all the seats.
Just, you gotta ruin it, don't you?
I hope you find them comfortable.
Oh no.
This is the worst day of my life. Some idiot bounty hunter killed Nemro the Hutt before the Journal of Xenomedicine could examine him. I can't
Get
verify
fucked,
the
bro.
treatment worked because Nemro's a big messy puddle of goo. There's no proof I saved him.
I understand your frustration, but perhaps you have a destiny beyond mere fame and glory.
Mere? I was going to be an immortal giant in the medical community. My only hope is someone else coming down with the disease so I can cure it again. I'm not holding my breath. The disease is rare. It could be years, decades before I get another shot at it.
Bro, there's like trillions of people in the galaxy. You like really can't find another person with this disease.
I know how your mind works. Don't even think about infecting someone with that terrible disease.
I'm not a monster. It would be a mild strain. You know what? The Journal of Xenomedicine can take a flying leap into a black hole. You know, I'm starting my own blasted journal. I've had enough medical adventures these past few years to fill a library. And I'm telling people all about them.
Leave out your personal embellishments. This could become an important resource.
As far as he
Keep
approves.
it pure.
I'm always honest. I can't help leading a legendary lifestyle. Publishing a HoloNet journal won't be easy. I'm gonna need recorders, edit droids, and a good S-thread broadcaster. That's some serious scratch. I'll have to start charging for my services. You understand.
Why don't we rob an Imperial bank for the money?
This is why I keep you around. You say what I'm thinking.
I mean, I was joking, but alright.
I have sought the Emperor's death for so long, yet I cannot picture the galaxy without him. When I was born, the Emperor was the Empire. Everything existed to feed his whims. He was so far above us, no one, Sith or slave, would have dared even form an opinion about him.
You served him personally. What is he like?
When I began serving him, I thought it was far simpler than that. The Emperor was just a man, isolated by unimaginable power and the inability to trust the scheming sycophants who served him. I was wrong. He is a disease that must be stopped before it ravages us.
Even the Emperor can be turned back to the light.
That's not what I was trying to say at all.
Man, he will not break down in tears of regret for what he's done. Immortality comes at a terrible price. Taste, smell, touch, color, emotion. The Emperor and I experience none of these things. We are no longer mortal. When you face the Emperor, do not forget that.
Alrighty. You know what I wonder is they show Lord Malgus, Darth Malgus, in all the trailers for this game. Like, you never encounter him. Interesting.
You wanted to talk to me, T7?
Nice.
If you can't trust the person closest to you, who can you trust?
Yeah, I think so too. I don't like it, but it's true.
I appreciate the compliments, but I'm not perfect. Believing I am is the first step towards the dark side.
You're a robot. I mean, you're really learning anything from me?
I'm not a droid, T7. I'm going to grow old and become one with the Force. Then you'll have to find someone else. It's good to know my legacy will live on after I'm gone.
Right. Get rid of some of this crap that I haven't. Gonna some time to focus on this hero thing. Wait, do I not have credits in here? I do. I put 8 million in so that I could buy that ship, I guess. $2 million in here. Should I have my legacy? Whoa, 279 million.
Sponsors who have to go through background checks. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They don't.
You think 300,000 miners are lost in America? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that. Why, hello there.
High
I'm Ben
Rise,
Shapiro,
usually
and I'm
pretty good at
co-founder
that
of the
kind of
Daily
stuff.
Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro
I give him
Show.
credit.
And
I still
today
think he's
I'm
kind of an
surrounded by
annoying asshole, but
25 Kamala Harris supporters.
let's see his talking points for that stuff down. Well,
My first claim is Kamala Harris's attempt to put DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion at the center of her policies is destructive.
it wasn't even at the center of her policies. What are you talking about?
How's it going, dude? Where do I get one of those hats?
Oh, my boy made it for me.
Nice.
So yeah, first of all, we're standing on stolen indigenous
Oh
Tongva land,
God.
right? This is.
Are you moving anytime
indigenous
soon?
land? No, but
Why?
the fact of the matter is
Fuck
I'm.
is this guy, bro? Like, how does this person get like? I hate that these are the kinds of people that get propped up by like social media to like represent us. Like, this guy's a fucking joke. Like, his whole shtick, obviously, is just to be like a caricature. I bet he doesn't even believe half the shit he says. It's either to be a caricature or just to kind of be obnoxious and like what's the word I'm looking for? Not obnoxious, but like just kind of off the wall, kind of different, exaggerated. There's a word looking for that I can't find. By the way, like, I have friends who are very like, they dress differently from other people. They lean into like their uniqueness and all that. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't buy that him as the media figure that he is, that this isn't all just kind of like a shtick. You know what I mean? That's what annoys me.
Born and raised California. We're talking
Yeah, but
about
it's stolen land, so why don't you
diversity,
give it back?
equity, and vision. We should.
So why don't
we
you?
absolutely
You
should.
could do it today, right now.
Great.
So
We
do it.
should, but that's not my point here. The point
Why'd
is
you bring
you're
it up
saying
then,
that
bro?
diversity, equity, inclusion is destructive.
Stupid.
Yes.
Right. So when we look at this country that is built off the backs of slavery and white supremacy, taking the lead, building the roots and foundations of everything that you know and believe today,
Everything?
it's ironic to see a black and Indian woman who's rising up to the occasion against society, pushing them down. And this isn't just the fact that they're black and Indian and a woman, it's the fact that
Can you give me an
those
example of how society
demographics-
pushed Kamala Harris down, please?
The demographic of people is what I'm talking
Well,
about.
yeah, but you suggested that Kamala Harris is being pushed down by society.
I'm not suggesting that, no.
I mean, that's
So
okay,
my point is saying that
Sorry, you've been voted out by the
Good.
majority. Please
Get
return
him
to your
out of
seat.
here. Stupid. Parker and Dean.
Whoa. Man.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. So my opening question to you would be, why is that a destructive thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Unironically,
For a long time in this
we need more dudes like this on the liberal side. Because this looks like a normal fucking dude. You know what I mean?
country, I feel
He's got a little edge on him. He's got like his tattoos. He's got his fucking dickies, shit. Black shirt, stuff like that. Doesn't look like a model or anything. Kind of just looks like a fucking dude. We need more dudes.
personally that white men have had an advantage over some communities that have been discriminated against. So why would you say that that is a destructive thing and not, maybe making up for lost time?
Sure. So let me explain what I mean by diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the basic theory of diversity, equity, and inclusion is spelled out by people like Richard Delgado, who's sort of one of the founders of, for example, critical race theory, is that essentially disparities equal discrimination. That if you see any disparity between one group in the United States and another group in the United States, that is the result of some exterior discrimination. It is not the result of individuals within that group acting differently. It's not the result of cultural differences. It's not the result of aggregated differences within individuals within that group. And that to me is a failure of logic. It also is destructive in that it separates group from group, particularly in the United States, on the basis of race, which is not the best way of actually bringing Americans together or forming policy that is the best for all Americans.
Do you think there's room for nuance, perhaps, though? Like, yeah, maybe not everybody, but there certainly has been a large sect of people that has had it harder because of the color of their skin or their sexuality or their gender identity. Could you acknowledge that maybe there's, you know, a middle ground there where it's not all, but there is some people who certainly have had a disadvantage?
I will say that history has consequences, obviously, and that if you are talking about historic marginalization of particular groups, that has consequences. The problem is that when you design policy in order to rectify for cosmic injustices or historic injustices, you actually have to...
Well, these aren't cosmic injustices, injustices related to our society, right? People are not going to pick up on this little word that's lettered in here, but the connotation is that if it's a cosmic injustice outside of our control, it's like a force of nature instead of act of God, right? But it's not. I mean, we're talking about injustices to decisions we make at a policy level to society level, right? Can't change them. They're harder than injustices that happen like a case by case basis for sure, right? But they're not cosmic. They're not like a fact of the universe or something.
They're trying to measure out whether underperformance, say, economically, is due to those historic injustices. If so, how much? What is the corrective policy that is actually aimed at achieving best opportunity for all? The diversity, equity, and inclusion policies that are directed at separating race from race and then benefiting one race, for example, at the expense of another, ignore the fact that there are individuals within those groups, that history does not fall on everybody equivalent, that, frankly, genetics and intelligence don't necessarily fall on an individual level, right? You and I, we don't look the same. We might have different heights. We might have different qualities. You know, that is just the way that you know, God or nature has bestowed skill sets on everybody. What exactly is the government supposed to correct for? And if you took this entire group and you separated it in half, just draw a line anywhere. It's a circle, right? Anywhere you draw a line, you're going to get disparities between the two groups on either side of the line without regard to race, without regard to sex, and without regard to, for example, sexual orientation.
But does that mean that hasn't played an effect in that story at all?
I'm not going to, no, you'd be a fool to claim that, that, again, past injustices have no effect on what's happened today. Thanks so much. Watching guys gear up to run is really entertaining. That was so nice, everybody. Thank you.
So you believe that certain economic disparities between racial groups are caused as a result of cultural differences?
Sure.
And so what is the backing on this? What would you say contributes to your belief in that?
Okay, so not all cultures, for example, value studying in school the same. You can check this by the amount of hours that kids of particular cultures study. So, for example, Korean Americans can study a lot more than, for example, Latino Americans in terms of the number of hours that kids study. It would be hard to suggest what to attribute that to other than sort of parental guidance and what exactly the priorities are of the parents. This is true, by the way, between white people. Okay, so when I talk about disparities between groups, you can talk about white Appalachia, and there are very different values with regard to studying than there are for, say, upper-class white Americans who are living in Brooklyn, right? That's not the exact same thing. So cultural differences are not just racial differences. I think that anybody who attempts to sort of clumsily map that on and pretend that that's all the same, that's obviously not true. But cultural differences do explain an enormous amount of group disparities across incomes. To take a perfect example, you know, if you look at single motherhood rates, they're not equivalent across groups. Those are going to have massive differences with regard to outcomes for children. So if you're talking about cultural differences, again, cultural is just it was a rough way of saying how people act within a group on a large scale. And that is going to amount to some generalization, but that generalization is going to tend to, shall we say, concur. It's going to correlate very highly with outcome.
But culture is acclimated over time. It becomes a thing over time. And so do you not think that these historical disadvantages that certain...
She went in a direction I wasn't anticipating her going. That was a really good point, because this starts to cut away at the idea that DEI is like this bad thing, like ipso facto bad thing, right? Because if Shapiro's whole issue is that there's cultural, you know, differences between groups, which are leading to disparities in outcomes, but then, like, isn't that the entire point of the whole, like, DEI worldview, is that, you know, we've had cultural differences related to, like, historical, you know, systems within these different cultures, and so we want to, you know, try to influence that in a more positive direction.
Ethnic groups have been through over time has created this culture in which they're unable to put themselves ahead. You do say that Asian Americans are more likely to study, yes, but we have to take into account that after the Chinese Exclusion Act, Asian Americans were given a certain type of reparations which allowed them into the country. And in order for them, they were given visas, which allowed them to come into the, yes, they were given easier processes into visas, yes, which allowed them into, no.
I mean, in this case, it'd be kind of like a form of reparations, right? Because we're making up for past injustice by saying, hey, we're gonna allot a certain amount of, and by the way, that is kind of a form of DEI, by the way, because you're targeting one group. I don't share the view that other people have that DEI is necessarily a bad thing. So this would be one form where you're looking at a certain group saying, hey, we mistreated you in the past, so therefore we're gonna make up for it now by doing this thing.
It's a form of reparations, which
I would
they
agree
were
with that, yeah.
once excluded from coming in. And so giving them an easier opportunity to attain these visas allowed them into the US. And mainly the individuals who were able to attain those were people with higher educations, which is why it may seem that Asian Americans within the country who come in typically with higher incomes as well as higher educational backgrounds, it may come off as that they are more studious than Latino Americans. But what we have to take into account is that Latin America and Hispanic people have faced a lot of tremendous setback due to historical atrocities. It's not their culture per se. What you see within,
is there any individual agency in here, or is it all historic circumstance?
Everything is based off of history. Everything acclimates. Everything is an accumulation of history.
So to take the single motherhood example, for example,
the way.
So that was fun anyway. Whoa. Hey, how's it going? How are you? Good to meet you.
So your basis is saying that culturally, people don't have the same advantages, right?
I'm saying that not every culture sort of initiates the same action within groups.
So in part, you're saying that you're part of each culture. You know what goes on in each culture to say these things.
No, I'm saying that I can analyze the activities of a particular group with reference to their actual behavior.
So if you go into my culture, we're told that we can achieve anything through hard work. We have to work 10 times harder. But you're not part of our culture, so you're explaining something that doesn't have to do with you. But in turn, you're saying that that culture, unfortunately, does not value the same thing that the next culture does.
So revealed preference tends to be a better way of doing social science than subjective perception. So revealed preference is how people act in the world. So for example, if you have one group of people who say, we really, really value our kids studying, and then their kids don't study at all, that would be a revealed preference.
Okay.
Everybody has
so then when you have
to
people who say in corporate America, you have people who value nepotism versus actual studying hard. What is that called then?
Okay, so the idea that people generally value nepotism over studying hard, I'd like to see the evidence of that, given the fact the vast majority of wealth in this country is not created through nepotism or through inherited wealth.
But Donald Trump was given nepotism, was he not?
I mean, he's one example among a bajillion people who are very, very wealthy in this country. I'm very wealthy now. I certainly wasn't born very wealthy.
But then you can't speak on Donald Trump's experience, can you not?
That just happens to be the case. Okay, I mean, you can laugh at my particular history, but I grew up in an 1,100 square foot home in Burbank, California, with 4 siblings in 1 bedroom.
And Burbank. Yeah. Oh, hold on. In Burbank, I'm sorry, but in Burbank versus growing up in South Central, being told that you have to excel 10 times harder than the next person, but then you're not part of the culture, to say that you can actually come to these disparities is kind of far-sighted.
The idea that you have to work 10 times harder coming from South Central based on, for example, test scores is obviously not true. We've had affirmative action programs in this country for solidly 40 years.
That's not what she means. She means that in order for you to even succeed in that environment, you're going to have to work harder because there's a lot of very negative influences in the area. And if Ben Shapiro agrees that culture is going to be a predictor for outcomes, then, he can't also say that not going to have an effect on your opportunities, on how hard you're going to have to work. You're going to have to work against that culture, which Ben Shapiro is saying here is a high predictor of outcomes. It's going to be a high predictor of outcomes for a reason, right? I don't expect this person who's debating him to put that argument together, though.
Affirmative action is gone. It's out the door. Now DEI is present. DEI is actually saying that we need to have diversity, equity, inclusion. So you're actually putting a footing in the door for different races, different genders, different women, different men, everything. So now you're saying that because this program is gone, this one isn't.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Yeah, like a jackrabbit. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Hi,
how's it going?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So, I kind of want to shift the conversation about DEI a little bit away from culture because I don't know if that's necessarily like a helpful conversation to have. And I really want to talk more about representation. So, 1 in 5 Americans currently is Hispanic. This country, like it or not, is not a homogenous country. We are a very
They might
diverse
change.
country. Do you not think that our legislators should be representative of the overall population?
No, he doesn't.
I don't see a way that you can have a quote-unquote representative legislature with 435 members of Congress in a country of 340 million people, because you can divvy that up however you want. It's not by race. You can do it by sex. You can do it by gender. You can do it by sexual orientation. How exactly do you decide what is quote-unquote the representative group? And also, I don't believe that individuals ought to be represented based on group identity. So, for example, I'm Jewish. Jews are actually overrepresented in Congress. I don't think that we ought to decide exactly how many people in Congress are Jewish based on the Jewish population of the country. I think that's actually a pretty silly way to do representation.
Well, we don't have to do it systematically, but fundamentally, there is an issue with the fact that we are not fully represented. Like, the entire population is not represented.
I mean,
We have
that's not
never
true. We
had a
vote.
black female president. I still have to pay taxes.
We've never had a
The
Jewish
whole
president. Who
concept is
cares?
no taxation without. Well, we have had a white male president. We've had like 45
Well,
of them.
whether Jews count as white or not has been sort of an object of debate for
You do.
quite a while. We do. Okay.
You do.
So, I mean, it depends according to whom, and that's a pretty recent development. Okay, so
Basically, everyone. It's a religion.
Judaism
Do
is
you
also
not
ethnicity.
agree that you are a white man?
I mean, I think that it depends on the context in which you're discussing it.
So
Meaning
what
that-
are you, Ben? Are you not a white guy?
I mean, I'm a man of Jewish ethnicity, which is sometimes grouped with white and sometimes not. I mean, that's the more accurate way to put it. But when
What
we're
else would
talking
you be
about
grouped with?
with Jews, who are which is an
But it's-
ethnicity. I mean,
So
yeah.
you're not white at all.
I mean, again, it depends who's doing the grouping and how. I've seen Jews grouped with white and Jews grouped with not white. Are we just pretending that doesn't exist? That's a reality. However, as far as your generalized point, which is that we are supposed to identify people by group identity, that if we don't have a black female president, somehow black females have not been represented. So Barack Obama was in no way representative of black females because he's not a female.
No,
he's
he
black.
was. He was representative,
So
but
he was
that's
half
the point.
representative. How do you do the math on this, and why?
You shouldn't do the math on it completely statistically, but the fact
You shouldn't
is
do the math
there's
on it at all. You should
clearly
treat people as individuals.
underrepresented.
You should treat people as individuals.
Well, if you don't even want Kamala Harris to attempt to create DEI initiatives in office, then there is.
I think this is a little bit incoherent. That if you're going to say just treat people as individuals, but then you're also going to point to cultures being like predictors of outcomes and have issues with certain different kinds of cultures. Cultures are not individuals. Cultures are a systemic, force upon individuals, right?
Isn't even going to be a conversation about it.
I mean, I don't think there ought to be a conversation about why we ought to be represented by race or by sex. I think that we are each individual people with individual ideas, and if that person represents my
I mean, if that's really your argument, then we wouldn't have 400 congressmen. We'd have 340 million of them, right? To a certain degree, you already buying into the premise that we have a representative feature of our government, right? And the question is, yes, how do you distribute that out? What is what is a fair way of distributing that out? That's a good question. I'm not sure. That's kind of fuzzy. But I mean, you already do buy into that concept to some degree.
my ideas, I don't care what sex, race, or sexual orientation they are.
I mean, to an extent, yes.
No,
but there
entirely.
is an issue with the lack of empathy in office. We need to be able to empathize and legislate for the people that are living in this country.
I was not
Do you
aware.
not believe that?
I was not aware that empathy is relegated to particular race solidarity.
No, but I mean, it's easier to be empathetic towards people whose experiences you can fundamentally understand based on your identity. Like, do you not believe that people have an inherent bias
So first of all, I'm
based
not
on
sure.
identity?
I mean, we can start with the empathy itself. I'm not sure that empathy is always the best basis for actual public policy, because when you have group solidarity and empathy based on group solidarity, you're going to attempt to actually benefit the group with whom you have solidarity. So that actually cuts against
But
generalized
that's like a
public
fundamental.
Isn't that her point, though? Isn't that her entire point? Or are you just making her point for her that, you know, if you don't have representation for other groups, then there's a high likelihood that you're going to have people with in-group preferences preferencing their group over every other group, right? And so if you don't have like a counterbalance for that, like isn't he making her point for her there?
fundamental thing that just exists, which is why we need representation in government. Okay, cute. Thank you.
Wow, he got it this time. All right, nice. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you, Ben?
You know, it's been a day.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like an interesting setting being surrounded by 20 people that disagree with you.
I mean, the truth is I grew up in LA and then I went to law school in Cambridge, so
you
I'm
had
a little
lot
used to
more
it.
than 20.
Yeah, I've been here before.
Anyways, let's talk about DEI. Do you think that Trump should have won 2016? I'll wrap it in. It's conceptually relevant. I'll demonstrate the relevance.
Okay, sounds good. By what measure? Do I think he did win, or do I think he should have won?
Do you think he should have won?
I mean, yes, I'm happy that he won. If the question is, am I happy that he won? I'm happy that he won.
Okay. Well, I'd say that Trump won 2016 because.
By the way, I did not vote for either candidate in 2016. That's a decision made in retrospect.
Awesome. So I think that Trump won 2016 because of a modality of DEI. Essentially, what I'd say is the Electoral College, right, strives for inclusion of smaller states with lower populations by overrepresenting them in the overall vote. Like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, or the SAN fact checkers can. I'm pretty sure that over the last 25 to 30 years, Republicans have won the presidency given the Electoral College, not given the overall popular vote. So if you're against DEI, if you don't want inclusion on the basis of race, inclusion on the basis of gender, or even what you're saying earlier, we could even say inclusion on the basis of class, why do you want inclusion on the basis of population, rural areas, states,
We should actually use a better example. Why don't you just ask if I believe in the U.S. Senate? Right,
the U.S. Senate, this would also apply to the U.S. Senate.
Right, okay, so let's use the U.S. Senate because the U.S. Senate is actually even more unrepresentative of the general population than the Electoral College, which is at least a rough approximation.
It'd just be funnier to hear you say that you shouldn't have voted for Trump in 2016, but we could talk about the Senate as well.
That's a different subject, but I'm very happy that he won, even though I didn't vote for him. I mean, we can talk about Trump later.
Yeah.
We've already done a bit. I'm sure we'll do more. As far as the idea that every elected body has to be elected based on population as opposed to based on the area of geographic distribution or the states that actually pre-existed the federal government. Okay, the way that the Constitution of the United States was created.
That's not the question. The question isn't how the Constitution was created. The question is, what are your beliefs about what it should be, right? Doing the Izot fallacy here.
Was as a contract between sovereign states, which is one of the reasons why, for example, you have a United States Senate as opposed to just a House of Representatives. So is that a form of DEI? That seems like a stretch to me. What kind of DEI?
Why is it, it's a stretch because it existed before? Right? Doesn't mean it's not a form of DEI just because, you know, it was crafted when the Constitution was formed. Just explaining the origin of that form of DEI. You're not actually arguing that it's not a form of DEI.
Specifically would be separating human beings based on inherent characteristics, like, for example, race, as opposed to suggesting that the United States Senate, which is obviously unrepresentative of the general population,
well, seemingly my point is
somehow bad. That's a check and balance, right?
Well, seemingly my point is that this is another modality of DEI. I've like no problem with you explaining to me, right, why the Senate or the Electoral College would be given the U.S. Constitution and like some contractual agreement that they had between the sovereign states. That's fine. But what I'd say is that your claim here would just imply that the Constitution upholds DEI within our electoral process.
If your claim is
so, do you think that the Constitution upholds DEI in the sense of including smaller states with less representative populations?
That is a true stretch of the meaning of DEI, but I get your point. I mean, if the idea is
illustrate how then.
The only thing that is not pure DEI in a democratic context would be sort of popularly represented votes, then I think you can make the case that basically you should get rid of every representative institution. We should go to a pure democracy because.
Well, I'm not making a case for what we should replace it with. I'm making the case that it would uphold DEI. We could talk about what other systems should function in the case of the Electoral College or in the case of the Senate. That's a completely different conversation. Than are these systems upholding DEI?
So again, I think that you're definitionally stretching DEI. If DEI is the basic idea that all disparities equal discrimination and must be rectified by government interventionism, which is sort of the definition, then
is that the definition? I'm not familiar with that being the definition. I feel like you just made that shit up.
Stretching that to mean the Electoral College
like
seems
it's actually
like
a much
going
broader
pretty
term
far
than that.
afield to defend a very broad concept as specifically badly applied.
Wait, 1 second. I don't think that we need to say that DEI is equivalent to disparities equal discrimination.
Yes.
We could just see that DEI is like a qualm for disparities in general, right?
Yes.
And what we apply here in this certain modality when we're talking about the Electoral College, when we're talking about the Senate, is we're trying to qualm the disparities of the lack of population in rural areas. We're trying to qualm the disparities of smaller states compared to larger states. And seemingly,
what the core of the
you haven't
argument
really
is.
given me a response to this apart from calling it a stretch, but I do appreciate you for
No, I mean, it seems to me like the argument that you're making is that in order for there to be calm and sort of conciliation inside the United States, particular racial groups have to be given particular benefits.
How we doing? It's your cart girl, Cass. Let me show you something. It's called the Eagle Eye Rangefinder. All the pros are calling it the hottest rangefinder on the market. It has an 800-yard range.
What is
It
this?
factors in the horizontal and vertical
It's
slope
like a
of the
golf
course,
thing?
giving you the most.
Dude, golf
Okay,
is
because that was the
so
argument with regard
fucking
to the
boring
states
for
in
you
the
to
United
waste
States, right?
money and
When
time
the
on this
Constitution
stupid
was formed,
shit.
the way that you came to an actual
Get your
agreement
fucking ball.
in the
Move on.
Constitutional Convention, states were not going to sign on unless they got particular guarantees of the interests of those particular states,
Sure.
right? So if you're claiming that that's DEI,
That doesn't
then
mean it's
the
not
response
DEI
that I would
though.
have is right, because that's how you have to come to an agreement. So if you're going to make the parallel argument with regard
Okay, well, if you're going to make that argument, then maybe the only way we come to agreement today in our current society with all the people that we have to share it with is that you make some concessions for that form of DI.
to DEI in, for example, the racial context, you then have to make the case that the only way that you can have conciliation in the United
you go.
States is for particular racial groups to be given specific racial benefits, and otherwise the country is going to split apart.
I
which is an
mean-
argument with which I generally disagree, even if I agreed with the way the Constitution was formed.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see like your parallel here, right? I think that DEI could exist in multiple modalities.
Dude,
My
stop saying
argument in a
modalities,
nutshell is
just
nothing more
multiple
than
forms,
the fact
okay.
that we see disparities existing in rural areas compared to metropolitan areas. We see disparities existing in the size of a state and its overall population, and you're calming these, and you're
Right, but the DEI
losing
the DEI response to
resolving
that would
these,
not be
like through like an over representation.
And the DEI
and I
response-
understand that your argument is, but my single-handed point here is that you would say, in some sense, that this is a reconciliation to introduce more,
Well,
not
I
diversity,
mean, not-
inclusion in the sense of a state to state in their population. I mean, so if you make the concession that this is DI, would you say in the same sense that we shouldn't have
I don't make
other
the
DI
concession that that falls
practices?
within the
Okay.
definition of DEI that I've used. And if your claim is that
Oh,
I'm
that
now in
year
favor of,
use
for
is a
example,
nice
subsidies
qualifier
to
right
rural
there.
areas at the expense of urban areas, I'm not actually
So do you
in
think
favor
that
of
DI would only
fundamentally.
apply in the context of race?
No, it could apply in the context of class. It could apply
Okay,
in
if
the
it
context
could
of
apply in the
identity,
context of race,
identity.
class, and identity, why can't it apply in the context of a state's population and their representation in our government?
I mean, if they were to receive special benefits
he
at
doesn't
the
want it to.
expense of other members of the population,
They
on the
are.
basis of state
They are.
population.
Yes, like
That starts to
Alabama or
contradict his
Arkansas
support
are
for the,
literally receiving
Electoral
special
College.
benefits insofar as a greater level of
so-
representation in our Senate and in our electoral
No, that is-
processes compared to people in California. I mean, for
Trying to-
instance, that's
trying
my one second. That's my buddy Parker over there. He lives
Parker,
in
what's going on, dude?
he lives in California, right? And
I'm fully aware
and
of
I
how the
live in
Electoral College and the
Colorado.
Senate work, dude.
So I literally have more representation person for person in the sense of Parker's vote compared to my vote because
It's good, by the way, that
individualistic-
he's this is an important thing in debate is he's not conceding the point simply because he's getting run down. Shapiro here isn't really giving like a bulletproof reason why DI shouldn't also apply as a definition to the Electoral College. And so Dean could, if he wanted to, just concede because Shapiro's being what's the term, like stubborn, I suppose. It's a little bit. I want a more value neutral term. He's not willing to concede that point, right? And oftentimes in debate, people will just, oh, okay, fine, whatever, we can agree to disagree. No, actually, I still disagree with you, and you still haven't really satisfied why you think that's a different thing. And I'm gonna hold you to this. I'm gonna keep making this point. I'm gonna keep, testing your logic on this. Like, I do think you're wrong, and I will continue actually to argue on this point. Right? You don't have to concede it if you don't think that they've adequately resolved the incongruence in their logic or whatever. Don't concede it then. You don't have to. Fuck them.
Speaking, I'm from a state that has more representation, and the same thing could be said for multiple other states across America, especially in the Senate. There's
having a
two
tough time
senators
getting
that
from-
represent me and everyone else in Colorado, and there's
dude,
two
I understand
senators
how
that
this
represent
works.
him and
My question
millions
is,
more people.
How are you
in
getting from point
California.
A, which is that California has two senators and Colorado has two senators, to point B, which is that we should have incredible racial carve-outs on the basis of group identity at the behest of the federal government? That is a very, very large stretch. And to get from point A to point B on the basis of the constitutional structure seems like you're going pretty far afield. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but the rubber band only goes so far.
That's the end of this claim.
That's great.
I appreciate you, man. Hopefully we could talk more.
I hear what you're saying.
How do I throw this shit in there? Wait, did it go in there? Nice, it did. Which means I should be able to throw the rest of this shit in there too.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris's extreme pro-abortion stance is morally indefensible.
This one's an easy argument if you actually understand the arguments on this point. Not a lot of people do.
Hey, good to meet you. Okay, so I just want to clarify the claim because
sure.
okay, so the claim that I'm making about Kamala Harris, let's first say like what I believe her position to be. Okay, so she has not stated any abortion law that she would not veto. Right, so the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act, for example, or late-term abortion bans, she would presumably veto that as President of the United States. That's the position that I'm taking in this particular prompt. Okay, so that is the position that I find morally indefensible. Okay, so again, I'm a very, very pro-life person, but I can see at least the sort of nuanced arguments that some people on the left try to make about abortion, even if I disagree with those arguments. The argument that she's making, which is effectively abortion until birth should be in no way regulated, I find that to be morally indefensible.
My understanding right now is that a majority of Democrats would not support abortion through birth. My understanding is the
There
more
you go.
popular position. I don't think any state lets you go through birth. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe there's a couple.
California and New York, actually.
Okay, understood.
Hold on a second. Well, I think those are for cases of like the health of the mother. So when you say that they allow it through birth, you're kind of loading that California through birth. And I'm sure that if Shapiro is aware of this, probably also aware of this here. And he's just choosing not to mention them. California abortion is legal up to viability. Yeah, so Shapiro's lying about this. When he says up to birth, the up to birth part is probably an exclusion to this viability cutoff. It's not the rule. The point is only legal if the most, yeah, so like, yeah, he's being dishonest about this.
But yeah, I think the key claim is basically, I think most Democrats would want abortion within the first few weeks prior to the development of my personal moral starting point of life is that the mind is the seat of consciousness, the brain is is where your
Not
self
everybody
is.
moved on to
If you
this.
replace your heart, you have a robo heart, you're chilling. If you replace your brain, you're a different person, you're dead. And I think that when that brain first starts to develop, that's sort of where I see the beginning of life and where the fetus gets their first moral consideration. Would you agree that abortion before that point is tolerable?
No, I don't agree with that. But again, quick question, just as far as defining the positions.
Yeah.
So would you agree that late-term abortion is indefensible?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's not
Good.
my.
It's good that he's making that concession.
So you actually agree with me on the prompt.
It's not worth
Okay, so
arguing
now
on that
we
point.
get into the broader abortion conversation. That's fine.
I don't even know
No
if I agree
worries.
with it.
That's
It's just not worth arguing that point.
Do you feel that a majority of Democrats support through like the moment before birth?
A majority of Democrats have not supported any abortion legislation on the federal level in my entire lifetime, nor do I suppose that they will. So if there were to be a consensus 15-week abortion ban, for example, which is about the status in Europe, I would assume that virtually all Democrats would vote against that 15-week abortion ban. So, I may agree with your more moderate position, or at least use that as a starting point. That is certainly not where the Democratic Party historically has been, nor is it where the Democratic Party is right now.
Awesome, understood. And just to understand where you begin your moral consideration for a fetus.
Where I consider
Yeah.
at conception. Right, so I believe in life, that life begins at conception. You now have a human being with potential, not a potential human being. And then the question is exactly what the moral value of that human being is. Once you acknowledge that there is, in fact, a countervailing interest to, for example, a woman's quote-unquote right to choose, once you acknowledge there's an independent interest.
Sure. Thank you so much for your time, Ben.
You made it. You're good. You can relax.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Hello. Nice to meet you. Oh wow, you look better in person. Okay, so
That's very sweet of you. I don't often get that, so thank you.
Okay, it's fine. How do you define abortion really quickly?
Abortion would be the forcible termination of an unborn human life.
Yes, but like, why do you hold that definition? Like, would you not assume like something like a C-section would be considered an abortion?
No, because the baby is born alive. So how would that be an abortion?
What does the definition of abortion have to include the death of a fetus?
Because that's literally the definition of abortion.
It literally isn't though. Where are you getting this definition from?
Where are you getting your definition from?
Let's go to do you like in like Mayo Clinic, like any fucking like hospital you've ever gone to before?
A C-section ends with the birth of the child.
Right, but
I know.
But abortion,
both I and all three of my siblings were born via
generally.
C-section.
Yeah, I understand this.
I'm here. I'm talking to you.
I know, baby.
Thus I was not aborted.
I understand this, but like yes, but like no. Well, yes, but like no. But no, you could simply say that abortion is simply the ending of a pregnancy, right? So the ending of a pregnancy outside of the natural birth of a fetus. So I don't see why you would say that like it would have to end in the death of a fetus. Which
I don't know. I mean, this might be technically the medical definition, but I just don't appreciate this line of reasoning or this line of debate logic because no one uses the term that way. It's a waste of time to even debate this point. No one's gonna see it that way. You're not really winning an argument by arguing down this line, and you don't have to. Like you can argue it on the common definition that everybody uses, which is termination of life of a fetus, and you can still win that argument. There's no point in doing that, going
why
down
I'm
this.
pro-abortion on 9 months, right? Because say if a woman is not able to pass
Oh,
a fetus
she's all
in
9
the
months. No
natural
wonder
way,
she's
we can have these other
arguing this
abortion
point.
processes that would say like, okay, like
Actually,
she needs some
now that I
type
think
of
about it,
induction
sure,
that doesn't
still not
include
sure.
the actual natural
It's a
expulsion
good
of a
reason to
fetus.
argue this
But it
point.
doesn't always end in the death of a fetus. So I don't see how you could say that her Kamala Harris's stance is immoral in this sense.
I just don't understand how you're removing the death of the fetus from the equation about abortion. That's literally the entire moral issue. You and I would not even be arguing if we were talking about C-sections or about natural birth.
But it seems like at this court, though, we disagree on what the inherent definition of abortion is.
You could leave away. You could. I mean,
all he has to do is grant you that definition, and then disagree with you. Like this argument's not going to get you
we can
anywhere.
very easily solve this. Let's just not talk about the word abortion. Let's talk about
Yep.
the forcible termination of a baby.
Okay, so then what do you value in the
By the way, this is a really good debate tactic. I use this a lot, which is okay. You know, rather than arguing the semantics, I'm going to grant you your semantics, and we're just going to argue on the conceptual basis of your definition, right? You want to argue that that a keyboard is actually, a Labrador Retriever. Okay, cool. Then I'm not going to argue with you whether or not a keyboard is Labrador Retriever. I'm just going to say, okay, cool. Given that you think a keyboard is Labrador Retriever, I don't think we should be able to throw a keyboard in the trash because we wouldn't throw a Labrador Retriever in the trash, right?
In this country right now, 300,000 minors. We have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense.
That is not nonsense.
No, it is. They are not.
Hospital you've ever gone to before?
A C-section ends with the birth of the child.
Right, but
I know.
But abortion. We can have these other abortion processes that would say like, okay, like she needs some type of induction that doesn't include the actual natural expulsion of a fetus. But it doesn't always end in the death of a fetus. So I don't see how you could say that her Kamala Harris's stance is immoral in this sense.
I just don't understand how you remove
half of the conjunct. That's not right. So it would be past, present, or
now
future.
You're changing the topic. I mean, we started with what's the value of the fetus.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
That's a waste.
Whoa! You know what?
What the fuck happened? You guys gotta calm down.
Whoa! You know what?
Stupid. This format is fucking stupid. For that reason.
You know, just for honest to God, just for that I forfeit. That's like some serious efforting right there. Well done. Really well done.
Yeah, so on the topic of abortion, I think we have a big focus on the moral aspects of abortion, but I do think we should talk about the legal aspects of life because when a baby is born, two things happen: birth certificate, social security card. When there are fetus, when it's like cells in the body, you don't get the birth certificate. You don't get a social security card because it's not alive, it's not born yet. Therefore, when it comes to like the moral repercussions of having abortion, I feel like that's very different than legal.
The moral or the legal? Okay.
A cluster of cells in a woman was equivalent to a baby, I should be able to have tax deductions on that kid. I should be able to have child care from the government. I should be able to have child support from the father. But since like the clusters of cells is in fact not a baby.
I don't know what direction Shapiro will go on this. If I were arguing his position, I might go the direction of saying, okay, well, just because you have a living being, right, that's legally recognized as a living being with a birth certificate and all that, like, you might get tax deductions for that, but there are age limits to that, right? So like when your child becomes age majority, 18 or whatever, they can be an independent now at that point, and you're not getting tax incentives for them anymore. So likewise, right, and that's reasonable. We consider that to be reasonable. Likewise, you're not getting tax incentives for the fetus, even though the fetus, is alive, let's say.
I feel like morally, you can say whatever, but legally, a clusters of cells is not like
so sort of hiding behind the legal positivist position, I think, to shield against the morality here is a problem.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Okay. So when it comes to first of all, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm perfectly happy to have people pay paternity for children that are currently in utero. Like that's fine with me. In fact, I think that'd be quite good. I think it would incentivize fathers to stay with the mothers and actually be more responsible. But if we're talking about legal status, there are plenty of people in the United States, for example, who don't have legal status right now, who don't have a social security card, for example, in the United States. Obviously, we can't kill them.
They're slightly
legal
different
immigrants. We shouldn't murder
direction
them.
than
There are lots of people in the legal status does not, in fact, equate to moral status in any sense of the term. I mean, that it's true, for example, that children can't vote and don't actually have control over any of their decision making.
Basically the argument I was making.
4 kids of my own, and I control their decision making because they're very small. Okay, that doesn't mean that I get to kill them. So the idea of legal status, thus being the basis of a moral status, is putting the cart before the horse. The truth is that it's because things have a moral status that we give them a legal status, and obviously you can see that state by state, right? For example, even in the state of California, they had something called license law for a while. I think it's still applicable, where if somebody killed a pregnant woman, that could be treated as a double homicide in criminal law. Okay, that sort of stuff applies all over the United States. So using the legal as a substitute to sort of evade the moral question ignores the fact that people make law in the states based on what their moral perception of the issue is. The law follows the moral perception, not the other way around.
Yes, I agree. But I think there is a problem with the moral perception, especially when you consider that morality varies all across America. It's not uniform anywhere. And that's a big problem, especially when you see in the South when they're having like 6-week abortion bans, which is detrimental to women's health. Because as we see in Georgia right now, there were 2 women who were pregnant who went to a hospital, get health care, and they were denied that care because there was confusion surrounding abortion laws. That's why I focus more so on the legality aspect of it, because that's something that's uniform. That's something that could be known.
It isn't uniform though, right? I mean, it does vary state to state. I mean, as you yourself just acknowledged.
True, yes.
So, when it comes to sort of we can get into the specifics of those particular Georgia cases. One of them particularly has been relatively badly covered. It's about a woman who took basically both doses of the abortion medication. She took it without the supervision of a doctor. She then experienced essentially sepsis, and she went to the hospital late. And then, under no interpretation, by this point, she had twins. Both of the fetuses were unfortunately dead by this point, so there actually was no legal problem with performing a DNC at that time, and the hospital misinterpreted the law. But without getting into more details about that particular case, the real question when it comes to abortion was, and always will be how we weigh 2 separate considerations. One is the moral value of the life of the fetus, and the second is the woman's right to choose. The problem is that these are sort of mutually exclusive, meaning that I don't have a right to choose about your life, right? About whether I get to kill you or not, or about the children that I have who are already born. And so the right to choose.
If you're smart and you understand this debate and you're not trying to argue around it like a lot of these people are doing on like semantic grounds or distinction over law or mortality, or morality. When he says, okay, the life of someone else, what's someone else? When you're invoking a someone, now you're not simply invoking a life. You're not simply invoking a human life. You're invoking a human being. That distinction is super important. I don't think a lot of people that argue this really understand that. Life is a trivial concept, right? Arguably, bacteria are alive. Ants are alive. Spiders are alive. It's not life. Life isn't. It's not a high enough threshold for us to give ontological status, to give legal personhood status to them. It's not enough to be human life either. A heart in a cooler awaiting transport is alive and it's human, has human DNA, all that good stuff. We don't give it ontological status. It is when you are a human being, you have a consciousness. Or for the Christian side or the Jewish side, and this is really the reason why they hold this position. This is the difference between our positions on the pro-life versus pro-choice side. It's just we don't really argue that basis of the debate because we're arguing around it. Because these guys know that if we actually argue that point of the debate, whether or not we're using a soul or consciousness as our cutoff, then they lose that argument because the soul is completely like a mythical concept. There's no like real life scientific basis for it. Consciousness is an emergent property. It's going to emerge at some point. There's not like an easy cutoff for it, sure, but we have a lot of ways to kind of see when consciousness is developed or not, and when it is developing. What was the point that I was going to make with this? Oh yeah, so when he says like the life of someone, okay, the someone who owns that life, okay, the fetus is not a someone. It doesn't have a conscious experience yet. There is no someone referring to when you refer to that life. At that point, it's just a collection of living human cells, living human flesh, living human tissue. There's a difference between living human tissue, right? You can take stem cells, you could take a skin graft, right? Your skin, the outer layer is dead, but the inner layer is alive, and I believe, let's actually Google this, I'm curious about this. When you do a skin graft, does the bottom layer, I'm pretty sure the bottom layer of skin in a skin graft has to be live, because otherwise I don't think the skin graft would actually bind to the the area that you're trying to cover up. If it was all dead skin cells, I don't think it would bind, but let's find out. Does the bottom layer of skin need to be alive for a skin graft? Yes, the skin graft needs living wound bed or underlying tissue to survive. The graft itself does not have its own blood supply and relies on the shipping site to provide necessary nutrients and oxygen. Okay, this is saying something a little differently. I think this is saying not the skin that you're taking from one place putting to the other. Not that that has to be alive, but that the site that you're putting the skin graft on has to be alive, right, to accept it. Wound bed procedure. So the wound bed is what needs to be alive. The graft needs to revascularize, meaning it needs to develop its own blood supply through the wound bed. This process usually takes 5 to 7 days. Okay, but the supply of blood to me, I think, implies that you have living tissue within the skin, right? Curious about this. Does the top layer, skin receive blood? No, the top layer does not receive blood. The epidermis is avascular, meaning it lacks vessels. Instead, the cells in the deepest layer of the epidermis receive nutrients and oxygen blood capillary. Okay, I'm curious what that bottom layer dermis located in dermis contains. Okay, is the dermis alive? Is the dermis alive? Yes, the dermis is a living layer of skin. Yep, there we go. So, yes, indeed, right? You take a skin graft is alive. The skin is alive. If you took that skin graft off, this would be a really good question for someone like Ben Shapiro, right? Should we protect the life of a skin graft? Take the skin off. Do we give rights to that skin because it's human and it's alive? No, right? Because the real thing that we're protecting is not the living tissue. It is indeed the someone, the being, the person, the spirit, soul, right? And so that's really where the argument really breaks down to. And most of these people, they're not operating on the level to really understand that's actually the crux of the debate actually lies. He probably knows that, but most of these people, they're going to argue everything else around that because they know, or that most of them have shame, at least at this point, that they're not going to be able to make the argument from religion, that religion is not, a good basis for law, especially in the United States where we have a separation of church and state. So if they try to make the argument for a soul, they're going to wind up tying it back to their religion, in which case then they're violating that separation of church and state.
Is obviated by the acknowledgement of a moral status on the part of the child, and vice versa, right? If you're willing to say that the child has no moral status whatever, then there really is no problem with abortion. The big moral problem I have with sort of Kamala Harris' position and the position that I have. Sorry.
I was getting so much pressure from my family to get rid of my junk car. So after some research, I found pedal.com. They have over 100,000 5-star reviews. This site makes it so easy to sell your car online. I'm a mom and work from home, so I needed something quick and convenient.
Wait, can I not just toss these on the go? I have to actually buy them?
The process on Pedal from start to finish. All I had to do was answer some...
I think I got.
I like this one. I don't know where to use it. I'll throw it in the guild bank.
Plus, I'll see you again later, dude. All right. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Hey,
to meet
Cam. Hey, appreciate you being here and having an open discussion.
Yeah, you bet. It's fun.
Let's say that just hypothetically, right? Baby's born. Baby, mama can't feed the baby. She's not breastfeeding. Baby dies. Morally, do you feel like that would be better than if the baby would have just been like aborted before it was born?
I mean, I'm not sure that there's any. I mean, I think that it's significantly worse to purposefully kill a child rather than accidentally or through circumstances kill a child.
Not accidentally, right? She cannot.
She didn't purposefully kill the child.
She can't afford it, right?
I mean,
she can't afford to have the baby, and so you're saying that Kamala Harris is extreme, but your stance is that women are being forced to have children, even if they decide that for whatever reason, I don't care. I don't care.
Why
But
don't
for
you
whatever
care? Why
reason,
don't you care? Because you give me a very
because it's not
specific
between
example.
me. Because it's not. It is not between me.
Right, but
it is between that mom.
If you don't care, then why are you even arguing about it, right? It's a stupid direction to go. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be here arguing. They need to bring me on. We have like someone who actually understands, debate this stuff. Instead of all these fucking idiots who choose to represent. We move so fucking. This is complimentary presentation. Need that. Oh, this is the shit. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I was wondering where they disappear, right? That's fucking lame. You know what's lame about this is that when you donate it to your guild, they don't take up space in the guild inventory. But when you have it for yourself, it does fucking take up storage in your inventory. What a fucking pain in the ass. Gotta make sure that I send. I already sent the Imperial flag to the wrong one, didn't I? Oh well. So I have some stuff to decorate. Ship. Finally, clear all that space in my inventory. Furniture and sword does not take up space in your character's furniture stored in your stronghold. Doesn't affect your character's stored in your inventory limit. You can store and decorate your stronghold with furniture without it impacting your character's slots. Well, how does that work? Is there any sort of storage available in the game to clear up my inventory? Decoration, stronghold furniture, and stores are shared across your legacy. This means you can place furniture in your stronghold, and all characters to see and interact with. However, companions' pets cannot be placed in the stronghold. Oh, you know what? I should have known that already from experience. I should have just popped all those, and I wouldn't have needed to store them in my legacy storage because really, there's no reason to be in for them to be in there. Once I pop them, they're available to any of the characters in my legacy. But what's done is done. What's the order for these again? It goes gold, then purple. I always hated these fucking color systems for like these games, right? Because ideally they should just make like I don't know how else to put it, rainbow sense. Like it should be pretty obvious from like understanding how fucking rainbow works, what the progression would be, right? But instead they make it convoluted. Like okay, green, then blue, then purple. Okay, I understand that. And then yellow. What? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't it be yellow, green, blue, and purple? But it's because, you know, they choose yellow to look like gold, and gold's supposed to be premium. So then why don't you flip this around so it's gold, and then green, you know, and then blue, and then purple is the lowest. I don't know. I don't fucking. You shut your check your vocalizing sensor thing. Whatever the fuck you call it. Okay, chill. Just Alright, I'm sorry. Let's bring back Benny Boy.
50 to 100 people to completely automated with the BrightPick solution.
Awesome.
Why is this the world's most advanced e-commerce warehouse?
I think the real question is, why are you
it's not
showing
because
me
it's
this?
the biggest,
What am
or
I going
because
to do with this information?
When people think about robots, they...
Oh, that's the wrong video, no wonder.
Her health, her relationship with whoever she believes in, it is not on me.
Here's sort of the problem. You're extrapolating from a very emotionally laden example to everything. And I'm wondering how you're doing that. So you give me a case in which you have a woman who, for whatever reason, literally cannot feed her child. For some reason, adoption's not available. There are no food stamps. There's literally nothing. She's in a desert by herself, and the baby's going to die. Is that abortion equivalent?
I imagine that Shapiro's argument there is just going to be that the baby's dying due to, an act of God, essentially. Like, it's not someone murdering the child, it's the child dying. There's a distinction there. Like, you really didn't catch him.
To a woman who decides to,
I'm making this
because
point.
she doesn't want the baby for economic reasons or because it's going to crimp
Yeah,
her life.
that's different.
Like,
It's like
whatever, you said you don't
voluntary
care about this
versus
at all. That's
like
your words, not mine. So
you can't
she's
help it.
15 weeks pregnant. She
Child
wants to kill
stars
it.
or
That's the
whatever.
same. Why?
You're asking me why it's the same. I'm asking you why isn't it the same? Why is a baby who can't...
Because one is voluntary and the other is...
Say that if she doesn't want that, if she says that
you're
I
not
can't
choosing to do it, it
I
just
can't
happens.
economically afford this child. That's like somebody going and saying, I can't economically afford this car, and the car salesperson still taking them on a test drive.
Right.
Like, what's the point if they've already told you that they are not going to be able to economically afford it unless you give them, like you said, okay, what about abortion? Well, there's how many people in foster care that aren't being adopted right now today? All right,
Should we kill them or what?
I'm not saying we should kill them. I'm just saying that should we wait at least until
Would have been better if
all
they were dead?
those people. You tell me.
No, you tell me. You're the one who's
If
suggesting
those
that's a matter of moral apathy, whether those kids were born or not. I don't think so.
So if kids are in foster care and not being treated well, they're being abused. They're not being fed.
That is a
they're
horrific problem, yes.
They're being locked. The fridge is being locked, and they're told they can't go get it because there are people who are only in it because they're getting a check. You're saying that is morally
I'm in it to win it.
Superior to killing them? Yes.
Before they're born. So
Yes.
you're saying that torturing a human being who's born, like they're a real life
No, I'm
human
not
being.
the one in favor of torture.
That's an easy one.
You're the one in favor of unborn people
If
being
you
killed.
can't, if the only way you survive is food and water, and
It's
you
salad and water.
rely on someone else to provide that to you, and they're not providing it to you, what would you call that?
I'm confused by.
I know you are, because your
I
argument contradicts itself.
No,
This is not a good argument.
really doesn't. I mean, the argument that you're making is that a born child deprived of food and water never should have been born.
No,
I don't see why that follows.
That's not my argument. My argument.
I mean, it kind of is. Like, just stop. Just make it stop.
Well, okay, we're gonna take this chair.
Yamate. What is it?
Hey, Ben.
Yamaro.
My friend. All right.
How's it going?
Let's break open.
First
beer or
question: Can men get pregnant?
Men cannot get pregnant.
Okay, awesome. So
definitionally.
Definitionally.
Oh, I see where he's going.
Do men experience SA? Sexual assault.
Sure.
Got it. What about the existence of trans men?
What about the existence? Do you mean women who believe that they are men? What are we talking about here? Women experiencing gender dysphoria?
So my other question is, do you benefit from white supremacy in any way, shape, or
Oh
form?
my God, bro. What's the point of these stupid fucking arguments?
I'm gonna need more
Who
specifics.
is this guy?
Dysphoria? Yeah.
Do you bet?
Sure, please.
So I'm a transgender man.
Okay.
I've experienced SA.
Okay.
And abortion rights affect me directly. So if we're talking about the American dream that you live, why don't I have access to that? Because there's no legislation, in the history of America, that legislates a man's body, so why does mine have to be legislated? I've got a vagina.
I'm not interested in what your genitalia are.
Clearly you are. I mean, it's all over everything you make, buddy. I'm sorry. I hate to say it to you, but
I think you can read on my
kind of an
face that I
obsession
radically
you
am
guys
not.
have.
I think you can read on my face that I radically am not. When we're talking about abortion,
No, I don't. I mean, you can present it here, but in most of the content that you have, you attack my community constantly. And you don't even realize guys like me exist who actually share a lot of similarities to you. and everything, because I'm a married man of 20 years. Got a wife.
I recognize that you exist. I disagree with
Right.
your claim
So
that you
if
are a
I
male.
was sexually assaulted, right, and I didn't have access to that abortion care, do you believe that I should have carried that child to term because I was sexually assaulted?
I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that that's what you believe. Because as a transgender man, I have seen your side of the entire political debate, never ever having the conversation of what an American freedom is. Because why am I not allowed to live my American freedom as a man? You know, I mean, you get your choice as a man to live and free and all that.
You're really moving around terminology very wildly here,
and so are you, because that's the tactics you play in your game. And you've done it the entire time. You've jumped from one subject to the next. You speak so fast, and I know how you work. So how does it feel to have it in your face?
Oh, well, I mean,
because I'm sick and tired of the shit that you have put against my community.
It's not convincing because yeah, it's clean, but like everybody else is watching is like, oh, this person's getting emotional, he's off topic, getting him the gotchas and stuff like that. If they're on
especially black trans women, because you constantly
disregard
all of our needs and then use us politically as a pawn when we're 1%
I mean, it's not
of the
wrong,
population.
but
Why
it's
not
just
focus on
it's
the
not going to be
economy
really convincing
itself?
the way he's going
All
about
of
it.
us are struggling, and you want to focus on trans people. You want to focus on a black woman when this is clearly a glass cliff situation. America's falling apart, and let's give it a woman right when it's all falling apart. When we'd had what 50 men run it, and it looks like shit. Look at where we're at. Truly, where do you think that we're heading? I mean, it's so funny to watch white supremacy just fall apart the way that it is, and you ride so hard because guess what? In other countries around the world, women are not having children. And why is it? Because of the patriarchy and all the violence that men perpetuate, and all of this idea that abortion is somehow going to solve it all by forcing women to have abortion instead of focusing on the real problems that we're facing in our society. We're just going to completely ignore that.
I get it,
and we're
but
just gonna
like
go, you know what?
you need to argue
line
the point
item is,
though.
let's make women have babies so that we can continue this capitalistic society that
That's
we have.
not why.
Why are we doing that? What? I mean, why? Because you want to push white supremacy and because you want to make your check? It does great for you. Meanwhile, people like me have to live with the consequences of all of your rhetoric that you put on a daily basis, and including my entire community and the intersectionalities of black women, men that experience SA, trans people, everyone that comes in. And I'm so
This has been going about about as well as I expected it to be honest with you.
Because you can talk fast, you have statistics, but really, what does it really matter?
You know, to be very clear, I really don't agree with Shapiro on damn near much of anything, to be completely honest with you. But most of these debaters online, especially on my side, no offense or anything, actually full offense, they're just not very good. They're used to like talking to themselves. They're not used to talking to people who disagree with them, and they don't do well against people who disagree with them. They don't really speak like a language that, you know, doesn't play to a different audience. And it's like it's boring and it's annoying and like, you know, just tired of it. I've seen it all before. Been there, done that. Be nice to actually have some like decent arguments aside from. But then again, I don't even know if these people are really on my side because there is a distinction a lot of people don't recognize, but it is a true distinction. There's a huge distinction between being a leftist and being a liberal. We are not the same. Okay? That's like one of the biggest lies of right-wing media for like the past couple decades, is to kind of smash us all together, pretend that we're, you know, in the same group or whatever, but we are absolutely not. We are a very different ideology. Tiara? Alright. So many items. It's a pain in the ass. Kind of keep track of shit. What do I need to buy another bay? 40,000? Okay. I mean, I don't really need it right now. I feel like I need one for each character, but I don't really actually need it now for this character.
Matter at the end of the day if you are harming the entire American.
This fucking dude, bro, like we look so silly and unserious, you know, for the people that represent us. And then we got people like Destiny who great debater and everything, but like he fucks his own brand over by some of the things that he engages with, outside of stream. Drags his fucking bullshit personal life into his politics, and it makes him unpalatable to a lot of people who otherwise we could be scooting over to our side. We're a fucking mess. You know what I mean? We do have better voices that are popping up on the liberal side. Part of the issue though is the better ones tend to be a little bit more boring and not fun and relatable. And the way to reach people these days is to be entertaining, interesting, to get the headlines and everything, provocative, but do it in such a way that you're not alienating people. You know what I mean? Like, be provocative in the sense that you pose difficult questions to conservatives that they can't answer. That's provocative, right? It's controversial, but it's also not something that's like, oh, I leaked my ex's or something like that. Like, that's not provocative in a positive way at all. It's not provocative in a way that's beneficial to us or a movement.
Been accused of rape. Trump in like court documents, and you're backing the guy. Like, you have children. How could you do that to your own? Don't you have a daughter? Like, what is wrong with you, dude? I've never seen such a party just completely like the American idea, what we believe in as a country, is not what you're perpetuating. It's diversity. It's giving you tired, hungry, and poor. The Google phone you have in your pocket is because of all of the diversity we've had. Pleasure to meet you.
Rough night? No worries. With Salud, you can rehydrate and refuel. With 2-in-1 benefits for hydration and immunity, Salud will have you back on your feet and ready to take on your day no matter where it takes you. You'll love that each packet has only 1 gram of sugar. But the best part? Authentic agua fresca flavors rooted in tradition. So next time you're on the go, pack your Salud and cheers to health.
Today, every business needs a website, unless this is what your business looks like. But if it's not, you can find talented freelancers on Fiverr, from designers and web developers to SEO experts who can build your website from the ground up. Build your website today.
I'm gonna trim your nails.
Oh, looks like
I usually
Seamus
let my
also
cat
has a
keep her
website
nails because it doesn't bother me too much, but she relies on them too much. She's too used to them. You gotta keep her on her feet.
Okay.
Nah, it's the thing is she just doesn't really realize that her nails are not cool for me and other people. So, or digging her nails into the couch, causing issues there.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
So that, or
let's say
find like
that
a
I'm
good
voted
way
out by my
to
friends here,
train her
and
not
I
to.
stand up and immediately collapse onto the ground. Paramedics rush in, and through some magical means, they determine that the only person who can save my life is you.
Let's
You can
make
do
it a
that by giving me a
violinist
transplant.
argument.
Can you be forced to give me a transplant?
I cannot.
Why?
Because I do not have a parental relationship with you, and thus
I bet you anything he's gonna. I mean, he's already kind of going down this direction, but he's basically gonna make the case that this isn't just like a stranger that you're asking to give you a transplant. This is someone who has a responsibility to you because they created you, quote unquote. There's not a you
I
to
do not
actually
owe
speak
you
of.
a duty of care in the same way that I would if, say, you were my son.
Can a
If my
parent be
son-
forced to give a kid a transplant?
Yes, a parent can be forced to give a kid an enormous number of resources, or should
Not a
be.
transplant.
Can you be forced to give me blood?
No.
Do you believe that the average person should be able to be forced by the government to do something with their body?
It depends what, because that
Why
that
can
is
you
the
not be
nature of
forced
law.
to give me? Why can you not be forced to give me an organ?
Because I do not owe you a duty of care sufficient to remove an organ
Because
from
you
me.
cannot be forced to use your body to sustain my own, and that is the crux of
Because
the
I do not
abortion
owe you a
argument.
duty to
Because you cannot be forced to use your body to sustain my own, and that is the crux of the abortion
is
argument.
this?
And the problem is,
Okay,
and
but
it's
this
very
is
morally
You're ignoring the
inconsistent.
parental
No,
relationship.
because there's a point here. There's a very morally
He is
inconsistent part to your
ignoring-
argument right here. If you do not believe that you should be able to you should be forced to sustain my body using your own, then you should also not believe that a woman should be forced to sustain a child that they do not want to carry in utero. Is the same basic argument.
Well-
it doesn't matter how you get there. Let's say that you crash into me on the way out of here.
Well, no, it's
if you
actually-
hit
it's not
into
the-
me,
it's actually
yes,
not
it
the
is,
same
but it is. If you say
It
that,
isn't,
let's
though.
say that you run into me
Okay.
on the way out of here. If you crash into me, it doesn't matter that that is the reason why I am in that state. You cannot be forced to give me blood. You cannot be forced to give me an organ. You
He
cannot
knows
be
That's
It's
not
forced to
actually
use your body
how
to
abortion
sustain my
works.
own.
An abortion includes a pre-existing physical connection between the two bodies. So a better example would be the so-called dead violinist example,
Yeah.
or dying violinist example that was put
You
forward by a
crashed into the
philosopher, I
higher
can't remember her name.
violinist.
The basic
I think
idea
it's
there
Judith
is that
Thompson.
you wake up in a room and I'm connected to you, right? And you have some sort of health condition, I'm connected to you,
He's not really
and I'm giving you a
explaining
blood
well.
transfusion. And if I remove that, you'll die. Do I have a duty not to remove it? I think there's actually a fairly decent case that I actually do have a duty.
No, you do
to
not.
remove it.
You do not have
Well,
a duty to be
you can't-
forced to. No,
why are you
because
defining my
do-
moral position?
You do not have a duty
My
to
moral
sustain
position is
someone
not
else's
yours,
body
clearly.
using your own. Thank you.
My name.
Thing is, when you debate Shapiro, these kind of arguments are going to work for like your average conservative who's not familiar with these thought experiments and whatnot. Shapiro actually is aware of these sorts of arguments already. So he's a layer deeper than that, and you have to come prepared for that.
It's been tough to get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 5'2".
You made it.
I'm the only one in the room shorter than you. Okay, so honestly, my understanding of Kamala's plan is a return to Roe v. Wade, but in the legislative level. That seems to be the majority opinion by the American people. They were not for the removal,
Someone's
right?
actually making some
Trump
decent arguments.
is not really for an abortion ban, right?
I mean,
in
he
his
himself has said
personal
he is
level.
not.
Okay, yeah, but unfortunately, the way he governs, he puts those three folks in the Supreme Court. They do it. His vice presidential pick really wants to do it. He's claiming now that everybody wants it to the states. Nobody wanted it. No, that was not the demand. I think people are just kind of interested in protecting their freedoms. It's a bigger discussion about freedom. And I think Kamala Harris is going to be the presidential pick to protect the freedoms.
Okay, so again, I think that we have to define what we think Kamala Harris's position is. I think that it goes well beyond simply restoring Roe versus Wade, for example, which is an extremely flawed legal decision, wide variety of legal scholars ranging from right to left. Ruth Bader Ginsburg used to point out that that was a very flawed legal decision.
We can't pretend that like this is like a bipartisan thing. Roe v. Wade was a problem. The
obligation to take in every citizen of that country who wishes to flee.
No, I think that's a huge straw man. I'm not saying that every single
Okay, this guy seems like he might have.
That's not something I'm
decent
particularly passionate
argument.
about. So I'm more inclined to talk about specifically why you, somebody who purports himself as someone who's uber capitalist, want to remove the labor pool from this country, which always increases to business and economic growth.
That's not going to be his
So
only
I'm not interested in
consideration.
removing the labor pool from the country as a general rule. However,
Yeah.
I don't believe that
I was
it's
gonna say in this
economic
case
benefit to the United
because
States to bring in a low skill, low education labor pool that is drawing significantly from public benefits. For
It's not.
example, there are very good data to show that there's huge reliance on, say, emergency rooms, educational facilities, based on the Center for Immigration
but
Studies.
what is the
there's a
net
cost to
economic
low-wage,
cost?
low-skill immigration coming
So
into the country.
you're in favor with emergency rooms just deterring people based on what
That's
they
not
look
what
like
he's
or what might
saying.
be perceived as someone with a lack of citizenship?
No, I'm very much in favor of limiting the amount of
So
illegal
that you
immigration
don't
to
incur
zero, and
that
then allowing
situation.
a fair bit of legal immigration.
So
With
you're
fewer
more
social
interested in
benefits available.
decreasing the pool of people and population in this country so there
Yeah.
are less emergency room visits? Or are you more in favor of actually documenting these people so we're able to track like exactly who is coming through? Like
Put it
I'm
simply,
kind of
it's
lacking
not,
what your
it's,
argument is.
it's not about number. It's about the people who are coming in. I believe that everybody who comes into this country should come in through a legal mechanism, and that the United States ought to be able to select the people who are coming in who are the best, brightest, and most useful to the American population, because that is the prerogative of any nation.
So do you think that the way that we do allow people in through our legalization process, especially with how much egregious obstacles people have to go through, might incentivize people to come through non-legal means?
I mean,
on average, it takes about 10 years for somebody to gain citizenship in this country. And if somebody is fleeing political persecution, I really find it interesting how conservatives always like to talk about the response to certain behaviors instead of what the root cause is. When oftentimes United States foreign policy is what creates the destabilization of countries, which is why people try to come to places where they can't get economic benefit.
I'm not
I mean, your
blaming anybody-
your employee, Matt Walsh, was kind of schooled on this with Ryan Grimm, where he talked about specifically Haitian policy, where the government of Haiti has been destabilized over and over again by Western imperial nations, so that those citizens are trying to flee something with political
I mean,
persecution.
is it your contention that anytime there's a destabilized nation across the world, even if the United States had a hand in it, then we then have a moral obligation to take in every citizen of that country who wishes to flee?
No, I think that's a huge straw man. I'm not saying that every single person from a destabilized country needs to take refuge in the United States, but I think it's important to add that context so
I mean,
you can
I think
understand why people are coming here.
That's a case for a
in the
different
first place.
foreign policy. That's
Well,
not a case for an immigration
the
policy.
idea
that
is
allows
people are
vast swaths
coming
of
in here
people
to mooch off of our emergency rooms or mooch off of our social services,
No, I don't think
which
that's
is just
true.
not true at all.
I mean, no,
Well,
no,
that's
no,
your
that-
big contention
that is,
for
that
why
is not,
you're.
that is not my contention.
Okay,
My
I'll let
contention
you
is,
speak.
I'm not claiming that the intent of people is to mooch off the system. The result of people is that they may be a net draw on benefits rather than a net contributor to the economy of the United States or to the culture of the United States.
Pay attention to the language here. You know, when he's pushed on this point, he says he switches to using the term may. They may be a drain. And it's because Shapiro, he has looked into this. He does know that on average, they're not a drain. They're not a net drain on the system. There are particular individuals who are, right, who do use more resources than they put back into the system. But Shapiro knows that that's not on balance the majority of them. And that's why he says, oh, well, they may be, a net drain. Okay. But that doesn't really speak to earlier when he's trying to make the case or imply really that, immigration is like a big drain on the United States. That's not the case. We have particular individuals who may be on net drains, if you want to think of it that way. But on the whole, when you're talking about the whole issue, as a whole, that's not really the case. It's quite the opposite. They're actually economic benefit to the United States. Whether or not you think they should be here, right? Whether you think like legally they should be here or not, the reality is that the data supports that they are an economic boon for us in a variety of ways.
Because I want people who are coming here who actually have some sort of belief in, say, American-style freedoms. I don't think everybody from all over the world has the same ideology.
So
as
you're aligning with Nick Fuentes that like a lot of these people just don't have the exact same.
This is a stupid argument. Oh, you're like Nick Fuentes then. Okay, Nick Fuentes and him probably both agree that like water is good. Like it's a stupid argument.
Culture. These
dude.
people don't have culture and they can't come here. I know that you're making that face. I know that he's an individual that you guys obviously disagree. He's somebody that's like increases calls for violence against people of certain communities. I'm not saying that you're
Nick
identical,
Fuentes,
but I'm saying on this issue particular,
he literally makes videos trying to stab me. So
see this
that's
disdain in your face though. Like this is the type of disdain I have for the exact ideology that you guys are in agreement.
I don't understand why there is anything wrong with the idea that you ought to screen people for their viewpoint. Of course, people can assimilate, but you ought to select from a pool of people who are most likely to assimilate. That doesn't mean that everybody has it. Do you think everybody on Earth has an equivalent ideology? Try and get into the country? We shouldn't screen for ideology at all.
How would you screen for ideology? Like a basic test to show what people actually value when it comes to attributes?
Sure.
What would that test look like?
I mean, I think that would look very much like a citizenship test.
But this is not determining the ideologies of this person coming in. This is a determination.
I mean,
of
they at least have to understand the basic.
People can actually have.
No, but people would actually have to understand the basic ideology.
How many
of the
U.S.-born citizens do you think could pass a citizenship test?
Sometimes between 30 and 40 years old, our NAD levels get cut in half, and so here we are asking this molecule.
Good to meet you.
Kamala Harris supports the bipartisan border bill that was negotiated by conservative Senator James Lankford and supported by Mitch McConnell. Do you not support that bill? And
I do not support that bill.
So what is your solution then?
I mean, my solution is that this actually ought not be done in a comprehensive fashion. So I have a general critique of the way that we deal with immigration in the country. Instead of trying to solve all problems at once, which is very likely to end in nothing, what we ought to first do is we ought to close the border.
And but then the border is closed right now. Do you agree?
The border is certainly not closed right now.
What do you mean? There's a small trickle of people coming over. The numbers are similar to the end of the Trump administration, no?
Well, now, because of executive order, they have been reduced significantly, but...
Do you not agree that they're the same number as the end of the Trump administration?
Right now, it is on a monthly basis, but that's after letting in 6.5 million illegal immigrants.
So do you think Trump was failing then at the end of his administration?
I think
6.5 illegal immigrants. I don't know if that's true. Curious, is he referring to illegal immigrants or just immigrants in general? So, Joe Biden, total immigrants entered. Actually 4.3 million non-citizens. Okay, so I'm guessing. Oh no, those became lawful legal residents. So international students, illegal crossing. there were 8.6 million migrant encounters. Well, encounters are not illegal crossings. Is including record annual, okay. Net increase of unauthorized people is net of 5.5 or 6. Okay, so he's probably citing this number accurately. Okay.
I think that Donald Trump did a better job than Joe Biden. He certainly did not do a perfect job on illegal immigration.
So Joe Biden is matching what Donald Trump is doing right now. So you applaud Joe Biden?
After letting in 6.5 to 11 million illegal immigrants,
Well,
I don't think you get to fill in that gap
those are
by doing like 4 months of good border policy.
Those are border encounters. We don't know how many of those people were turned away. We don't know how many of those people are still in this country. But those people make up a significant portion of our labor force as well, including in states like yours, Florida, where they make up like 5%.
So your argument is that it's not happening, and it's good that it is.
It's not happening? What do you mean?
That the illegal immigration pool is not very large, and also it's good that it is large.
I'm saying you guys make up numbers all the time. It's like 20, 30 million.
No, that's from the Wall Street Journal. I'm not making up that number.
Well, Donald Trump said he wants to deport 20 million of these guys. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think that if we were going to look at deportations, we obviously ought to tranche that out based on criminal record. We ought to tranche it out based on usefulness to the economy. I think we ought to look at each person individually and determine whether they ought to be deported or not.
So that is probably going to lead to a small trickle of people being kicked out of here. So that's not going to accomplish your goal.
Well, I mean, who said that my goal was to mass deport 20 million people all at once?
So you want 20 million undocumented immigrants to stay in America?
No, no, that is not what I'm saying. I failed to see how you got from, I would like to go through one by one in the same way that we do IRS tax forms for literally every...
I mean, on this point, IRI is actually making, you know, kind of, I don't know, right term would be kind of exposing a little bit of a, not necessarily contradiction, but an inability for Ben to bite the bullet here. Because if he's agreeing, yes, that his standards for deportations would only lead to like a small trickle of deportations, you wouldn't get to that 20 million number. And then IRA asks him, okay, cool, so you don't want to get rid of 20 million people. Oh, well, I didn't say that, right? Well, which is it, right? Because you acknowledge that your criteria would not lead to 20 million getting deported. Okay, so cool, you don't really want to get rid of 20 million. Well, no, I'm not saying that. Okay, well, pick a position. What is your position, right? And the reason he's not being clear about his position here is because his audience are Trump supporters who probably do want to get rid of 20 million, so he doesn't want to sound like he's being soft in immigration.
American who pays taxes in the United States and go through illegal immigrants and determine who ought to stay in the country and who not ought to stay in the country.
So what army is going to go over these 20 million people, and with what resources? Where are you going to detain them? How are you going to get them out of the country?
I mean, you'll detain them and you'll deport them, increasing the resources of ICE. The biggest problem with regard
ICE, similar to the bill that was rejected by you and...
Well, I mean, you're neglecting the part of the bill that allowed a baseline of 5,000 illegal immigrants.
No. And I know IRA knows this, actually. I was brought up in this chat plenty of times. He knows because of me. Just kidding. But yeah, he's going to nail him on this because it is not 5,000 illegal immigration, 5,000 encounters. Let's see if their fact check is even accurate. I don't trust these fact checks. Most of the time, the people who do the fact checks are as retarded as the political pundits on TV who don't know how to fucking it just blows my mind the level of incompetence. Okay. Secretary of block entry and remove illegal immigrants within 100 miles of the south border if daily crossings average. No, it's not daily crossings, it's daily encounters. Not the same. Also, if this fact check was actually being useful, they would clarify that encounters does not mean that people are getting in or that they're illegal. It just means that literally what it sounds like, the Border Patrol encounters someone. That encounter might be, hey, we encountered you, you made a claim, or you wanted to cross and we denied you and we turned you away. Or encounter might be, we saw you, you made a claim for asylum or something, we processed you through your system, we gave you, whatever, a slip to return, and, now you're in our system legally, right?
Encounters before the executive branch automatically kicked a line of 5,000 illegal immigrants border encounters before the
No, that was sneaky what he did. You see what he did there? He said 5,000 illegal encounters, right? An illegal crossing and an encounter are not the same thing, but he tried to make it sound like the same thing. And then when IRI is going to hit him on, oh no, that was encounters, he's going to say, I did say encounters. Yes, but you also said illegal encounters. You're being like kind of sneaky with your wording there to try to have both at the same time.
The branch automatically kicked in border enforcement.
So
I've been down to the border,
agree?
Okay, I went down to the border and let me tell you what I saw.
Oh man, IRI needed to hit him on this
saw
point.
with your own eyes.
Not just saw with my own eyes, talked to the Border Patrol agents. Okay, the way that the Biden administration was treating the border for the vast majority of their term was to treat a claim of asylum without evidence as evidence that the person ought to be given asylum. And so the first priority was...
That's literally what the fucking law is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You want to change the law, I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm not opposed to it, but that is the letter of the law. When he makes it sound like, oh, Biden did this because he's just like an asshole. No, he's literally following the law. That's what the law says.
For Border Patrol to be activated to go to places where Mexican drug cartels were leaving people at the border en masse, and then to process those people and let them into the country within 72 hours. The goal of this for Mexican drug cartels was to clear large swaths of the border of Border Patrol agents specifically, so that in those unoccupied areas, fentanyl and drugs could then be passed. Human trafficking can then be passed in those unoccupied areas.
So you mentioned these cartels. You agree these cartels are profiting off human trafficking, right?
Of course.
So why don't we open up legal means for these people to come in here? Then they don't have to give the cartels money. They're making more money off human trafficking right now because of our immigration system doesn't allow more people, and the Republicans do not have a bill to allow more people to come here legally.
I mean, so your answer to illegal immigration is just magically legalize everyone.
No, it's to open up legal paths so these people don't have to leave their livelihood in these countries and carry a bag and walk through the jungle with their kids.
By the logic that you're using, we could make murder absolutely not a thing by simply pretending that murder is now legal.
What?
I mean, I would bite the bullet on that. I would say yes, but the question is, do you have a good reason for making this thing legal or illegal? In the case of murder, there's not a really good reason. We want to keep murder illegal. In the case of immigrants coming over and working, sure, why not? If they're not causing any harm, sure. Yeah, make it legal if you want to.
Your suggestion is that millions of illegal immigrants ought to just become legal immigrants and then magically...
No, that's not what he said.
We have failed these people. We have benefited tremendously off exploiting these people. You and I, we have benefited from these people working hard. They just want to be here and be a part of our country. I can't think of anything more American than that.
I'm not doubting the willingness of people to come to the country. I'm doubting the incentive structure that draws people to the country with rich array of social benefits that didn't exist.
What is that incentive structure?
That incentive structure is things like
just telling you right now.
Things like free schooling.
Do you think someone's going to leave their home in Venezuela to come here and leach off our Medicaid?
He does think
These
that's
people want to work. These people want to
being
live.
incredulous is
if
not
they sign
gonna...
a contract saying they don't receive social benefits, they're more than welcome to stay.
Well, sadly, they would take benefits that they were available to them if they could come out of the shadows, and they would actually pay more taxes and contribute more to society. Let me ask you, if there's
passionate hands, no worries.
If there's an accident, and let's say your wife's in an accident, a car accident, the only person that witnessed it is an undocumented immigrant, they're not coming forward to be a witness, Ben. Doesn't that trouble you?
This is the reason that I should allow millions and millions of illegal immigrants into the country, is on the off chance that they might be a witness?
It's one reason that these people are being treated as second-class citizens, even though they benefit you and I.
Can I ask a question? What is your standard for whether someone should be allowed into the country?
My standard?
Yes.
What do you mean my standard? Like as far as their education or their ability?
Yes. You're creating immigration policy. Who should be allowed into the country?
I think we should allow a wide variety of people. This country, everyone. Not everybody starts out as a doctor, Ben. Some people start out doing menial tasks.
So everyone. So you have no limits. How about numbers? Do you have any number limit? No numerical limit.
20,000 people die or retire in this country a day. There's only 10,000 births. We need more people.
I agree. That's why we should all have more babies.
So, okay, well, guess what? People aren't going to have them because you're not incentivizing it. Kamala Harris is with her things like $6,000 child tax credit. Meanwhile, you guys are just trying to cause more problems and make it harder for people to raise families.
Okay, as a person with 4 children, I can promise you I have a very, very strong incentive structure in allowing people to have more kids and incentivizing people to have more kids. I wish that government benefits were more effective in doing this. They simply have not been in particular areas of Europe. There's a different argument than the illegal immigration argument. When we're talking about illegal immigration, you seem to be making an argument there ought to be no baseline standard for who gets in and no baseline cap for how many people get in.
I'm not saying that. We can come up with a figure. We can come up with numbers. So I'm not a lawmaker. That's what we elect people to go do and work out those figures. But Republicans are just fighting everything.
I need some standard.
You need me to come up with a number.
No. Okay, a number or a characteristic or some sort of standard for who you would let into the country. Because right now, all I'm hearing is you just want lots of people to come into the country without any standard and any cap on the number.
No, not at all. I want people to come here who want to work, who want to be a part of this country, and we all benefit from that. Do you think you're not benefiting from these undocumented people? Who do you think is going to build the houses that we need with our shortage?
So do you think the people who come into the country should be eligible for all social benefits?
If they're contributing and they're allowed to contribute fully, right now they're not. They're using other people's social security numbers to pay social security tax and Medicare, and they're not able to get those benefits in the long run.
So, again, I'm wondering how you're balancing the cost-benefit to the American body politic.
clever qualifier there to the American body politic, not to the American economy, because they're not really a net drain on the American economy. And I think Ben knows that. You know, on net, they're not.
If what you're suggesting is that day one you arrive in the country and now you're eligible for all social benefits.
I'm not saying day one
With
you're
no
eligible to all
education,
social
low-wage
benefits.
labor.
At Fiverr, we offer 3D rendering services. But you probably...
Well, we can work all these details out.
Those
You're
are not
fighting over
details.
the
That's the core of the argument.
Really?
Over
You're
legal
upset
immigration.
that somebody who comes to this country and works hard and makes your life better and cheaper is going to get Social Security 40 years from now?
No, not Social Security 40 years from now. Medicaid today.
So wouldn't you rather than get Medicaid and get preventative care than go to the hospital?
So Donald Trump gave a speech for an hour and a half where he would say things like "fight like hell."
Oh man, is he going to fight only on the grounds of the riot and not the?
That he should be the president of the United States.
Well, I mean, he did
right,
not...
that is your claim, though. He should be the president of the United States, and you agree he verbally did not commit to the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, I mean, he did not verbally suggest that there ought to be a violent uprising, revolution, or military
but he also didn't stop it, right? So there were people saying that
Sure.
So the
Please
question
tell
as to
me
why Donald
about
Trump
the
does
electoral
anything
fraud
is a matter of was in control of the forces that he was in control of.
That Donald Trump was indifferent to what happened.
I mean, it's not. This argument isn't like necessarily an argument you shouldn't have, because I think it is very fair to say, and I think it's worth arguing, and holding conservatives responsible for this, that he did indeed, you know, foment an insurrection to overthrow the government. But you know, a stronger argument is just to talk about the electoral fraud plot.
Of the United States
will.
Okay, but
right? like that, that's the issue. I agree. It happened because of the guardrails of democracy, but Donald Trump
trying to activate any way that he could stay in power. That's not quite the same thing.
No, him saying that he wasn't trying to lose is different from him sending down fake elections that happen on TV.
Oh, good. He's talking about the fake elections.
Hold on. Can I ask the opposite for just a second? So, is your contention that Donald Trump actually would have been in favor of, for example, like a military coup to keep himself in power?
I think Donald Trump absolutely would have, and all evidence points that he was trying to find any way he could stay in power.
Okay.
He was, and this is.
I think he was trying to find any way to say that he didn't lose. I don't think that he was trying to activate any way that he could.
He's being dishonest here. He's aware of the electoral fraud plot.
Sending down fake electorates
Yep.
with fake signatures to
and I think he was counting on this guy not knowing about that.
In order for there to be an insurrection, for example, you'd have to activate the military.
He's trying to shift.
Okay. So again, that's fine. That's fine.
All I'm saying is
that's not fine. It really isn't fun.
Has suggested he did not commit to the peaceful. He did not want the peaceful.
If you're asking me to defend his behavior on January 6th, you'll notice that I really haven't.
These weasel words. Oh, well, I'm not going to defend his behavior. That's very non-specific and very much downplays what actually happened, right?
I feel like you're underplaying of how horrible this was. I mean, and that's the issue.
Which part? Are you talking about the riots? Are you talking about his behavior?
I'm talking about the fake electric scheme.
He doesn't want to bring up the fake elector scheme. He didn't offer that as an option, thinking that this guy wouldn't nail him down on that.
And the idea that they're allowing
I'm
the
glad this
violence
guy
for 3
knows about all
hours
this.
to happen in the Capitol when they were under attack. The senators, the people that we're supposed to protect to uphold our democracy, he was attacking, and he watched it happen on TV when everyone around him was stopping. And I agree that you think that's bad, but you're still saying, you know what, that guy did that, he let our democracy attack, make him be president.
Well,
that's your position.
Yes, because...
Right, that is your position.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so we're clear what the stakes are, this man would want to do it again.
Okay, so let me ask you about that. Can I ask you about that?
Can I quickly say one
Sure,
more
please,
thing?
go ahead.
Yeah. J.D. Vance has said he would not have certified the election.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You said that he'd want to do it again. Can I ask you how?
I mean, he could do like the exact same scheme with fake electorates, except that this time, you know what, J.D. Vance would be like, yeah, I'm not certifying the election. What do you mean? I mean, all Mike Pence had to do was not...
No, but practically speaking, he is currently not.
Destiny kind of failed on this point too. And the point to make is that if you're already doing things that are in violation of the Constitution, right, to try to stay in power, then the answer to that question is, what are the other mechanisms? Because implicit in Ben Shapiro's argument here is basically saying that there's no legal or constitutional way to do this. Sure, right? But when Donald Trump was trying to overturn the election in 2020, he was not doing so through Constitution or legal means. So if you want to know how he's going to do it in the future, right? He's going to do it by breaking the law or violating the Constitution. It's that fucking simple, just to point out.
in office, correct? He's not the president of the United
You want him
States.
to become president. And
Yes.
so
Yes,
I
I do.
agree. If he's
Okay.
not president, he can't do it,
Correct.
which is why I don't think anyone should vote for Donald Trump.
So wait. So I have a question. Do you believe? And this is really the question, because if you're talking about he's going to do it again, the only opportunity that he'd have to do it again, presumably, would be if he won and then he were running for, say, a third term.
No, I disagree. I think he can do it for someone else. He might do it for another candidate that he likes, that uphold the MAGA values. MAGA has taken over the Republican Party, much to your chagrin. I agree, it's bad, but he absolutely would do that again to someone who's loyal. And JD Vance has said he would not certify the election.
There you go.
I find that
He's actually
I find
making.
you
He's doing well. He's doing
You
okay.
can't predict Trump. You can't even know why he'd be thinking anything.
I find
so
that
how could you say that won't be a threat?
because
He did a good job.
I
He didn't hit
find it
everything
highly
exactly
implausible
the way I
that Donald
wanted to,
Trump
but he's
is
still doing
so
a pretty good
caring
job.
about somebody who's not Donald Trump. In
Really?
terms of
What about
electoral
Donald Trump
prospects.
Jr.?
You think he's going to do that for Donald Trump Jr.?
I think he'd do it for Donald Trump Jr. I think
Really?
he'd do Vivek Ramaswamy.
I think
he would do it for anyone who's loyal to show that they're still upholding the MAGA name, and he will want the Democrats to lose.
You're entitled to your opinion on it. I think that's radical catastrophism. I think that
it
when
already
it comes
happened
down,
once, right? You're saying it's
Yes,
that
good.
almost happened once.
Because the conditions are not the same, and it's not possible for them to be the same. Okay, when it comes to
no.
the actual
Like
election
I said,
itself, and you
if
say, and you want
they
him to
were
be
already
president.
trying to do it
Okay,
through
let me be clear
unconstitutional
about my
illegal
position
means,
throughout this election cycle.
they would try to
When
do
there
the
were
same thing
primaries,
again.
I was not supportive of President Trump in the primaries. When it comes down to a binary election, everybody now has a choice. Okay, there are only two candidates left. I've made pretty clear, I think, over the course of this debate, the myriad reasons why I don't support.
You've heard it before. Someone says, "You're just like your mama."
I've
And
never
you
heard
can't
that
help
before.
but smile. We see her strength in our faces. We taste her love in our
Kamala Harris. Okay, now Donald Trump is on the other side. So the question is, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to sit it out? Am I supposed to, like...
I think you're not supposed to vote for the person who you said helped
Good.
the worst act in America since 9/11.
Yes,
Yeah,
good.
I don't think you should vote for him.
Okay.
Call me crazy.
Well,
that I think that when
good.
someone is trying to overthrow the election, you shouldn't vote for him to be president.
Okay.
Is that like such a crazy idea?
I think that the bottom line is that when you're in an election, you vote for the person you think will be the better president for the country.
And the better president for the country is the one who tried to coup your country, try to coup your government, try to circumvent the Constitution, right?
And what I liked about President Trump was his first term, not his activity between November and January. That's the simple answer. Again, you're not going to get me justifying January 6th.
You know about his
You're not
behavior
gonna catch
now.
me pretending that I think his activity on January
You
6th
are.
was good. I also think that it is an act of
you are
catastrophism
underplaying
to
it.
suggest that Donald Trump is going to
Downplaying it.
facilitate the same
you're
exact
just
thing he
trying
did
to
on January 6th
rationalize it.
because the conditions are not the same. In fact, if you want to prevent him from doing the same thing, probably you should vote for him because then, when he's president again, he's not going to be able to run for a third term.
I think gambling
Was he able to take the election last time? I mean, that didn't stop him from trying to do so.
And that's what you're suggesting we're doing. We
In what
already
way?
have a man who's shown that he would overthrow the election. You're like, you know what? Let's roll the dice again.
Mhm.
Let's see if he does it. You agree?
Yep.
It's possible he might do it, right?
No, I don't think
You think it's impossible? He might
for him
not do
to
it.
overthrow the election?
For
I don't
him
think.
to, for him to do the same election.
Ben thinks it's impossible because the law is there, right? Because the law is there, then it's physically impossible to do it. I bet you anything if you look through Ben Shapiro's history, comments, things he said on his program, tweets that he's put out, right? He's probably catastrophized about Democrats breaking the law or violating the Constitution. So the idea that simply because he thinks the law or the Constitution forbids it doesn't mean that Ben thinks that people are unable to, break or violate the law or the Constitution anyways.
And not certify the election? Do you think that's impossible for him to do again?
Yes, I do not think that will happen
There's no possible world where that happens.
I do not think that he is going to have the capacity.
Yeah, I mean, we already seen him do it once, and ever since it's impossible to do it again. Yeah, I just find
I
that
have a question. How's Chuck Schumer going to facilitate Donald Trump's fake electors scheme?
Sorry?
How would Chuck Schumer, the current Senate Majority Leader, facilitate a fake electors scheme? I'm acting on a practical level. That is not going to happen. So again, you can think whatever you think about Donald Trump's intent. I can think whatever I think about Donald Trump's intent.
Chuck Schumer's not in charge anymore, right? Chuck Schumer, was he leader of the Senate at the time? But here's the problem, right? And I mean, Shapiro's smart enough to know this. It's a foregone conclusion to assume that Chuck Schumer, he was in the Senate at the time. The Republicans now control the Senate, and so if they want to, they'll just do it, right? They've done they've acquiesced to every other illegal action that the Trump administration has done so far, and you don't have to be a fortune teller to know that that was going to happen prior to the election. Obviously, they were going to do that.
You'd have to have motive, means, and opportunity. Okay, he doesn't have means or opportunity. So it makes it difficult for me to believe that he would do this.
Yeah, I think
that's retarded. And the reason why that's retarded is because in order to break the law, right, motive, means, and opportunity, there's an implication there that you do have the ability to break the law, right? The idea that the law is there, therefore it's impossible to do a thing, that betrays the whole, like, what is he referencing here? He's referencing the standard for criminal intent, right? Criminal intent implies that you are breaking law. It doesn't imply that you can't physically break the fucking law. It means that you intend to break the law, right? But then he's also using in reference to, well, Trump doesn't have criminal motive because he can't break the law. But that's the entire point behind criminal intent, is that it is your intention to break the law.
I mean, all evidence. Sorry.
That's.
All right, thank you
Thanks so much.
That was
You
a fun
bet.
time.
Thanks a lot.
This is the second time we've met too, by the
really?
way.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember.
Oh man, it's been a long day. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Okay. That was interesting. Most of them did not do a good job, like I expected. Shifting gears away from politics. If you're not aware of Veritasium, very good channel for like science, like math and stuff like that, like nerdy shit. I've been saying for a very, very long time now that we shouldn't design robots to be human shaped, because it's a huge limitation. So I went to school for mechanical engineering. When part of the mechanical engineering design process, something that stuck with me is this idea that when you start a project, you define what the problem is, and then you brainstorm all the possible solutions to that problem, right? Without any kind of preconceived bias, so to speak. So, like, let's take for instance, someone comes to you and they want you to design a machine to cut grass, and automatically you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna design a lawnmower. Okay, you could design a lawnmower, but perhaps there's another machine, another technology out there that you could design to cut grass that isn't a lawnmower. But you've already limited your imagination to a lawnmower, so you don't even explore the other possibilities. You could be coming up with the next great machine that replaces the lawnmower, but because you've already locked yourself into thinking that it has to be a lawnmower, you cut yourself off from that. It's a similar thing with robots. We always imagine robots to like look like us, so we've already kind of limited our imagination on what robots can be and what they can do, what they can look like. Our body is a limitation. Okay, it's great in the sense that millions of years of evolution have led to this. It's very sophisticated. I'm not going to pretend that our body is not an impressive machine, but it's also limited. Shit, I have pain in my shoulder, right? It's a limitation of this machine. But if you're going to design robots, general purpose robots for labor to man factories and stuff, why do you design it with the same limitations as the human body? Why wouldn't you instead design something with like track instead of legs? Legs are complicated, the machinery for it is complicated, the repairs for it is complicated, it's probably going to take more maintenance, the programming for it is more complicated, to make sure that it's able to navigate in, what's the word I'm looking for? Not compromise, to negotiate. But anyways, its ability to move around, on legs is far more complicated than it would be to put the thing on tracks. Tracks can operate on a variety of different surfaces, right? Sand, snow, hard floors, soft floors, everything in between. They're also really good at overcoming obstacles. The track will kind of like pull with friction, pull it over the next obstacle. There's also ways to design tracks such that they can kind of rotate themselves over the obstacle, right? Tracks are a really good way for locomotion. Why would you design it with like a static, body shape when you could design it on a telescoping frame so that it can adjust to any height that you need it to be, and then have manipulators which are not just fingers and hands, but something that has almost like a multi-tool, wide varieties of applicators for gripping things in different ways. If you look at like an octopus, for example, octopi, if they were intelligent, they would be far better at us at manipulating objects than we are, because their tentacles have a lot more versatility in terms of what they can do with them. And that's just an example. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to design manipulators. You don't have to just design fingers and hands. It's great that we have opposable thumbs, wouldn't it be even greater if we had another one right here, right? It would make things easier. But our hand is adapted from fins, prehistoric fins on fish. We developed these fins into fingers now, so there's limitations to what we evolved, right? But robots don't have that. Why would you design it with a head and put the sensors right here on the head? You could put the sensors anywhere. You don't have to have it on a head. You don't have to design like a machine that has a telescoping head. It's just, yeah, it's kind of silly. The whole point is it's really just a marketing scheme, marketing phenomenon, because people think that robots are supposed to look like humans from like science fiction books and stuff like that, movies, but realistically they don't need to be robots like that. So I've thrown those ideas out into the ether for years. It seems like it's starting to gain traction now, and people are starting to ask the same questions I am, which is like, you know, why would you design it this way? Why wouldn't you put it on a telescoping body? Why wouldn't you put it on a, you know, on tracks rather than legs? Why wouldn't you have, you know, some sort of more advanced manipulator system than fingers that humans have?
They usually.
I'm kind of curious what Veritasium says about all this. I'm sure that he's going to have some insights into the problem that even I haven't thought of. He's really good. I like him a lot.
Imagine something like a Boston Dynamics robot, metallic and humanoid. But the robots we'll see in the future might not look like that at all.
Probably won't be.
I mean, if humans are interacting with something on a daily basis, it's probably best not to make it sharp, delicate, and heavy. How rude! Instead, advanced robots might be made safer if they're soft, flexible, and all kinds of shapes and sizes. So instead of Sunny from iRobot, no, something like Baymax from Big Hero 6 might be closer to what's in our future. This is a compilation video of 5 of my videos on the surprisingly different ways robots can look and why we build them that way. This is my first time trying out a series, and honestly, it's been a busy time for the Veritasium team. We're working on some exciting things in the background, but in the meantime, we wanted to put this together for all of you. And I also caught up with Dr. Elliot Hawks, the scientist behind 2 of these robots, to get an update on how they're progressing and when we can expect to see them in our lives. Are there more developments happening with the jumping robots?
We have a whole nother project on jumping, and it doesn't even use springs. So I won't give away our secrets yet, but keep an eye out for that one too.
What does he mean by that? Right, because from a mechanical engineering standpoint, springs are actually more general than coil springs. In fact, every material is a spring. So I wonder, when he says that they're not using springs, well, would they be using maybe a hydraulic system? Like, even the components in the hydraulic system are technically springs in physics, but what he might mean by that is that you're not using spring action in order to have them jump. We can see some of the drawings in the background here. Are any of these drawings giving me any sort of clue as to a different way that they might be using? That they might be getting a jumping motion. And this kind of looks like a gear. This looks like a spring for sure. Or at least like a harmonic response. This, oh my god, what are these? I've definitely seen these before. I think this is numerical methods of kind of like, it's not quite interpolation, something similar to that. What is this? What's this thing? This almost looks like a hydraulic system of sort. I don't know what this is.
Be fun.
So you have another jumping robot which has a totally novel design.
Yep.
And you think it's going to be better than the one that you had before?
Correct.
And I just want to shout out our longtime sponsor, Brilliant. They've supported the channel since 2021, and it's great to get to talk about something that I actually use myself. I've had Brilliant on my phone for years, and it just allows me to learn something new every day instead of, say, doom scrolling. You should make valuable use of your time. So I will tell you more about Brilliant later in the video. Non-humanoid robots aren't just safer for us to interact with. One of their biggest advantages over traditional robots is that they don't just do things humans already do but better. Instead, they're specialized to master entirely new abilities, often ones that no human can tackle. This is a robot that can grow to hundreds of times its size, and it can't be stopped by adhesives or spikes. Although it looks kind of simple and cheap, it has dozens of potential applications, including one day maybe saving your life. These robots can be made out of almost any material, but they all follow the same basic principle. Powered by compressed air, they grow from the tip.
I mean, they really can't be made by any material because you need the material to be non-rigid like this. Or at least if it has rigidity, it needs to be able to be flexible.
That's good.
And this allows the robot to pass through tight spaces and also over sticky surfaces.
Something like a car will get stuck to it. It gets stuck in the wheels. Now if I do the same thing with the Vine robot, see the robot is able to extend.
It can navigate this curvy and twisted passageway effortlessly, which suggests some of the applications it's well suited for. Now you might think spikes would be the downfall of an inflatable robot, but even if it's punctured, as long as you have sufficient air pressure, the robot keeps going.
And you might be able to hear it. It's actually leaking now, so I'll have to turn up the pressure. This by itself is not yet a robot, but once we had steering, a camera, some sensors, and maybe some intelligence as to where we're directing it, then we could say it's a robot. So this is sort of the backbone of a robot. This is what allows us to build our type of robots.
So where did the idea for this device come from?
I had a vine in my office that was on a shelf, and it was kind of out of the sunlight. And over the course of like a year or so, it slowly grew out this tendril out and around the edge of the shelf and towards the sunlight. I said, that's a pretty cool thing it just did, right? So you started thinking, well, is there a way you could do that robotically?
The solution is really elegant in its simplicity. Just take some airtight tubing and fold it in on itself. It's kind of like a water wiggly, those toys that are really hard to hold. When you inflate it with compressed air, it starts growing out from the tip. And if you want the tube to always bend at a certain spot, you could just tape the tubing on the outside to shorten one of the sides. For example, you could tape it into a helical shape to create a deployable antenna.
Why is this the world's most advanced e-commerce warehouse? Well, it's not because it's the biggest or because it has the most people. It's because it is powered by something smarter, faster, and more efficient than ever before. This entire warehouse is run by AI robots. And these robots, they handle everything from replenishing
What about getting them to retract?
Yeah, that's a challenging problem. When you're in a constrained environment, all you really have to...
I have an idea for that. I think that would be to have... So this robot, it inflates by having a space in the center that volume can fill, right? But if you made another outer wall, right? That's right. We'd be able to use, I believe so, right? Because I think you can use vacuum pressure on that thin outer wall to pull it back in.
To do is pull on, we call it the tail, so the material that is passing through the core of the body. You pull on it and it basically ungrows. It just goes back inside itself.
Yeah,
now, if
that
you're in a big open area like this and you try pulling on that, instead of inverting, so retracting, it tends to kind of coil up and make a ugly shape.
And the engineers have come up with ways to retract the tube to prevent it from buckling using internal rollers. But the tube doesn't have to be the same diameter the whole way along. Here there's actually a much wider section. Think of it like a pillow that's packed into the end of the robot.
Color match.
Yeah, you could sit cross-legged on it.
Cross-legged on the table.
This sounds super sketchy.
So it grows underneath the table, just as usual, and then as the pillow part starts inflating...
What? Is this not good, or is this okay?
It can actually lift me up.
So my balance is not great, as we can see. Stand on it?
What's amazing is that this doesn't require much pressure above atmospheric. Just a tenth of an atmosphere applied over a large area like a square meter can lift something as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, all the while remaining soft.
Whoa. Woo. That was great.
That's the paradoxical thing about pressure. You can get a large overall force with low pressure as long as the area is large enough.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of area is that pillow there?
It's 600 square inches, right? So with 1 psi, 600 pounds.
Yeah.
2
It's just
psi,
crazy.
1,200 pounds.
And the whole time it feels really soft.
Yeah, because there's a couple psi, right?
It's important that the device is still soft so it doesn't hurt anyone.
So you can design these things to have cross-section that changes along its length. So it could be a very small body that could grow into, for example, a collapsed building and potentially lift a large object off someone who's trapped or maybe in a car crash or something like that. It can apply huge forces with very soft and lightweight, cheap materials.
These robots can also be deployed in search and rescue operations by attaching sensors like a camera onto the front.
These robots are actually really hard to stop, so you can take them, grow them into a clutter, potentially a collapsed building or something like that, and they will continue to go somewhere. An alternative is they're so cheap, I mean, they're basically free. You could grow 100 of them, let's say, into a collapsed building with some sensing on them, and maybe only one of them finds somebody, but that's a huge success if it does.
But how do you keep a camera connected to the front of the robot when it grows out from the tip? Well, one way is to use an end cap, which allows that camera just to stay on the front, pushed from behind by the robot. But there are other mechanisms of attachment. The tiny wireless camera is mounted on an external frame, but this frame interlocks with an internal frame, which is actually inside the pressurized part of the robot body. It's similar to how a roller coaster's wheels go around the track, so this prevents the camera from falling off as the robot grows. What's really interesting is how the Vine robot can be actively steered. They attach artificial muscles to the robot. So the way this muscle works is that if you inflate it, it expands sideways, which leads to it contracting in length.
We don't actually use these much anymore because although it's soft, it's still somewhat stiff. So what we use instead are simply tubes of this ripstop nylon fabric with the braid oriented at 45 degrees. So in this sense, we just have one single layer of airtight fabric. This is the main robot body here. Then we have 3 pneumatic muscles connected to it. Now these 3 muscles are each connected to their own air supply, connected to regulators over here. As the robot extends from the tip, we can steer it by shortening and lengthening the sides. So just the way your hand works is if I shorten this tendon in my arm, my hand will move this way. Or if I shorten the one on this side, it'll move the other way. So our Vine robot, we have these muscles along its side, so as they inflate, they'll turn it one way. Then if I inflate the one on the other side, it'll turn the other way.
So the Vine robot can fit through tight spaces, it doesn't typically get stuck on anything, and isn't bothered by sharp objects. And once you attach that camera on the front, it's ideal for things like archaeology. The robot was actually taken to Peru to investigate some very narrow shafts.
So we were looking at this archaeological site that was built somewhere between 1500 and 500 BC in the Andes Mountains of Peru. And it was an ancient temple that had all these underground spaces. And part of what the archaeologists were doing was trying to understand what the spaces were for and what the people who built them were trying to do with them. So part of that was unknown, but there were these giant rooms that they call galleries, and then there were these small ducts or tunnels that were offshoots of these rooms, and they wanted to know where these ducts led, but they were too small for a person to go in. So we were able to successfully use the Vine robot to explore 3 of the tunnels that couldn't have been seen through other means, which was super exciting, and we got video inside the entire tunnels and gave it to the archaeology team.
There's an application where I feel like this solution is just so obvious, I wonder why it didn't exist before.
Intubation is literally the process of putting a tube into a patient. The purpose is to breathe for the patient when the patient isn't breathing. So traditionally, a highly trained medical professional take their laryngoscope, come above the patient, and once they see the trachea, you start to pass your tube down inside. I'm almost there. I can see the light. So if you can see right now, I just got it in to the trachea.
Oh yeah.
Right there. And it took me a couple minutes.
Alright, y'all. I will catch you next time. Dragon Ball Z. Okay.